That's it. Pretty straightforward.
Alright, did they send you what they...
Yeah, so they ended up coming to one meeting, I don't know if it was just in the last year, they were like going about condoms and everything, but if we were to end up doing something like that, we should catch it on the video and put it up. So that's why I ended up keeping the segment from that, just because if there's anything interesting that happens, like, we want to get it.
So like DSG just signed, like we give them our season. That they approve. But
someone invited you. Well, Kasia gave you all the power. That came out of her discretionary budget. So this is the annual budget. So she has her own budget that she can decide.
so can modify
No, all the judges.
They were saying that, yo, we'll check. We'll check. You literally spelled case mistakes.
For all of them.
So my arms are good. Yeah. Both are fun. A-E-I-C-R-K.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm going to look up what y'all's actual budget is. What are y'all following?
Let's try to do this like, not like.
Or just the name of it?
You're crazy. Also, that sounds like a bad
I can probably send it.
Well, actually, you're not. There's no way y'all can.
Hashtag contribute. Hashtag he did not. Hashtag no incentive.
You requested.
And like, there's a joke.
See, the weird thing is, like, what y'all think is, I think he just went to a risk of yeah, but they could totally do okay, you know what, we're getting I mean, especially after
Or like you have good reason to do it.
Yeah.
I mean,
but it's not actually. like some of the people and people I mean, like, it comes up in like regular conversations. But like, all yours, man. Yeah, so. It's almost.
I'll be answering your question.
What do you recommend take out of here? So I can say I would do it in my discussion, but to 1612 to decrease your stands to 247. It's so funny for me because posters, program materials, and then office supplies.
Yo, Will, I never got this one. Facebook message, nothing? Good Facebook. Alright.
Send it to you via email. Alright, just shared it with you.
It's going to be very, very
Frantic, you're doing amendments for the capital, right? That's not going to happen. What we're going to do is they're not going to remove that. I'm going to percent check. When I put them up to zero, what? So I'll do capital amendments, you guys speak, and then you can amend it. Alright, I'll go get it.
No, I'll present. We can I would just sort of system. Yeah, I guess we can go.
And I'm not gonna, I told, we're not gonna do it. I'm just gonna go straight to the budget, when I present the budget. We're not, I'm gonna tell them not to do it. And then if they speak, when I present it. I know, but I'm just telling them not to speak. You're supposed to know everything. I like that.
I'll tell you, let's get
So I made
Yeah, so I don't
Everyone take a seat, please. Everyone take a seat. Zinner, Gerardo, Keel, Nod. Victoria's in here tonight. She's sick, so I'll be taking attendance. First and foremost, Senator Wells. All right. Senator Brown. Senator Gilbert. Here. Senator Jane. Senator Sullivan. Here. Senator Shaw. Senator Gambardella. Here. Senator Glasser. Here. Senator Torno. Senator Hardy. Senator Hardy. Here. Senator Smith.
Here.
Senator Kadakia.
Here.
Senator Carrington.
Here.
Senator Key. Senator Dillinger.
Here.
Senator Gengo Passi. Senator Lintz. All right. Senator Chang. Senator Bazil.
Here.
Senator Taranchik.
Here.
Senator Pecoraro. Senator Curtis.
Here.
Senator Zhang. Senator Moore.
Here.
Senator Good. Senator Palmisano. Senator Bullock.
Here.
Senator Ganduli.
Here.
Senator Song. Senator Uriah. Senator Farrell. Here. Senator Hess.
Here.
Senator Luddy. Here. Senator Bartlett.
Here.
Senator Seif. Here. Senator Yearly.
Here.
Senator Wayne. Senator Torges. Senator Fogel. Senator Bernetti.
Here.
Senator Scofis. Senator Thompson.
Here.
Senator Caldwell. Right. Senator Maddock.
Here.
Senator Mardock. Right. Senator Golchuk.
Here.
Senator Kipelov.
Here.
Pro Tem Hopkins. Vice President Lukachi.
Here.
Vice President Norwalk. Vice President Gonzalez.
Here.
Vice President Wiseman.
Here.
Vice President Lockhead. Here. Vice President Melgard. Right. Vice President Dinner.
I have my own stuff on.
All right. Good. Moving on to approval of minutes.
I wasn't called.
Who wasn't called? Was there anyone else who wasn't called?
What information we have everybody? We have enough people, correct?
I like the work that they've done. So we're gonna do something really easy. Basically there's a folder in this DSG meeting thing called Institutional Memory Memos, and I put a proposal, like basically a sample of what it could look like. And you just put like what the title was. Some of you guys might have already done one of these for an admin, but you put like the history of it, reasons why you wanted to pursue this project, like who did you work with, who did you contact. It's literally meant to be one page, super easy. The one that I wrote for something I'm proposing today took me 5 minutes, and it's also in the drive, and I'll actually add it here as a sample, but literally, you guys have your computers open, you can literally do it right now. It's really, really important that you guys do them, because otherwise a lot of your work is lost, and also we want to have a record of work that you guys have done, and also be able to put these on the website possibly. We won't put them on the website without asking you specifically if it's okay, right? But I think that these will be really important, so please, please do this. If you don't submit one, because I will check, because all of our names will be on them, it indicates that you did not do anything this year. So I think it's like important that you do one. And again, it's meant to be for institutional memory. If you can't work on something in the future, future. So please fill that out, and your VPs will remind you, but try to do it by the end of tonight. Thank you. Oh, can I make a second announcement?
Go ahead.
Also, really quick, some of you guys might have heard about the faculty night sort of like controversy, and that was like on our academic affairs committee, we planned an event with DBU inviting faculty members to the craft house to like mix and mingle with students. And we didn't have a lot of oversight and also weren't very sensitive to the fact that we did not choose a diverse group of professors. And for that, I think I definitely take responsibility, and as do a variety of people. But I think it's just important to remember when we're planning events, that we're planning events for the greater community. So think like, who are you trying to serve? And keep in mind that like, don't always just go with the easy route, right? Like do what is harder, but I think more equitable. So yeah, just like a public apology for doing that and for letting that mistake happen. We're going to be like a lot more careful in the future. Thank you guys.
Wait, Tara, are we restoring anything on holiday today?
Oh no, we're going to do that next week.
Does anyone else have any further announcements? Do any members of the Senate have any additional announcements? All right then, seeing none, moving on to public forum. Will the President of the Muslim Student Association please come down?
John?
Yes.
Can we motion to actually do this as part of annual budget, because we felt like that was really helpful last week?
Right, it's depending on whether or not they can stay that long. So
Okay.
if you'd like to explain it to them right now, could you?
Okay,
I don't think
could we just move straight to annual budget?
I'm ready, but I
Right, so okay, at this time I recommend a motion to move directly to annual budget so that you can speak on behalf of any proposed changes. And that's up to yes.
Yes, we will be going out. We'll go with the groups that are already here first.
That sounds
Okay,
great.
that'd be good. So, because I want to respect
Definitely,
their time.
definitely.
But I thought they were only going to be here.
Would anyone like to make such a motion?
So,
Said
All
motion.
right, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
John, point of clarification, so we're just going to be doing the groups with representatives here and then move to the rest of the agenda and then go back to
No, we're doing the
Or
entire
doing all-
budget, but we're
okay.
just reordering the
Okay.
first groups that are here. So, just to remind everyone, if actually, you post it in the Facebook page. Alana's gonna post the link of the annual budget site in the Facebook page. So, once she's done that, please click it.
Yeah, it's in the.
You post it?
Posting right now.
And, can someone post the schedule? Okay.
Alana.
What?
Did you post the form?
Okay, both the agenda and the Campus Labs link have been posted in the Facebook page. I'm going to run through it again on how we should use it so that we can use it for all the budgets today. So you're going to go on your, you're going to get, once you log in, you're going to get here. Is everyone following along? So next, sorry?
I was just asking someone to post the link again, because you guys posted the schedule. but not-
I'll post it.
I thought Alana was.
They said yes, there now.
Okay, the link is on the Facebook page, so log in. I'll give everyone a second to do that. Then you're going to click Request to Review. Request to Review. Once you click Request to Review, you'll get to a page and like this. You're going to go to this link right here. It says On Behalf of, and you're just going to click it. And it organizes all the budgets alphabetically. I'll tell you guys which budgets to search right now based on the order of the people that are here, and then we'll go back to the original order once we complete all the people that are here for the vote for. So everyone search Muslim Student Association, just in a control find. It's titled FY17 Muslim Student Association. Once you get to this page, you click Budget. this is the amount that they requested, this is the amount that we granted, and then you can go to each section and see what specifically they've requested and what we granted them for that specific line item. Are there any questions right now, or do people understand more or less how to use this? Okay, seeing none, I'm just going to quickly review. So the MSA also appealed last time in FOAC, and we voted to go with FOAC's appeal of not to grant them additional funding. So the reason we did that is because we funded them $20 per person for both their fall retreat and their spring retreat, like we've been doing throughout, $20 per person per retreat. We funded their prayer sheets and tarps, the interfaith garden equipment. We didn't fund the fall retreat food and activities and the spring retreat food and activities because that was covered in the $20 per person that we do for retreats. And then we funded their website costs. Okay, now I'll let the MSA representative come down and speak.
Okay, so in terms of order, is it better to just have us do motion to amend and then like have the speaker's time to yield it then to MS and John?
I can choose him as part of the
Or how do you want to go about this?
Hold on, but
Jay?
at this point,
Yes.
I have to announce, are there any points, are you done speaking?
Yes.
So at this time, are there any points, motions, or amendments that wish to be made? Okay, seeing none, we're now going to
No,
Motion,
just
I
like
was just going to say, motion to amend, I'm sorry.
Right, we'll move to respect negative, I can choose him as the person to speak against.
No, but I think he wants to amend it.
Yeah, so motion to amend to give them the full amount of what they requested for the 2 line items about the retreats,
That's
not the
an
food
increase,
ones.
that's an increase of precisely how much?
So you want $1,000. You want $500 for fall retreat food and activities and $500 for spring retreat food and activities. Is that
No,
correct?
no, not that. I'm talking about the ones above the travel and lodging.
So you want to make this from 700. You want to make this 2,625. So you want an increase of 4,000, around 5,000 in total.
Yeah.
Do you know the numbers?
Yeah, that would be right. It'd be 2,625 per retreat.
Got it.
So an increase of around $3,800.
And can I start the positive speech and let him try again?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, there is a motion on there's an amendment proposed to increase by $300, I believe,
50 to what was it?
5,200.
by $5,250. John, have 5 minutes to speak.
Okay, so quickly, I'm introducing this. We're going to have 3 religious life groups coming back to back to back, talking specifically about retreats. The SOC change to $20 per retreat, per retreatant, was a change specifically made on financial accords with no consultation with any religious life groups, which is just a bad idea in my opinion. And so talking to all 3 of these religious life groups and others in the system, there's lots of problems and they'll elucidate more about them, but I wanted to introduce it so you understand all 3 of them have to do with specific policy changes we're making that would be put a lot of stress on student groups and allow them not to hold their own activities and really put us in the front on.
Alright, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Alright, great. So this year, the Muslim Students Association is being honored as a headlining organization for our programming and outreach abilities. However, with current budget cuts, we may not be able to maintain such a position. As you all know, you just heard, we recently applied for funding for 2 retreats, 1 fall and 1 spring, with each coming out to $2,625. However, DSG saw it fit to cut our funding to $700 for each retreat, and that's a dock of nearly $2,000 for each retreat. I've heard a few reasons as to why this cut is happening. Some people said that it might be because DSG has money issues, but I really don't think that's the case. The presidential candidates of the previous election were showboating a $200,000 surplus, some of which has been put to rather questionable use, so that really can't be the reason. So I guess I'll outline the second and third reasons. We were told that we already have about $6,000 in our account, which we can put to use for the retreats. Now, I have to point out that 1, we have already allocated much of this money for other interests, and 2, we applied for most of this money through separate means, such as the University Cultural Fund, so it seems inappropriate to reallocate the majority of the money for the retreats. For instance, much of the $6,000 will be used for the Eid banquet. For those of you that don't know, the MSA hosts an Eid banquet each year for the entire Duke population. Our last one, this past fall, brought out nearly 450 attendees, and I know for a fact that many of you attended. The food from the previous Eid banquet alone, not to mention the AV equipment, the decorations, and the location rental, cost $2,500. And this year, the UCF has only granted us $1,900. Since we are expecting an even greater attendance, food costs will increase, and Penn Pavilion is already more expensive for next year. So the rest of the money will have to come from our $6,000 budget. And after that, the rest of the budget has already been allocated towards 2 speakers we are bringing in this next fall. Overall, this means that our $6,000 budget cannot be put to use for the retreat. The third reason is that the retreats themselves is that many people think that the retreats themselves are not expensive. And in the past, I could have agreed with this sentiment, but also in the past, we could choose our own retreat houses, which were cheap. But for those of you that aren't aware, Duke has instituted new rules where groups can only hold retreats at pre-approved retreat centers. And believe me when I say that these retreat centers are expensive. We are basically forced to pay $1,260 for our previous retreat location. And that price does not include the food we purchase, which, by the way, is more expensive than normal food since it must be halal or permissible within Islam. Nor does this price include the cost of actually arriving at the center, which is about 2 hours away. Simply put, the $20 per person guideline used to rationalize our funding cut is absurd. It hampers our ability to host a retreat at all. At this rate, the MSA will not be able to hold a retreat for next fall, and this is unfair to us students. We are already forced to choose a retreat center from a list of predominantly Christian centers, which is kind of awkward for us Muslim students who are going on an Islamic retreat and seeing Christian crosses everywhere. And it would be insane to think that we could not pick a center at all. Students use the retreats as spiritual getaways where they can recuperate Islamically. To prevent these students from doing so would be a form of institutional prejudice, something we have experienced quite a bit of in the past year. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, are in line for 5 minutes of questions. Do any members of the Senate have any questions for the Muslim Studies Association?
Does funding for the Eid banquet come from the programming fund, or is that allocated to you in this budget process?
So we applied for some of it in the cultural fund, and we also applied for some of it from and we will also apply for some through the SOC fund. We did not apply for it through the annual fund. But I was just making an example of how we already have $6,000 in our budget, but that is actually not as much as it seems because a lot of it will be put towards the Eid banquet and cannot be put towards the retreats.
Are there any further questions? Senator Shaw?
So, if I'm understanding correctly, you have $6,000, then you need to spend it on speakers and banquet, all of which I think are really great, but are you expecting to apply for programming?
We will be applying.
And to get like $2,500 or however much that money costs?
So, the problem is, last year we only applied for money for 250 people, and we got $2,500 for $10 per person. But the issue is, we ended up having 450 people come out. And so that means if we're looking at $10 per person, then the cost of food alone will come out to $4,500.
Right, so you're going to, I'm assuming, apply for more funding than last year.
We will, but I doubt we'll be getting it based on past trends.
Right. Any further questions?
But,
Hold on. One question at a time. Senator Dillinger.
So you mentioned a few laws about the specific places, the specific retreat areas where you're allowed, right? When did those initially come into effect? Were those in place last year?
Yeah, so for the fall retreat and the spring retreat, we were forced to choose from a list of retreat centers. And these were, so this is due to insurance reasons and liability reasons. So the UCAE has compiled a list of retreat centers where Duke students and groups can actually use. And many of those are, one, they're all predominantly Christian retreat centers, which is offered for religious life groups that aren't Christian. And two, they're all expensive, and some of them are close, but most of them are far away.
I'm starting to make myself clear. Are these the same centers you had to choose from last year, as in for this year's retreats? Or are these some new laws that are only applying to next year?
No, so we had to choose from retreat centers off that list for our retreat that occurred 2 weeks ago and for last semester.
So can I ask one follow-up question based on that? In last, if you have the events this year, in last year's budget, you were only allocated $1,000 per retreat, and was able to somehow make that work?
So a lot of that came from the CML, except the CML, the Center for Muslim Life, has already received has also received a lot of budget cuts. So they told us that we would not be able to, they would not be able to fund us for a lot of the retreats.
Any further questions? Any questions at all? Senator Shaw?
yeah, sorry, back to the $10 thing. So in the past, have they ever, if you've told them we're expecting 250 people, have they ever given you, like, I understand.
Can you repeat the last part? I didn't.
Sorry, if you tell them that you expect 250 people, when you say that you've gotten less money in the past, what has that been off of? They've just said, oh, we don't think 250 will come, so we'll give you money for 200, or like
yeah, so it's just never really been funded in full. It's usually less than what we asked for.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you. We're now in line for negative speech. Would anyone like to speak against the proposed amendment? So, SFC, floor.
Yeah, so MSA treasurer or representative makes some good points. The thing is, if he can apply for every single thing that he said, speakers, the e-banquet, everything can come from the programming fund. In fact, the MSA, I cannot think of the last time that when they come for an event that is truly open to student body, that we did not fund it extremely well. We believe them if they say that next time 400 people come, we'll fund them more food. I mean, we respect the groups that do a great job with attendance and everything like that. So they have $6,000 sitting in their account, and the items that he has listed all can come from the programming fund. So in my opinion, one, we should stick with the $20 across the board, just because like this wasn't really conveyed as the increased cost from last year. Last year they requested $1,200 for their retreats, and this year $2,600. And overall, if they have $6,000 in their account, I'm pretty sure, and especially since all of what they want is from the programming fund, I don't see any reason to go against our guidelines and fund them anymore, and therefore I would say vote against this amendment.
All right, we're now in line for 5 minutes of questions. Is there any members of the Senate have any questions? Senator Schultz.
So why did we change the guidelines to $20 per hour?
Because this year we got $900,000 in annual budget requests. 2 years ago we got $650,000 in requests. This year we ran out of programming funds, which are open to the entire student body. Annual budget is only open to the certain groups. Therefore, we believe the programming funds should be receiving more money than the annual budget. So therefore, we cut more than last year. So we made what we thought an equitable decision to cut $20 per person for retreats across the board.
Okay, so this is a tie to this. So that, but then if you're cutting $20 per person, but then they're being required by UCAE to pay a certain amount for something, and that's essential activity. Like UCAE is saying you have to pay that amount for a retreat center because you can only go to these retreat centers. You can't pay less for that. But then we're saying, oh no, we're just going to give you less money because we're trying to save money. That's us saying like we're not going to fund your activity because we don't think that it's that important compared to something else. That's the core question I feel like with this. Which is why 3 religious life groups are here today asking for more money because that thing has now restricted their ability to host activities.
That's fair. There's also more than 3 religious groups on this campus, right? And so then they were able to receive funding.
Okay,
No, I mean, that's a fair point, right? Like that maybe in the future we need to start creating new guidelines for religious groups and that. But right now we've been having a policy across the board. Last year we didn't fund them even close to $2,600 per retreat. No complaints at all. I mean, not only are we trying to stick with our guidelines, but they literally have $6,000 in their account that every single thing that he said can be applied for in the programming fund. So I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be using the funds in their account and why we should not be going or sticking with our guidelines.
Any further questions? Senator Levy?
Given that there appears to be like a few special case factors here, such as increased price of food and increased price of these particular places, do you think that a flat rate $20 policy perhaps would be challenged in the future due to?
Sure, and I'm not saying that it shouldn't be challenged. I think that Jay definitely makes a good point. I just think that given their specific circumstances, where they have this amount in their account right now, I don't think that DSG should be covering any more, specifically when the things that he is using to budget are things that he can apply for in the programming fund next year and will receive.
Senator Dillinger.
So if we fund these with Russell Boldy about $165 per student involved, how does that stack up with like per student funding we're getting out of the organization?
Well, that's a difficult question. I mean, with Montreal, we're giving like $8,000 per student. So, like, I don't like. Obviously, this is significantly less than that. But I just think that at least SOC's thought process was that a retreat of $20 per person would be a good subsidization of it. But definitely, if you guys think that religious groups in particular should get more funding per person, then I guess that's what we're thinking. I'm not saying that's like a wrong rationale. I'm just saying that I'm sticking with our decision, especially given their specific circumstances.
Any further questions? Senator Lenny?
Is there anything in the SOC guidelines that says that we should take into account the money that's already in their account, or is that just sort of an ad hoc?
No, but also our guidelines are pretty much internal, and so I think in a common sense way we should be, and in fact next year, hopefully we actually enact a policy where we do take that into consideration, but I think in a common sense way, if a group has a lot of money in their account, and the things that they want to use are things they can get from the programming fund, then they should be able to use that money for the annual budget.
Any further questions? Great, thank you, Nikhil. We're now live for an affirmative speech. If not, are there any points and motions on the floor?
So, I mean, this applies across the board for everybody that's going to come and talk. And I think Nikhil brings up a lot of valid points, but the things that I'd like to say very quickly about this issue, I feel like the thing that's really troubling about this is that like we're making a decision to cut costs because we're concerned about programming, while at the same time, like we're saying, like we can fund lots of other groups lots of money, but in this case, like because we've now made this new guideline that we changed this year because we need to save money for programming, we're not going to then listen to a bunch of students who are telling us why they need more money. The other thing I would respond to just briefly, the point you made about like not all the religious life groups are here, it's because not all the religious life groups do the same sorts of activities, and some of them actually have outside funding. So some of the larger Christian groups, Crew and IB, receive a lot of outside funding and also ask their students to pay in order to go on those retreats. And these groups that are here are asking so that the students can go for free, so there isn't a financial cost barrier for that. And they also don't have the same level of outside funding that those groups do, connected to national organizations. I think the other key point to make is that Fran also noted that CML, the Center for Muslim Life, also has less of a budget, so they're less able to subsidize and help provide in this specific case. And I think that's true, for the chapel funding as well. So that's my bigger point about this, is I feel like pragmatically, it's a better idea, in my opinion, to fund them, and like we can come with a better solution next year. But I'd rather them actually be able to host the retreats they have with the current policies put in place that are forcing them to have to pay that much, than for us to be like, okay, it sucks for you, you're going to have to figure it out for yourself next year. And I just don't like that policy, and that's a personal issue for me. And I can understand why they really want to do it, but that's my big issue here. And I think the last point that was really salient to me too, and working a lot with MSA, is that they have to actually go to a Christian retreat center, and can you imagine how awkward that would be if like you're trying to do a religious retreat at a place that like is a very different religion than you are, and you have to pay more money for food and all that stuff. So, okay. Any questions? Senator Shaw.
So I get that it's awkward to have to go to a Christian camp or whatever to have
Awkward's a weird
students retreat, but what does it have to do with how much they're paying?
Well, so the payment
do they have to
side.
pay more to not go to a Christian?
No. So they're like, it's more that like that UCAE guideline, which is put in place for insurance purposes, puts them in a very difficult position in that regard too. So it's also kind of like, if you're already going to make them have to go to one of those centers, and then you're going to ask them to pay more money, like out of their own pockets in order to do that, that seems like a slight in two regards versus just like one slight that we can't control. And we've been working the past year plus with UCAE on those specific guidelines, but there are specific reasons why that are tied to insurance policies and whatever else that mean that they need that in order to be able to guarantee student safety, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's one of the challenges too, is like the only options here in North Carolina tend to be Christian retreat centers. That's it. Okay.
Vice President Dahl.
I do wonder, because a lot of groups do retreats. For example, we do our DSG retreat on campus because we don't want to spend a lot of money on it. Because we think that that's like what's fair, so that there's money for other things and for other people. So why do you think that a lot of these groups have to have retreats off campus? Because I wonder, like, if it's good enough for us, and it's good enough for a lot of groups.
So I guess we're getting into a little bit of like theology and philosophy of like ministry, but the rationale behind it, but it's true, that's really what we're getting into here. So like the reason why one would go off campus is because these are intentionally supposed to be like, the concept of a retreat is to get away and to spend time, like, if it's like a personal faith retreat, then it's a retreat in order to like gain more out of that experience. You need like the specific space in order to actually hold those things and have people in a single location. The whole premise behind it is the whole program around it associated with you can't necessarily do on campus. And can I also deal with what Orhan is?
Yeah, so the Islamic basis for retreats is, one of the pillars of Islam is like a pilgrimage, like for example to Makkah. So many people believe in a small pilgrimage as like getting away from Duke, like a 1 hour, 2 hour, just to like satisfy that requirement in a small way. So that's just the Islamic basis behind it.
And there are other ones as well, so like a lot of Christian groups will go on retreats to other places because they can hold things for 24/7.
So what I'm wondering is, would it be inequitable for us to fund a group regardless of the merits of their case, just because either they were invited to come present or they had the knowledge? So essentially we're endowing a special privilege, right, on those groups that happen to know to come to Senate versus those that don't, and those that don't have to abide by guidelines regardless of whether or not their cases will be just as valid.
So I understand. I actually reached out to most every religious life group about this and asked questions about all the people I knew who were leaders of those groups, because I knew that was a problem when that came up last week, those two pro appeals. So like, they knew to come because I asked them to come.
Yeah.
And so like, it wasn't like they knew to like come, but I was sort of like, hey, like, we're gonna make this push again because I understand why this is a problem. I asked you and I talked to them all beforehand about why I think it's an issue, why they think it's an issue, and why we need to bring it up. So like, I did my research before having them come here. I also did my research as to why I think it's important to do that. I wouldn't be presenting it if I was just doing it for the hell of it. So that like part of it is like, I understand your point about that, but like the only reason why they're here is because like the point we tried to make last week was not able to be made, and so it's easier to have them also make it than just me, and everyone's starting to be talking. So.
Right. But I guess my question is,
Move to extend time, move to extend question time by 2 minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to increase the speaker's time by 3 minutes. It has been seconded. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, Kashi?
So I understand that you reached out to all the religious groups, and frankly, I'm not really sure where I stand on this, right? I think it's a tough thing to balance, but I think my question can be generalized to all groups in general, right? Just because religious groups don't have to abide by like a unique set of standards versus all other groups.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I think the key here though is that there's like specific constraints being put on them that, from my understanding, don't affect as many, if not other groups that are not in those situations where like one, a retreat isn't as significant to mission because a retreat has a theological consequence for many of these organizations. And the second being that like there are outside constraints that we don't have control over that people in DSG, myself included, have brought forward saying we don't like it, UCAE, but UCAE that can't really do anything about. So like part of it is like, you know, we don't have as much control over shaping that situation as we think we do. And so like part of it is saying like we're within a specific constraint here, and like I think it's better to fund a student organization to allow people to go on a retreat because it carries that sort of weight and significance when it's tied to a religious life organization. Also a religious life group that gets marginalized consistently on this campus. That like there's a lot of things tied into that for me in making that decision. So like it's hard to break it down, but in this case specifically, I would say like they have a lot of other constraints being put on them. I think we should be the ones, what we can do, we can do, and that's the thing that I want.
Okay, that's fair.
Senator Curtis?
Yeah, so I'm actually somewhat sympathetic to the case here, but I do think there's an important question to ask. If we have 3 groups coming in to ask about this, I think it's only responsible for us to end up funding all of them, full amount. So how much are we going to have to fund the other 2/3 above?
Great questions. I can look at them.
I'm speaking out of order.
Yeah. So I mean, the challenge that I have like with this is like I would love it if we didn't have to pay this much money for stuff. But like the other things we don't have, like that's what I'm trying to say. We don't have control over the fact that UCAE is making them pay more for stuff. Like I asked, I was like, is there any way we can cut these costs? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
The chair recognizes any.
You were talking often about UCAE, and our advisor, Dr. Pittman, would like to point out that it is a university policy, not a UCAE policy. So if you could change your language to talk university and not UCAE, because they are not
trying to like clamp down and be.
I'm not trying to. I just know that that's like the discussion, and like Dr. Pittman, you know that like Christy has been talking to you a lot about it. So like they're like that's where the discussion level is happening. I guess is my point. Is that it's happening because it's an internal student activity. Yes, it's a university policy. UCAE doesn't magically have those different policies. I'm sorry, my language then was incorrect. My point being, this is a decision we have no control over in terms of the restraints being put on organizations. That like the funding side of it, like we can at least control and make sure that it's equitable and good for those people and those religious groups. And I would argue, and I think I tried to, but I might not do it that well because I'm a bit of like a retreat in a religious sense is extremely important from a theological perspective for the student than it is just for like a leadership retreat with an executive. I think there's a difference in those two.
Any further questions, Senator Jackson?
I'm still not entirely sure, I feel like I haven't answered the question.
Yeah.
Why we shouldn't fund the events that they want to have, or speaker events through SOC funding, and fund the retreats through the 6,000 that they have. Like, yeah, it's really fun, but why?
So part of the challenge is that like UCF, which is the University Cultural Fund, and there's 2 buckets of money that the CMA, the Center for Multicultural Affairs, has control over, and they give to lots of different student organizations. But they give it for programming purposes and for specific events that tie to the cultural side of it. And so a bit of it is then saying like, oh, well, like the money that they have allocated with the expectation that these events happen or these specific things occur, then we're going to say like, oh, well, we'd rather tell those groups we'd rather them not spend that money on it and ask them. So part of it is like that money was allocated for that purpose, and so to then say that like, for us to dictate to them how they have to act, and we go back to the University Cultural Fund and ask. Usually Cultural Fund is fairly amenable to changes, but like I think it's also more respectable of us to then fund what's at our table right now, which is something that's actually on the annual budget versus like what might come in as an SOC request for programming. And I think that's the difference between the two of them. And we haven't also talked about that. We haven't also talked about what's in people's existing accounts for every organization we've looked at. But we're looking at it in these specific cases, and I mean, we could maybe, but like that hasn't been something that has come up in the past for me.
That's one more clarification.
Go ahead.
So the money that they have is not money that came from DSG.
That's false. There is some money from there.
There's probably some. I mean, like I don't understand the breakdowns because I don't see them, but
And I don't even think, it's very difficult because it's just
just like leftovers.
Yeah, like it just like that stuff builds up over time too, but there is cultural fund money that was put into each semester that builds and like that. I mean, that's the thing where like if we wanted to look at students' accounts, like that's part of the thing we've been pushing about like transparency is that like a lot of student organizations have money in their accounts that's just left over and foiled over, and so like we could look at every organization on this list and they probably have money in their account. We could find ways to cut, but like we're not doing that across the board. If we were, then that's okay, but we're not doing it here, and that's where I just we're not doing it across the board. So doing it here is kind of weird.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. Yes.
Do we have the numbers on what the total increase would be if we accepted the?
It'd be around like 8,000.
8,000 for all of them.
Approximately $8,000.
Well, let me like double, I'd say approximately, I haven't like, from what I remember, it'd be like 8 to
We
10,000.
got about 5,000 for MSA. And
MSA would be an increase of 3,800.
Joshua, the link is in the Dukes of Government
Yes.
Facebook page. If you want to check yourself, just go on and log in and you'll be able to find it.
Now, that's on fire.
Would anyone like to speak to the negative? Are there any points or motions at this time? All right, seeing none, move to a vote. Once again, would you like to explain the amendment, Senator Sullivan, so everyone understands?
Yeah, so the amendment is to fund in folder 2 requests, which is 5250. Do we want the other two to talk about theirs, or are we going to do the Josh Curtis?
No, we're doing individual.
Okay, specifically funding 5250 versus 1400 for the 2 retreats, fall and spring, for
So
MSA.
it'd be an increase of $3,800.
All right. A vote aye is to increase it by $3,800. A vote nay is to not. So now we move to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. All right, we'll do this again. Raise your hand if you vote raise your hand if you vote in favor of the amendment. All right, all those opposed, raise your hand.
Oh shoot. Johnny Blurko.
Wait, unless, do you want to do a recount of this so that we're sure?
Blurko.
Well, in the case of a tie, the executive vice president. I waited all year for this. Citizens Association, you do have your funding.
Jordan.
Lana, take that for us.
No, but I mean.
35, yeah.
One.
31, right?
They
All right, so
Moving on to Catholic Center.
No. We have to vote on the budget.
My apologies. I'm just caught up in my happiness. All right. Now we move to vote on the entirety of the amendment. However, this
No, the budget.
the entirety of the budget, we're not allowed to protect negative speech against the entirety of the budget. Would anyone like to speak up against it? Seeing none, move to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. Budget passes.
Great. All right, so then next up we have the Catholic Center.
The Catholic Center, will you please come down?
So Catholic Center, you can find by, let me just see this. It's FY17 to Catholic Center in the budget. So I'll just quickly go over what we funded and then I'll let the reps speak. So once again, with the retreat, we did $20 per person based on, because they amended the amount, at least when they came to speak to us, they said 150 people were going each. So we said $3,000 for each retreat. And then, unlike last year, we did decide to fund the sound video technician to set up and broadcast Mass. So that would allow like anyone on campus or off campus who's a Duke student to like see or like I guess to watch Mass happen, which we thought was important because it reaches out to like the entire Duke community, regardless or not if you come. And then we did not decide to fund the rest of these supplies because we thought that we could get them from the Catholic Center, like we usually assume every year. Overall, we funded them $10,000 this year, and we funded them, I believe, $16,075 last year, so that's a decrease of $6,000. One of the reasons that SOC did this is because the Catholic Center received the most amount of money in the programming fund this year with around $20,000. So we thought that it would be like an equitable mix, but yeah, that's about it.
All right, we're bring down like 5 minutes of questions. Does anyone have any questions for the field?
No, well, first we do amendments, motions, what do you do?
Are there any questions, points, or amendments at this time?
I'd like to make a motion to amend. I'd like to amend the legislation to increase the beach weekend retreat lodging by 3,000.
To 6,000.
To 6,000, yes.
Okay, and then the same with the.
Yeah, increase awakening retreat lodging by 3,000.
Okay.
Increase funding on the freshman outreach welcome bags by $380.
Freshman outreach.
Welcome bags. Let me see what line item. Not sure which line item that is.
So far, those are 3 line items that you've amended.
Yeah. I'm gonna continue to. Wait, did you have that one?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna just like keep track. Do you guys would you guys rather me show the amendments like on this right now? Just to show. Okay.
Yeah.
John, is that it?
No, it's not. Well,
so then can you just keep telling me them and I'll add them in.
All right. Meals for freshman advisors. Increase that to 150.
Okay.
And add a second semester to the sound and video technician. So doubling that to, I don't know.
5,500.
Yeah.
Okay.
Math is hard at that moment.
Is there?
I believe that's it at the moment.
Okay, so that's an increase of $9,250.
Wait, how much?
It's an increase from $10,000 to $19,250. So I guess you'll speak on the event. No. We'll start with that.
Senator Rancher, when are you guys ready?
You guys.
So yeah, we'll just make this really quick because you guys have a really busy agenda. We'll jump right into logistics. The reason we're asking for this money is because none of this money can come from the programming fund, and it's because we have all these events every single week, and we cater to probably the biggest organization on campus. That's why we're asking for the funds that we are asking for. For example, a technician, with the new renovations of the chapel came new rules. We are no longer allowed to use our interns to record. So now we have to hire a professional to record and edit all the stuff by due clause. That takes $110 every single week. And of course, as the crew has said, that is catering to a lot of students, around 200 students do this every single week, and even thousands of students when it comes to big guest speakers. So we'd be taking that away from a whole lot of students.
Also, to talk about our retreats, we have our Beach Weekend retreat, which is a retreat in September every year. It's for the freshmen to welcome them to the Duke Catholic Center. And this retreat is very important to strengthen our Catholic community and get it started from the very beginning. The retreat costs, the lodging costs $8,800, and so we are asking for an additional $3,000, and then we'll cover the rest of that cost. And it's far away, it costs money, and as like the Muslim Students Association said, the retreat centers are expensive, and we are requesting additional funding for that. In addition, we're requesting funding for our Awakening retreat. Awakening is a retreat that happens twice a semester, or twice a year, once a semester, and it's a national retreat that happens across the country. Other schools are taking the retreat from us, so we actually have some Elon students on our retreat that are taking it to their school, so that's a way in which the Duke community is broadening the retreat.
We don't fund them though.
No, we don't. Sorry. And so that's the way in which we, sorry about that. But so we need an additional $3,000 to cover that second semester since it happens.
Also, I do want to point out, I'm sorry to add on that, it's not only Catholics that are coming to these events. There's a lot of Episcopals that are coming to those events, as well as a couple Baptists and other religious communities that are coming for the experience. So it isn't just the 1,200 active members of the Catholic Center that are coming. It's much more than that.
Also, for freshman outreach, we always have 300 welcome bags for the incoming Catholic students during orientation week. These bags are vital to make sure that all Catholic students immediately feel at home and have a community, that they are aware of all of the Catholic Center activities. We have magnets with the hours of our weekly services and worships, and we really want to create a feeling of home and family from the moment when they step onto the Duke campus. So we are requesting $380, which would cover only 120 bags. And we understand that, covering 300 bags is a lot of money, but, so just 120 bags for us, which would be $3.17 per student. And finally, the meals for the freshman advisors. These freshman advisors are mentors to the freshmen and our upperclassmen who are invested in making sure that all freshmen are feeling welcome on our campus and really feel included and make sure that they are having a good time and a good Duke experience. These freshman advisors work tirelessly with programming events and making sure that the Catholic Center events are a success. So we are requesting $150, which is $10 per head for 15 advisors. And as we've said before, the Catholic Center is a home for nearly 1,200 undergraduate students, but it's not only just the Catholic Center, it's religious life on campus. Religious life and religious culture on our campus right now doesn't necessarily have an identity, and it's our part to continue to have these programming events and encourage people to find their spirituality and really understand the importance of having spiritual culture on university campuses.
And I would like to add that when it comes to just a very utilitarian-based thought here, when the whole purpose of the student government is to represent the students themselves, as I'm sure you guys will need a reminder of that. But we are talking about the vast majority of the students here compared to other groups that we fully fund, that DSG fully funds. So when we're talking about over 1,000 students coming to events weekly, we are talking about what the students actually want. So, thank you very much.
Thank you guys. We're having our lines of 5 minute questions. Does anyone have any questions? Senator Gilbert.
So I see that this beach retreat is free for all students. Have you guys considered charging people $10, $20 to offset those costs?
Well, we don't want to discriminate against financial needs, which has been a great thing. For example, I wouldn't have gone to beach weekend if I wasn't going free. So it would have been hard for other people to pay.
All right. Any further questions? Senator Kadaki.
How much was allocated for welcome bags in the past year?
Welcome back to the past. We actually had not requested for the annual budget. We felt that it was really essential to add on to our annual budget this year.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Basil, John, you guys talk somewhere else.
Yes. Vice President Kachi.
So I'm actually kind of by Jay's point, or Senator Sullivan's point earlier, where he said that there is actually kind of an intrinsic purpose and value to having a retreat off campus. But what I don't understand is why you have to go to the beach for this, right? That just strikes me as more expensive than going to a retreat center 45 minutes away or something like that. So could you just explain why it's necessary that you guys go to the beach for weekends in order to have your retreat?
So this retreat is a large bonding experience for our freshman class, and it's a way for them to get involved in the Catholic Center without it being too heavily spiritually in their face at first when they first get to Duke, I guess is the correct way to say it. And we've been going to this retreat center for many years. It has many of the purposes. We have an outdoor area where we have Mass, and it has been blessed for Mass in the past, so we can use it for Mass in further years. There are other areas in which we have certain traditions that we've been to before, like a bonfire, and the beach also has many different activities that we have on it, including a walk called the Emmaus Walk. It's a spiritual bonding activity.
Senator Gilbert.
Are you asking for more money in the past than you received in the past for these retreats? Were these funded by DSG previously?
You can check for last year's budget in last year's budget.
You have any funding? Anyone else? Senator Shi.
So can you talk about the increase in the beach weekend lodging? Why do you need $3,000 more for that?
The lodging costs. The lodging costs $8,800. So just an additional amount to cover.
Okay, and they just didn't fund it for it.
Right.
So DUU gives and this is in response to your first point, Toronto, DUU gives a huge amount of money to DSB to record events that students are having on campus. So instead of giving you guys $110 to record every week, could you just ask DSB to record and put those on YouTube or give you the links for those?
So from my understanding of the rules was that they can't be anything but a professional that's going into the chapel that's going to be recording this, because we tried that because our interns have that same experience and could have done the same exact thing, but that's what they told us.
Yeah, the Duke Chapel is assigning a specific person to record the Duke Chapel.
Senator Curtis.
So I'm a little bit curious, the budget that DSG approved last year funded $0, total $0 for Beach Weekend. And I know that happened, because I have a number of friends that went on it, and they seem to enjoy it. Where did the money for that actually come from?
Some of that money comes from donations, and then we also apply for money in other donations as well.
All right, Senator Goodall.
How many people went to the beach weekend the past time you had it?
80 undergrads and 25 advisors.
I'm sorry?
80 undergrads and 25 advisors.
You had 80 undergrads?
Yeah.
Any further questions? Senator Goldberg.
Although it's up for debate whether or not we want to do that,
I just didn't make it.
as we'll have significant less money in terms of those outside donations this year than we did last year, we need to offset some lack of funding from after donors.
So case by case basis, I guess we receive funding based on what we, I guess, don't have. And that's how we get donations from people, because we say we need donations for these students to go on this retreat, so that they can enjoy a free retreat, but that's why we come here first.
It's like we can't automatically assume that we're going to be getting this money, and the reason we're asking for it is because we're very likely not to get that money again. It was a very great year last year in terms of donations.
Anyone else? Senator Goldberg.
Look, historically, what amount do y'all take in terms of the total amount you want from donations? Like if you need X amount of money, ballpark percentage, then you can make that with donations. Okay. I know the 5 are a lot in that.
I don't think that is appropriate for, yeah, it's just not.
Sorry, that was weirdly strange.
All right, thank you guys. Yeah, anyone like to speak in the negative of the proposed amendment increasing funding for the Catholic Center?
Point of, sorry, can I? So, I guess we'll split this up into 4 different amendments with the 4 different line items, correct? So, we'll have a speaker for and against for each. So let's start with the 3,000 increase for the beach weekend lodging, and we'll move down.
All right, so we will now be debating first and foremost the amendment increasing funding for the beach weekend. Would anyone like to speak in the negative of this particular amendment?
I'm sorry?
We are going through your amendments one by one, all 4 of them. First, beginning with increasing the beach weekend retreat. At this point, are there any members of the Senate who would like to speak in the negative of the legislation? Senator Curtis?
Yeah, so I think I'm sympathetic to all the religious groups' positions that they need more money to do stuff. I think it's a larger problem that we're going to have even more often going forward, that we seem to be running out of money more quickly. But we funded them $0 last year in the budget for the beach weekend. And they had a great beach weekend retreat. And Duke Catholic Center has a lot more money than CML. They get lots of funding through programming, much more. And I think that the argument that they just won't be able to run a quality beach weekend without the $3,000 from DSG doesn't quite hold up to the same extent that the MSA's argument did. And I think that it doesn't. Some of the trends don't cross the line. So.
Okay, you're down to 5 minutes of questions, Senator Curtis. Do any members of the Senate have any questions for Joshua? Senator Tranchik? No. Okay then, thank you, Senator Curtis. Would anyone like to speak in the affirmative?
I would.
Senator Tranchik, please now.
Yeah.
Of course, the chair recognizes Gerard Corrado, former senator.
Former senator. I got citizen branches.
Go ahead.
So I want to say a few things. One, I think all of us are familiar enough with how schools work to know that funding is kind of a fickle thing. Some years are good, some years are bad. Last year for the Catholic Center was a really strong one, and they really appreciate how much funding they got, but there's no guarantee of that. Beyond that, I want to get into sort of a larger argument of, I think religious life should hold a special place on campus. Duke's not a place that's very religion friendly. As a religious individual myself, a member of the Catholic Center, full disclosure. For some people, I'm John the Catholic. But it can kind of be a culture under siege a lot of the time, and centers like the Catholic Center are really the only bastions of religious life on campus. It's not a topic that people bring up in casual conversation outside of sort of like a casual intrigue. I think religious life is something valuable on campus. I think it's an important part of people's day-to-day being, of people's identity. I think it's important that we continue to have this aspect of our campus, that we have a diversity of opinions and outlooks, and I think religious life is one of the ways we facilitate that. I think the Catholic Center, I know the Catholic Center is the largest religious life group on campus. I know that it has a ton of really passionate, really involved members, and I think it's important that we continue to fund them and the other religious life groups that we have and will continue to talk about. I think they should be held to a separate standard, and I think we need to say, as the representatives of the student body, that we find religious life and non-religious life in that same vein important and distinct and something we should cherish. Gerardo?
Yeah, you pretty much covered it all, but just again, I think the numbers speak for themselves when it comes to the amount of people that are coming to each one of these events. And when you ask about funding, which is a totally valid question, because we have to care for so many people, donations it's very hard to get funding from those donations and actually make them into something that we want to further and want to expand. Because we have that many people to take care of. And to put it into just like terms of like today's vocabulary, I know that the Catholic Center is a safe space for thousands of these students. Like, it's incredible. And I know that because I'm there, but just as other people have different reasons for being here and we support those reasons, this is one of the reasons, and one of the many thousands of people and thousands of reasons as to why we should fund them, because they feel that this is their home, they feel that this is their due. And it's found in a place that we should be supporting.
I think the Catholic Center really takes a unique spot on campus. It's not just where people express their religious views, it's also a very vibrant community in and of themselves. They have events that go for exam studying in the Fall House, T&Ds every Tuesday night, multicultural T&Ds where they invite like different religious groups to come and like share that experience with each other. It's such a strong and incredibly unique space. Beyond that, I do want to touch on that it's one of the largest groups on campus. So when you look at these numbers, yeah, it's our biggest line item, but they're also such a huge group. Like, if you wanted to compare per student how much we're funding, things like mock trial below this out of the water, and that's something we funded. Beyond that, you look at it's $3,000. It looks like it's about $3,000 more than they asked for last year. The really big difference there being the funding from the technician this year, which is like a whole new bag of potato chips they have to deal with.
Which is university policy now.
Yeah.
Great. Are you guys done speaking? All right, we're now on 5 minutes of questions, beginning with Vice President.
How many students who go to the beach weekend also go to the awakening retreat? Like, is there a lot of overlap, or are they totally different pools of students every retreat?
Yeah, so there is some overlap. It's not 100% per se, but because the awakening is open for upperclassmen, sophomores hired as well.
So the beach is only freshmen?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Also, when you think about awakening, is you're only allowed to do awakening once. Unless you're staff.
Oh, okay.
So it's every time you see these big numbers of people, it's a whole new group of people.
Speaking out of work, I'm not sure if this is, I think this is true, but on the beach weekend trip, it's not primarily freshmen, as upperclassmen can attend as well. Senator Brazil?
Can I touch on that for a second?
So you mentioned that you had people who weren't necessarily Catholic going on the beach weekend trip as well. How many people would you, I know this is going to be an estimate, say attend programs here on Duke's campus that aren't necessarily identifying as Catholic but identify as Christian?
Oh, a whole lot. Actually, last year I took a group of 15 Jewish kids to the Catholic Center, and they actually have continued to go on multiple occasions to Tuesday night dinners and other events like that, because it is open to any freshman, or actually any Duke student. It's open to them. And and also faculty.
Yeah, on that same note, I frequently invite a lot of friends to come to not only Mass, but to T&D. I was actually I've only made it to 2 this semester and something that bums me out. I was at T&D the other night and I realized that Wayne Manor has a house right here where we do T&D, and a bunch of their seniors come every week and get the cheap meal and it's good food and it's good conversation. And they talk about religious life. That's what we talk about at T&D a lot of the time. And there's by no means are those all even Christian individuals, but they're still actively participating in this community.
Senator Curtis? I want to point out, we're discussing the line item for each week, not T&D or anything else done by the Catholic Center, correct?
Yeah, but it's a large conversation. I mean, it'd be hard to say any of this in a vacuum, you know?
We talked about donations, which do go to like T&D.
Senator Burnett.
Bouncing off Senator Curtis's question, is it fair to say that if we do not fund any of this money, that some of that money, $30,000 needed, will come probably from the other things like T&D?
Yeah, there would definitely be like, I honestly am not familiar enough with this aspect of the center to like say where we cut, but I don't think there's by any means a guarantee of 6,000 extra. Like that's a lot of money. It doesn't matter how big they are, that's a lot of money. So $6,000 extra a semester definitely has to come out of somewhere, and that'll mean a lack of services somewhere.
Right.
How they want to choose to do that, I don't know.
Thank you.
Where is the beach weekend retreat?
It's in it's east.
So I
3 hours due east.
to reiterate a question that I asked previously, just because I feel like I didn't actually get an answer. So I'm just still confused why you have to go 4 hours away, or maybe more, to the beach for a retreat, and every other religious group doesn't do that, right? Every other religious group goes like close to campus or like at least reasonably far from campus, right? Whereas you guys decided to go to the beach, and again, it's also one of 2 retreats for that semester, regardless of whether there are a few overlaps in the people who actually attend these retreats, right? It doesn't change the fact that you're still having 2 and every other group gets 1. And maybe if other groups had 2, there wouldn't be overlap as well, right? So I don't think that argument really applies. So I'm just curious, like, why is it so fundamentally important to the Catholic Center that they do this retreat at the beach rather than somewhere more financially reasonable?
Again, because we're trying to attract so many different types of people, Catholics and non-Catholics alike, even though it is called the Catholic Center, we don't want to put it in your face. We don't want to put it like in your face as whole religious aspect. JP, are you listening?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Listen when I talk. So it's just kind of like playing off that, and at the same time, like there are a lot of like blessed places there that we take personal to our religion. So it's kind of just like the Muslims, like you know how they go on their trip, as the gentleman from MSA said. This is kind of like our trip away. And again, the housing doesn't cost that much more than the other housing. In fact, what will probably cost more is just the gas and the busing.
Beyond that, I think, truth to tell, you come in first semester freshman year and it's O week, and from what I remember is being invited to my first fraternity party that same weekend. That's the truth of it. It being a beach weekend sort of gives a reason, gives a narrative of like, this is something else cool that we can do, because people don't want to do like the religious life thing. Oh, that's just not where your mindset's at. So I think it's immensely important that it's, I think it's immensely important that we have something that has a big role like a beach weekend, sort of something to capture it in, and it really sets the tone for a lot of students for the rest of the year. I wasn't very religious when I got to do, but beach weekend and the experience beyond that has fundamentally changed my Duke experience.
All right, thank you. Are there any members of the Senate who wish to speak in the negative?
If they speak in the negative, is there another affirmative? Sorry.
Unless there's a motion to move to call the question.
Motion to call the question.
Second. Right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion before we call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We will now be voting on the amendment.
For the amendment, guys, let's go a little quicker. This is taking really long. We have a lot more to do. Just for everyone, both people speaking in the affirmative and negative, be quick with your responsive, ask questions that are actually relevant, and everyone pay attention. Okay, so this amendment is increasing the beach weekend lodging from $3,000 to $6,000.
All right.
If you're voting yes, you are voting for an increase of $3,000 for the beach weekend lodging.
Does everyone understand?
Yeah.
Motion for hand raised. Sounds good. All those in favor, please raise your right hand.
Raise it high.
I counted.
Hold on. Oh, 15.
Please raise it all high again. Yeah, I counted 15 as well.
Okay, all those.
Sorry. All those opposed?
Okay. So the next amendment that we're going to look at is the Awakening Retreat, 90 students, 2 nights. They're increasing that from 3,000 to 6,000.
All right. Would anyone like to speak in the affirmative of this amendment?
Whole group.
Just quickly, so I understood people's problems with Beach Weekend. Even if we're not necessarily funding in full, I do think we should give them a little bit more money for the Awakening one, only because I think this one's really important. And from my personal experience, having actually been on it, it's actually a more spiritual retreat than the Beach Weekend one. I think people were getting out of it. People really consider the Beach Week part. So I don't know what we can do necessarily to change what's there, but I do think like give them a little bit more for that specific purpose. That's my main focus.
BP dinner, can you please take a seat or be outside? Thanks.
I can ask questions.
All right, we're now allowed to
Answer
questions.
questions.
Do any members have any questions? Senator Curtis.
So, if we were to fund this for $6,000, this would be $1,000 more than it was funded last year. Considering I'm already getting $3,000 more than last year for the beach weekend, why do you think it's justified?
So I just was saying that it's a good idea because this is a little bit more of a spiritual retreat than the other ones. So I made that point with the MSA thing. I think this is a similar salient point. Sorry, I have pasta. I'm really hungry. But my point with this is I think this one was more, at least from my understanding of how it works, and more like it's more geared in that regard. So giving them just a little bit more funding, even if it's not the full thing, which is why I said I'm open. Like personally, I would be open to making it like less than the full amount, some more than what they already have. That was like my point. But I think this one has more merit from our metrics that we were using.
All right, the chair recognizes Your Honor.
We're also getting $6,000 less than we were getting last year. So,
What is it, like total?
yeah.
Okay.
In a growing organization.
Yeah, and the Catholics are a big, the other thing, like, as an important point for everybody, the Catholic Center is one of the biggest religious life groups. It's not one of the biggest religious life groups on campus. So they do service a ton of students on campus comparatively from a numbers perspective. So like, there's a valid point for why you might want to give them more money for this.
Point of information, 40%.
I believe 40% of Duke's incoming student body every year, around that number, identifies as Catholic. Just so you know.
Well, the biggest difference between identifying as Catholic and using the service.
Yes, that's true.
Still, Catholic Center super used. That's the point.
Senator Brazil?
So would you say that the Awakening probably has a similar religious impact as the trip that we just funded for the Muslim students?
Yeah, no, that's my point was like, I think the beach weekend one is more of a recruitment thing, and while there is spiritual that happens with it, it's meant for a different purpose. This is like a very, like, religious retreat. I've actually been on it, and like, it's a very, like, it's very intentional, it's very much about the spiritual aspect of it, and it's like super intense, comparatively to like going to the beach.
So yes or no, is it similar to the one we just funded?
Yeah, so in my mind, yes, so it is similar, when I talk to MSA, it's a similar purpose, which is why I'm giving the speech for that.
Any further
Even if it's not full, giving them a little bit more.
Any further questions at this time? Any further questions? All right, thank you, Senator Sullivan. Would anyone like to speak in negative? Are there any points or motions at this time? At this time, I recommend
Okay.
Is there a second? Second. Is everyone paying attention? Yes. It sounds like you aren't. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Good. Now, there's a motion on the floor to call the question. Seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great, so just a reminder, what you're voting on is the fourth line. It says Awakening Retreat. If you are voting yes, you're increasing this from $3,000 to $6,000.
All right, move it to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. I counted a clear majority.
I got 24, yeah, that's it.
Wait, all those against, just I guess for voting records, all those opposed. 1,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so
The amendment passes, 23-13. Okay, what's the next one?
So we're gonna go all the way to the bottom. They requested 2 changes. We funded 0 for both, so like should we just put them together? Is that easier since they're both related to the freshman experience? Is that fair? John Taranchik?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means this is voting for an increase of $530, an increase from 0 to 150 for meals for freshman advisors, and from 0 to 380 for freshman outreach.
All right, would anyone like to speak in favor of the amendment? Senator Curtis.
So I think especially considering that we just voted not to increase the beach week, which I think was a little bit too expensive for DSG and not quite topical enough considering that they already have another retreat. I think on the other hand, this, like a couple $100 for freshman outreach, is going to do a substantial amount of, have a substantial amount of difference for freshman experiences for a much lower amount of money, and I do think it's important to have religious groups reaching out to freshmen. I don't agree with the point that religious groups and religious culture is under attack on Duke's campus, especially compared to other groups or other schools like Duke, but I do think it's important to be reaching out to keep that up, because I do think it's an important part of campus life that we want to keep.
Any questions? Senator Greeley?
They paid for this in the past without DSG money. Why
I think it's a couple $100, and I think the money that they've gotten from the past, we want them using for stuff like Beach Week. Because as they did say, they can't rely on donations for everything every time. And so if in the past it's worked, that's great, but I think it's a couple $100, and we want as much money as possible for stuff like Beach Week.
All right, any further questions? Thank you, Senator Curtis. Would anyone like to speak in opposition towards the amendment? All right, seeing none, we move to a vote. Nikhil, can you please clarify again?
Yeah, so if we scroll all the way down, if you're voting yes, you're voting for an increase of $530 from 0 to 150, 0 to 380 for the freshman outreach and the meals for the freshman advisory line 1 and 2. So if you're voting yes, you're funding 150 and 380.
All right, move to a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Raise your hand high. Yep. Likewise. The amendment passes.
All right, and now there's one last one that I didn't see.
How many people voted for that?
That was 23 yeses. So do you want us to do the no's?
No.
Okay.
I just think it's a little closer to the
Okay. So do you want me to do the vote again? No, I'm like fine with it. That's all right. Okay. The last amendment that we have is another. Sorry for not looking this one over. So SOC originally funded 2,000. So we're looking at line item 3 under equipment, tools, and other capital expenditures. This is for the video, for the weekly mass. SOC funded $2,750 as a subsidy. The amendment is to fund it in full, so an additional $2,750. Yes.
Where do you and SOC expect the rest of the money to come from?
This is, so is it, can I answer this or no? Yeah, okay. So basically, SOC usually funds 0 for this, but since we cut from other places, we wanted to keep our funding consistent. So we decided that, like, we expect, usually I'm assuming they get it from like the donations, alumni, things of that sort. But we believe that we should subsidize it, so we pay for like bi-weekly video or something like that, so we pay for half of it. That was our kind of discussion in committee, that we wouldn't be paying for the whole thing, we'd be paying for half. Because it is expensive, but it is also a great thing. Last year we did not fund this, and I don't think we funded it.
Would anyone like to speak in the affirmative of the amendment? Senator Taranchik and Citizen Durrani.
You guys can start.
So I think Niki's got some great points about like why this is a smart thing for us to do. I think it's great for not just us, but the Duke community at large. I know I've talked to alumni at the Catholic Center and talked about how they go back and still, I mean, I don't know if y'all seen it, but like Father Mike is the best homilies I've ever seen. And like they still go back and like watch his homilies. Your mass is an important thing for the community. Furthermore, like new rules this coming year with the chapel, like it's way more expensive. Duke's sort of imposing this on the Catholic Center, so I think it's a no-brainer to fund this. What are y'all thoughts?
In addition, this is also broadcast at the Duke Hospital for the patients there, and many of those patients include Duke students, so that's a good point to keep in mind.
As well as funding wasn't quite consistent.
We'll defer all remaining questions.
No, that's all I have for 5 minutes questions. Do any members of the Senate have any questions?
Yeah, so, like I understand the position that you're in, but in this case, why, I guess under the justification, maybe John can answer this in regard to perspective, but why, what's the rationale for doing this if the usage who wants it is less student than more like community member in general? So like, because it does go online, so we're trying to do, okay, like the money is somebody who students is not, and that's what I guess that's, what's the rationale for that situation?
So it's actually not mostly like that, or there's not exactly what itself, we actually use the YouTube videos. But when it comes to like speakers, a lot of the times the speakers, a lot of the times that they come at different times, and a lot of people can't go to that, so that's one of the things. Also, it does go in the hospital, which is a majority of Duke students who are watching and broadcasting it there. So it does serve the students in way more ways. And in fact, I can go to last time I was there.
Also, this is slightly anecdotal, but from someone who did abroad, when I was abroad, that's how I taught mass every week. I chime in and like watch the videos because it's hard in Spanish when you don't speak Spanish.
Yeah. So as a follow-up, just because I haven't seen your hands, what? And that's one. Great. I had actually a decent follow-up question. Okay. Move on. Go ahead.
All right. Does anyone else have any additional questions?
Oh wait, no wait. There's no cheaper way of doing this, right? There's no cheaper way of doing this.
No, so it used to be a work study student, which we funded, but now it's, the Duke Chapel is ordering a professional who has to do it in the chapel.
Okay, so there's like no alternative at this moment.
And I think from a DSG perspective, it's like totally fair if Duke's going to impose what seems to me, I'm sure they've got their justifications, but it seems to me as this arbitrary, like, you need to add this added cost much in a similar way, like you need to use special retreat centers like that and security purposes. I have no idea why it would be important for like a professional to do it. I think it makes total sense for DSG to provide the service. Senator C.
Any further questions? 2 minutes left.
So there is no other way through donations or having regarding off-campus funding. So if we like take it out of this money, it's $2,750 less for the students. If we did it to another group.
I mean, okay, so we're gonna keep hitting on this narrative with every group we hit, and like there are like tons of grants out there in the world, but the truth is that like things go into a black box. And right now we're cutting out a substantial amount of funding from the Catholic Center, and we're adding, and Duke University is adding on an additional cost of $3,000 a semester. Given that, like, so think about it this way. They asked for $16,000 last year. This year they upped it by $3,000 to compensate for this added cost, and now we've reduced it by $9,000. So they're kind of getting the same amount of funding just with an added tax from Duke University. They have a lot of other costs, there's a lot of other programming they try to do. The Catholic Center is a huge organization that funds a lot of stuff. Any money that goes to this, and this is a priority for the Catholic Center, will be drawn out of other services that are important on Duke's campus. Like,
any additional questions? Okay, thank you guys. Would anyone like to speak to negative? Are there any points or motions on the floor?
Motion to question.
Right? Is there a second? Second. All right, there's a motion on the floor to call the question. There's a second. Say aye. Aye. All opposed. We'll now be voting on the amendment. Akil, please clarify.
Yeah, so the amendment will be for line item 3 under equipment, tools, and PAP. It's for the video sound technician
SOC funded $2,750. They're asking for an increase of $2,750 for a total of $5,500. So they're asking for by voting yes, you're voting for an increase of $2,750 for line item 3.
All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand. I count
23.
Oh, 25. The amendment passes.
Can you do the no's just so how many people are here?
You want to, yeah, you would, so, one, raise your hand if you're a senator in the back, but you shouldn't be. All right, no
No, they added more people, so can we also do the no's?
Oh, you want to do the no's? I didn't hear that. So, sorry, no's.
All those opposed, please raise your hand.
You can't like raise your hand if you go down. Go like raise it high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Yep, 25 to 15, the amendment passes.
Okay, so we're going to vote on the entire Catholic Center budget now. So we've allocated a total of $16,280. Yeah, motions.
Yep. Would anyone like to propose an amendment to this?
Oh, this is PCM, right?
No, this is Catholic Center. We got to vote on this. Let's go quick.
Oh, sorry. Oops, sorry.
Quick. So call.
So we're now voting. Yes. All right. Is there a second? Second. All in favor? All opposed? Great. Now we will now be voting on the entirety of the budget of the Catholic.
Guys, everyone pay attention. This is really important.
Does everyone?
Shut up, sit down, and vote.
Nikhil, let's be nice.
It kills that freaking LBJ.
So now we'll be voting on the entirety of the budget for the Catholic Center. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
We can do aye.
Yeah. Actually, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it.
All right, we'll do PCM next. Guys, we got to make this quicker. Yeah. So this is, guys, this is titled FY17 Presbyterian Campus Ministry. I'm going to go over the budget that we allocated, and then I'll let them speak. Once again, we went with the $20 per person rationale for the retreat, which is why we funded them $10 less than they requested. In our, what's it called? When we were told, we thought that the camp in Albert Marley is, that's already encompassed in the $20, so that's why we funded $0. And then we did not fund the Wi-Fi video projector or the real space steel vertical floor to our filing cabinet. For the filing cabinet, we were told it was actually for their adult advisor and not for any students. And then for the Wi-Fi video projector, we didn't get a good enough rationale for them to have a capital expenditure like that. And then in terms of the other expenditures, the catered dinner, we did $2 per person for the GBM, and then we did a maximum of $150 for the promotional day.
So motion to amend, and it's just the retreat one, the two things in the retreat that were under.
So do you want this to be
by how much?
So it should be $600 more, right?
So $1,000. So you want to eat $1,000 for this?
Yeah, and then do we need that for harmony or?
I don't think that.
Okay, so we don't worry about that.
So you want just a $600 increase?
Just a $600 increase for their funding, and it's tied to all that.
Cool.
Alright, would anyone like to speak in the affirmative?
Just can I yield to that, and then you guys can just take a good point.
And you can make it quick.
Chair, yeah, thank you. We'll be brief. So we just wanted to mention that this retreat is really important to us, and the reason why the $20 restriction really does not suit our group is because it's simply insufficient given the previous expenses that have been associated with this retreat. Furthermore, we're a group that really emphasizes the importance of bringing in multiple perspectives and affirming the value of each individual. And so it's very important to us that we be able to include everyone in our group who wants to go on this retreat. The fact of the matter is, even with the full amount of funding that we requested, which would be $50 per person for approximately 20 people, that still wouldn't be enough to cover the cost of people going on this retreat. And that's why, even in years past, and including this year, we've asked students who are interested to pay $45 to come on the retreat. It's 2 nights. We feel that it's fair to ask for a greater degree of funding from DSG in order to offset the costs that are due to us. Furthermore, due to the university policy that was mentioned earlier for previous groups, we didn't request any DSG funding this year for our fall retreat. And so that means that $1,000 that we had budgeted last year that DSG generously provided have to be eaten by external funding and fundraising. So that makes it even harder for us to come up with the difference between what we requested and what we were granted for the spring budget. Furthermore, I guess I would just say that we would like to see more transparency in the process if that's possible. And in years past there has been the possibility of viewing a full spreadsheet with all of the budget allocations. And we'd like to see that in the future just to make sure that there's an adequate amount of parity in the process, although we of course trust your leadership.
All right. We now have 5 minutes of questions. Do any members of the Senate have any questions? All right, thank you. Would anyone like to speak to the negative of the amendment? At this time, are there any points or motions? Move to the question. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion on the floor to call the question. Seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great. You now vote. Lucille?
Yeah, so this is just a $600 increase for the first line item in the retreat.
Okay. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
Great, and now let's vote on the entire budget as a whole. So that would make the entire budget $2,603.
We're now voting the entirety of the budget. Does everyone understand? All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. I guess we'll do line monitors next, and then we'll do Chanticleer right after. Okay, so this one will be search DSG K-bill, and it's FY17 DSG K-bill. I'll go over what we funded, and then I'll defer to the line monitors from the headline monitors from this year. So does everyone understand where it is? It's FY17 DSG K-bill. Once again, I know this is long, but let's just everyone on the same page. So we funded wristbands in full. We funded paint posters and supplies, and we thought office supplies was redundant, so that's why we funded there. We funded their tent, and then for the line monitor jackets, we funded them $500 last year, and for line monitor jackets, and so we thought that we should only be funding jackets for new members, which is why we did 150, and that's about it.
Thank you.
No, they first someone has to make an amendment before anyone can speak.
Would anyone like to propose an amendment?
I would. Motion to amend the legislation to reflect the following changes. Sorry, I can't really see all the way up there, so I'm going to have to be switching between two things. You know what? I'm doing this.
Do you guys know what it is? You could tell me.
Yeah, so it's the jackets to $1,612, the wristbands to $297, programming materials to $230, and supplies to $200.
Programming material, I don't see programming materials anywhere.
So that would be office supply.
So is there any decrease to that or no?
Yeah, so we don't know who created that or when it was created, but.
So I reflected wristbands, I did line monitor jackets. So
Yeah.
what was your other amendments?
I'm just trying to say we just made some scratches, so.
Basically, the paint posters and supplies would be.
Okay, so you have wristbands 230, and then you need 430 in supplies.
Yeah, you didn't come out.
So that is an overall increase of, do you know how much it was? It was like 16, how much are you asking for?
We're asking for a total of 233.
And it was 16, I can do that, yeah, so it's about $1,800. Okay.
No, it should be similar.
It should be similar or less. So you don't need a tent at all?
No.
Okay. Okay. We're just going to combine this into one because we are frustrated. So, or if someone wants to specify like jackets separately or something separately, you can tell me. But for now, we're going to put them all as one amendment. Is everyone okay with that?
Beforehand, Nikhil, you could clarify to everyone here and get them details.
So basically, for everyone following along, I'm assuming that so they're a DSG affiliate. So there was miscommunication with the DSG treasurer, and therefore the budget was applied for like in a way they didn't want. So instead of $650 for wristbands, they were only requesting $297. Instead of for overall supplies, they only need $430. They do not need a tent, but they do need $1,612 for line monitor jackets. So overall, this is like their actual budget, but this is all an amendment together. This originally was around $1,690, so like from what we funded them before, it's like a $600 increase or $700. But anyway, you can speak.
Thank you, appreciate it. Awesome. So we kind of just want to talk in general about why we think K-Bill budget is important. So when you think about Duke University, very often the first thing people think about is Duke basketball. And we're on national television twice a week. Coach K is the icon of the school, and he's the lead fundraiser for the school. If you asked an ESPN analyst who are the best sport fans in the world, they're going to name SEC football fans, they're going to name European football clubs, and in the mix somewhere is going to be Duke basketball fans. But you ask them who the most dedicated fans in the world are, and the answer is going to be Duke basketball fans, hands down. Now, the line monitor's role in this process is broadly, we get students into games as safely and as efficiently as possible. For every game there's a walk-up line. There's a 2-month process for tenting. For Parents Weekend tickets, for the walk-up line for Carolina 3-day process, and other events such as the Coach K Talk or small events like that, or a youth party. Now, the jackets, they make us very easy to identify. It makes it easier for other students to identify us in K-Bill or in Cameron. So 3 things we noticed are when students need to check in to make sure their hard work and time is accounted for, they can easily spot a line monitor with the jacket. When students have questions, whether it be about tenting, the walk-up line, or anything, you find a blue jacket, you ask your question. When ticket holders have questions, on any game day, Wendy and I combined have probably asked anywhere between 60 to 80 questions from ticket holders. We often see ourselves as kind of representatives for the university for a day to ticket holders. On game days, the jackets allow us to relay info very quickly. We're trying to get an incredible number of students into a small area in a very short period of time. And the jackets, they allow us to get your attention, and they allow us to give out that information very quickly, so when we're making quick decisions or athletics is giving us orders, we can relay it on to the students very quickly. Without a jacket, students may hesitate to understand our instruction or to listen to us. So what that might look like is in Cameron, students go to stand in a certain area, they end up clogging up the room, and an hour into the game, not all the students might not be in yet. It allows the staff to recognize us, and that establishes our role as part of the team to get into games. For the Duke basketball season, there's 20 home games, and then there's Countdown to Craziness, so that's 21 events. On average, there's about 1,000 students that go to each game. So that's 21,000 attendees throughout the year. The budget that we're asking for is $2,339. It's basically about that. So that's 11 cents per attendee. Now, we understand that's a lot of money, $2,339, but the importance of Duke basketball and the line monitor's role in it, we think that request is justified and we ask for it. If you've ever missed a check yourself, or if you've ever talked to another student who has and they've been very discouraged, we really want to emphasize how difficult it'll be in K-Bill if it's not easy to identify a line monitor. So again, those are our 4 line items, and
So just to kind of jump ahead of you guys, some questions that we're anticipating is, some of the concerns we've heard are we're one of the only student groups that receives funding for apparel, and the way we see it is that it's not really like, oh, we're buying sweatshirts, we're buying jackets just for the heck of it. Our jackets are, as Will is talking about, part of the uniform, part of what makes it so identifiable, and able to really help students, because ultimately we're there to serve the student body, get them into the games, and make sure they have the best experience in K-Bill possible. And the jackets are a huge, part of what allows us to do our job effectively in terms of communicating with students and communicating with staff. And we talked, and also there's the idea of we get new jackets every single year. The reason we do that is in part because the seniors, you know, if we wouldn't pass jackets down just because by the time you get to senior year, you're working in that jacket in Cameron, and I don't know if you guys have been in Cameron, it feels like it's 1,000,000 degrees in there, so the jackets by that time are like sweaty, gross. They're covered in paint, so passing down jackets just isn't a reasonable thing. Also in terms of sizing and things like that, it just wouldn't be a feasible option to keep passing jackets down throughout the year. And we also have already been asked about other sources of funding because we do work with athletics, and ultimately we have had some, athletics doesn't have the funds to be able to help us with our payments for the jackets. They have already put some costs for certain events that we've had on us and on our budget and funds. So.
All right, thank you. Slide digression. For all candidates, one outside selecting receipts. At this time, would anyone like to speak to the negative?
Ask questions.
Wait, we can't.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Would anyone like to, does anyone have any questions? Senator Gilbert.
Yeah, I think we all love jackets. I love them. They're great. And tell me the line miners are. Why do they need $1,600 for them instead of like the $500 from last year?
So basically what's happened is every year there's some sort of relationship between the head line monitor and the president of student government. And every year we're given a sum of money, and it's basically we're told spend it. We never knew there were certain areas of the budget. So when I was asked over spring break, does this budget work? It's the same as last year. I was in Jacana and I said, yep, it's the same as last year, let's do it. Because it worked for us last year and we figured let's do the same thing this year. So just regarding like changes, we just don't know how to answer the question because you view it as we're doing the same thing.
Any additional questions? Vice President
Yeah, so just like the one suggestion that I'll just pitch, that I know we talked about briefly earlier, but it's like, can it just be that new members always get the medium or heavy jacket and then have the option of buying the windbreaker as like an additional extra if they want it, the same way that they could buy one from the Duke store or buy like the polo as an extra. That way, we're always covering the uniform for new members, but not covering like extra, sort of like extraneous material. And if that were the case, how much money would you guys need?
So the idea of getting a new jacket every year for every member is that it really establishes us as a team. And there are actually groups on campus who have other jackets that resemble ours year to year. So being able to have all of the line monitors show up in the same jacket every year and have it, not have a bunch of different line monitors wearing different jackets, it really helps, as we've said before, students and staff recognize us as the team that we are. Yeah.
I guess the second point I would raise just on the difference between jackets. So we have different positions on game day. So some students are inside in the bleachers and some students are outside. So depending on the time of year, in North Carolina it could be 100 degrees for a basketball game because we start early and finish late, or it could be 5 degrees because the game would be in January. So the reason we basically switch off every year between the winter coat and the windbreaker, I guess I would describe it.
Senator Bowman.
How many jackets are you going to buy and how much do you get price? Did you just have requested a lump sum?
Right, so it's just about 30 line miners a year, and then we get the DSG president one, so 31 over 16, 12 is about 50.
No, the DSG president pays for it himself.
Right.
Any further questions? Any questions? Oh, Senator Farrell.
Does like the design or anything change year to year, or is it just the same year?
Logo's the same.
Okay, so there's.
Yeah. 2 minutes left. Does anyone have any questions? Would anyone like to speak to the negative of the amendment? You just stand aside. At this time, we have points of motions. Motion calls question. All right, so that in order. We will now move to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great, so what you're voting on is a series of changes. We're lumping them all together. Basically, most of these are decreasing. The only thing that is increasing is the line monitor jackets, but they're decreasing wristbands by 300, they're decreasing posters and supplies by 200. Tents, by 150, and then an increase of around like 1,000. So overall, it's like a $700 decrease, but it reflects the real budget. So that's the amendment.
Right.
So if you're voting yes, you're approving this. If you're voting no, you want to go back to what originally was there.
That said, move to the vote. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Or you want to just do aye?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
All right, you guys have it.
No, and so now we got to vote on this as a whole. So is there?
So now we move to vote on the entirety of the budget on behalf of the line monitors. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Great.
Nay.
Budget passes.
Okay, we'll do the Chanticleer. That's the last group of people that are here tonight, and then we're gonna steamroll through the rest. Okay. So for this one, for Chanticleer, we'll ask for them to come down now. The Chanticleer. So it's applied by it's titled annual budget, and it's by you spell your name M-E-G-H-A-N. Okay, M-E-G-H-A-N, Megan Fox. Titled annual budget. So they requested 50. What they actually meant to request was 87,500. Is because the annual budget site weirdly had a 50,000 cap, but they requested $87,500. Everyone, be quiet. This is a ridiculous. This is like the most important thing we do tonight. Most important thing we do tonight, so that's why everyone pay attention. So SOC voted 0 for a few reasons, just based on the fact that we thought that that's like more than half of our programming allotment in the semester, but also we didn't have information from the referendum yet, and we knew that DSG was going to come in with different proposals, so we voted to fund 0, but obviously, if anyone has an amendment, so Tanner, if you want to amend, put the number in that you're amending right now.
Can I make a motion really quickly?
Yeah.
Before we get into this too much, and I don't know if everyone feels like this, but can we take like a minute or two? People need to go to the bathroom, whatever else, and just all then focus and sit. Take 2 minutes.
You guys want to do that, or do you want to just
Second.
Or if everyone feels okay, we can just keep going.
Keep going, keep going. Let's go. All right, so Tanner, is there...
Point of order, there was a motion and a second. There was a motion and a second. Like a point of order.
It was more of an ask.
Reject the motion, John
It was a
Dorso.
question.
I want to keep going, but I want to make sure everyone's ready to sit here and do this, not get up and
Yeah, unless you would like to make a motion.
I'm just doing it so that doesn't happen moving forward. We need to maintain.
There was no motion made. Anyway.
There was a motion made. He retracted it or continued.
Yes. Yeah. What's the amendment?
So what this is basically going to be is...
No, I need a number first before...
Yeah, so it's 20,000 for every week.
Okay.
So what this is...
Yeah. Clarify the whole number.
Sure.
No, you can speak right away.
Alright. Can I speak there? Okay, so basically what this is a request for $40,000 for the Chanticleer, 20,000 of which will come out of annual budget now, 20,000 of which will come out of the surplus in a separate budgetary statute. So what we're going to do is we're going to effectively vote on a $40,000 allocation, disaggregate it, one vote being the programming vote, one vote being the surplus vote, that will happen in quick succession. So what we'll do is first, I'll let Megan explain a little bit about what the Chanticleer is, value it gives to students, and then I'll clarify why we're talking about this, what the numbers are, and why we think it makes a lot of sense to fund. So with that, generally, if you want to give an intro to Chanticleer.
So I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this ongoing thing over the past few years with the Chanticleer. As an overview, the Chanticleer is Duke's yearbook. It was first published in 1912 and it's been published continuously every single year without fail, except in 1918. It was not published because so many students left for World War I. I feel like that's a pretty valid reason. We would really hate to see over 100 years of publication go down the drain because of a lack of funding. So in the last year, we were required, along with our allocation from DSG, it came with a stipulation that we charge for the yearbook. Before 2014, the yearbook was free. I don't know if you guys have seen the yearbooks kind of floating around. If you saw the 2013 yearbook, it was the one with the beautiful metal inlay in the cover. That was the last year we were fully funded, and that yearbook was free to anyone who wanted it. In 2014, we switched to a model where we were fully funded by DSG, but it was only free to seniors who signed up for it. So we were 1,500 books, which I'm going to cover in a little bit. Last last year we were required to sell the book. It dropped our distribution from 1,500 yearbooks, which is almost the entire senior class, to 400 yearbooks, which is less than a quarter of the senior class. And so the number of students engaged on campus dropped significantly from being a huge publication on campus and something that every senior graduated with at least one to a very small subset of campus. The yearbook is extremely valuable, I think, to campus as a whole, in part because it does create a clear picture of Duke for when we all leave. We have 4 years here, hopefully everybody graduates in 4 years, and then you're gone. And Facebook is great, but you're probably not going to pull out your iPhone in 50 years and show your grandkids blurry pictures of you drunk shooters, which is a great memory, and is featured in the yearbook, but we probably don't want all those things to run on Facebook, which also is a temporary thing. It relies on people leaving those photos on Facebook, it relies on your ability to remember your password 50 years from now, and it relies on Facebook still being offline. The beauty of the yearbook is that you have a tangible memory, high-quality photographs of every aspect of campus life, as covered by students, for students, so that you have that memory as long as you're able to keep your hands on physical items. The larger yearbooks you see were, it's called size 9. We are returning to that larger size. If you've seen the 2014 or 2015 books, they're the size of pretty much a normal piece of paper. A slightly less impressive book, but just as a side note, we are returning to the larger book this year because after extensive conversations with our publishing company, Trustees, the cost difference is negligible and did not save us enough money in the 2 years that we experimented with the smaller book to make it worthwhile for those students who are able to acquire your book. Just as like a quick overview with how important it is on campus, all student groups, in case people were not aware, who are featured in the yearbook get free access to those photos. The Chronicle does photograph a lot on campus, and they're an incredible resource, and they do contribute to our photos, but they often watermark their photos, and the Chronicle also, I believe, charges for their photos. They're not as widely available as ours are because we do not rely on advertising of any kind. We have the ability to freely distribute any and all photos we have. So this weekend alone, from Friday to Sunday, this week, we are photographing events put on by Deja Blue, Duke Asian American Theater, Sabasura, Duke Chorale, Spoken Verb, Hook and Horn, Momentum, and Speak the Devil. So those are 8 student groups who will get free photos, high-quality images of their showcases and of their work that they are able to not only see in the yearbook, but also be able to put on Facebook, use in future programming, use for advertising for future showcases, events, marketing for all those things, and to expand their own reach on campus. So by funding the yearbook, you're in a way providing also marketing opportunities and opportunities for those students to enjoy their own pictures, because everybody likes pictures themselves, and trickle-down effect to everyone else on campus.
So, I mean, I think to me like that seems to be pretty self-evident why the yearbook is an important thing for students and why it's good for student groups. What I want to talk about is why it was defunded, why we think defunding was a bad idea, and then why we think refunding in the way that we're proposing actually makes a lot of sense. So first, if you guys paid attention to the referendum, the results were like kind of shocking. So first, I want to read what the referendum was because I think it gives a really, is it okay if I just continue now this time? Yeah. Sorry.
Motion to extend by 7 minutes.
Oh, no.
Just
let him finish the proposal.
There's a motion on the floor to increase the speaker's time by 7 minutes. That's seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. Cool. So the first thing is explaining what the referendum was, because I think it gives a pretty distilled and simple picture of what's happening. So I'm going to read this. Like really, this is kind of the key of what's going on here, right? So option 1. Every senior would automatically get a free yearbook, which would be funded by the student activities fee. Roughly $14 of each student's annual student activities fee would fund the yearbooks for the senior class, with each senior paying a total of $56 in student activities fee over the course of 4 years at Duke for their yearbook. There would be no increase in the current student activities fee. Non-seniors could choose to purchase a yearbook in any given year as underclassmen for $56 a year, which is what it costs to print. The second option is that, and this is the status quo, all students would have the choice of purchasing a yearbook for $120, not the $56, in any given year.
students would not be required to purchase a yearbook, obviously. The $14 per student in annual student activities fee that would have funded the yearbook would instead go to fund other campus programs and activities. That's kind of the gist of the argument. The results of the referendum, 1,544 students chose the first option, 373 chose the second, so it's an 81-point margin, right? That's pretty shocking. The second point is the cost savings. So it's not like we're like, oh, we think yearbooks are a great thing, everybody agrees, let's now fund them. There's actually an economic argument to make. So very simply, look at, so this explains kind of the shocking difference, right? So under the pay model, in which students can pay for a yearbook if they want, i.e. after defunding, after the defunding process had happened in 2014 for the first time over 3 or 4 decades, the cost per book was $120 and 400 books were distributed. That was 2015, right? So under the no subsidy model. Under the subsidy model that students voted for, the change was the cost was literally halved to $56 a book and 1,500 books go to seniors. Right? So that's a pretty stark difference. So the point is that by subsidizing a book, the economies of scale are like literally enormous. So not only have students said that they wanted it, again, by a pretty substantial margin, but the economies of scale make a lot of sense. The third, again, is that this was something that was funded by DSG for literally as long as DSG has been a thing, until about 2 years ago, in which it was defunded. There's graphs on the DSG Facebook page, so you guys can check this out if you want like really specific year-by-year numbers. I really encourage you to do that now. So the question then, right, is, okay, well, why are you asking it in this way? The point is that it's going to cost about $87,000 a year to actually fully fund the subsidy model. We're asking for $40,000, and we're asking that for a couple reasons. One is that, luckily, over the course of time, the Chanticleer has enough money in surplus to fund the difference for the 2 classes that we're talking about. The second is that for us to request this money now is going to change student culture by drastically cutting the program, right? Nobody is suggesting that we spend a whole lot of money and then wreck student groups. That's the opposite of what anyone wants, which is why we're proposing this first to half come out of surplus and half come out of programming to dilute the effect, and second, to only pay for half the money now, which, given their surplus, would subsidize the yearbook for 2 cycles, so 2016 and 2017, i.e. current seniors and current juniors. So with that said, are there any sort of right off the bat questions or clarifications that I can give?
Any questions, Ed?
Right, we're now on 5 minutes of questions,
Sure.
beginning with comments.
So, I mean, you literally read the wording yourself. Like, do you honestly think that it's an unbalanced way to ask the question?
Sure.
When the very first question starts with, quote, every student would get a free yearbook.
Right, so, no, actually it's not what it says. So it says every senior would get a free yearbook, right? Okay, which is actually what it, so here's the thing, right? This wording is pretty simple. It's 3 sentences each, and if we're gonna take the argument that like Duke students can't read, or that Duke students like only read the first sentence and don't read 2 options, then like, maybe you're right. Maybe they just are all fools and like, nobody knows what they voted on. But ultimately, like, I have more faith in Duke students that they would read the writing that was written, and B, that the language is not only an accurate reflection of what's going on, but it's actually like pretty clear, and the choice is pretty starkly drawn. And I think not only that, but like given that literally 81% of students, so more than 4 out of 5 who took the time to read this referendum voted on it, I think that speaks pretty strongly to why it's needed. The other point is that if you actually look at the ballot data, you'll see that people who didn't actually want to vote in specific elections or on specific referenda, like didn't. So there's a reason, for example, why there's a higher number of people who vote for a VP candidate in a contested election than there is on a referendum. And the answer is because most Duke students, when they see a choice and they don't want to read it, won't vote for it. And that's evidenced in like both sort of logically, but also in terms of the data. So I'd say 1, have faith in Duke students. 2, give credit to the way that it was written. 3, understand that the students who actually vote on this thing are the people who actually read it. And I think those things in totality, given the huge margin, speaks pretty strongly that this is what students want us to do.
Right, Senator Goldschmidt. Do you think that the margin of students, like the ratio of students that voted, i.e. like the seniors voted, there was a profuse amount. Seniors had the least representation in voting, whereas freshmen had the most, or don't have, aren't as aware of what a yearbook would look
can I respond to that first? Sure. Yeah. So this is a really crucial point, right? So think about this. Brian, your argument is that seniors saw this and said, it's a free yearbook, everybody vote for it, which I just addressed in 4 or 5 points, but I don't think it's the case. But actually, it would make more sense for a senior to think, oh, free yearbooks for seniors, I'm going to vote yes, when in fact, the majority of people who voted were freshmen, right? They're freshmen who will incur this cost, and the reason that most freshmen voted, knowing that they would have to incur the cost over the course of their 4 years, and this margin was still as drastic as it was, speaks to the fact that this was not a vote that was done out of self-interest, but one that was done understanding what the implications of that were for your student activities fee over 4 years. So I think that's really important.
Hold on, no follow-ups. Senator Gaston.
Well, he had 2-part question, I asked to answer first.
I did not get that question. Senator Gaston.
So I understand we're going to be using some funding from the surplus fund
Yeah.
to help subsidize the cost for the next 2 years, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so to follow up with that,
Sure.
would this mean that in the future, so outside of these 2 years, we would also
Yeah.
be needing to use the surplus funds to subsidize the Chanticleer?
Sure. So the answer to that is that the full funding for the Chanticleer costs about $87,000 under the subsidized model annually. So we believe that that's something that DSG should incur, but it should incur it in ways that doesn't affect programming dramatically, which would include, so there's a whole host of like other sort of financial mechanisms by which that would be the case. But what we're talking about now is the reason why we're requesting this money now in the way that we're requesting this money. For example, the reason why half of it is coming out of surplus and half is coming out of programming is because Nikhil didn't plan on the Chanticleer being something he was going to fund, and it doesn't make sense to harm programming for the next year by taking it all out of programming. And it doesn't make sense to take, even if we were only asking for 40 instead of 80, it doesn't make sense to ask for the full 40 out of programming because that would further hurt students. So not only are we asking for 40 because that's giving their surplus and stretching them thin what they can afford and the least cost to students, but furthermore, by separating the costs, we're lessening the cost to students and taking it out of an account that's literally built for this purpose.
All right, at this point, there are 30 seconds left. Since there are many hands, I recommend a motion to increase.
Motion to increase my 5 minutes.
Excellent. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Senator Lester.
Do you know about other universities and whether or not they respond to
Yeah.
the school?
Most fund the student yearbook. So we're actually pretty unique among our peer institutions that like seniors don't get a free yearbook, either funded via like some other. You want to answer that? Quinn? Go for it.
No. You can add on.
So that's true to an extent. Claire understands it as those who purchase yearbooks for free, those schools that provide yearbooks at all provide yearbooks free to seniors. Those schools which are currently under a pay model are rapidly decreasing. Stanford, Yale are both examples, Princeton are all examples of schools where they recently had yearbooks and they're either rapidly declining because they're being forced to charge and students simply cannot afford to purchase a $100 yearbook.
Point of information also, I looked up on my own that also Harvard and government boards, the two other universities did, I just did Harvard and Garden, so they all charge students at around the same time price as we did.
Right. So the reason that it's so expensive, and I don't want to charge, as an editor and as a student, I don't want to charge students $100 for a book, $120 is the full cost of a yearbook when we can guarantee over 1,000 books printed, the cost per book increases, and for our publishers has to.
Any further questions? Guys,
Yeah.
please. Senator Murray.
Do just the student activities fees from the seniors go to it, or all the students?
Yeah, so the way that it would work is basically every year you would take $14 out of everyone's student activities fee to subsidize seniors' yearbooks. So in other words, over the course of 4 years, you will have contributed a total of $56 to collect your yearbooks. Does that make sense?
So basically, like last year, seniors they paid twice, and then they didn't pay 2 years, and then they kind of got screwed over.
Yeah.
This year seniors are getting the worst end of the deal because they paid their freshman and sophomore year through their student activities fee, and now they're about to be asked to pay $120 for a book that technically they've already paid half their fees for.
Yeah.
So it's 20,000 for surplus
20,000 for programming for 2 years of funding?
So this $40,000 would allow the Chanticleer to pay for senior yearbooks for the class of 2016 and the class of 2017. So then obviously what happened in 2018, right? Then the presumption is that this would be brought to a vote for DSG to fund fully. So, does that make sense? Okay, great. But it doesn't make sense why we're doing, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, okay, so I was just wondering if it was going for 2 years beyond, if you could split the programming fee, but it's just about.
Yeah, correct.
So, yeah, so as far as the plan moving forward, are we worried that people, that like senators aren't gonna wanna use like surplus money in the future and that eventually the Chanticleer, because we're gonna be having to pay it in full, realistically using programming, are we worried that it's gonna affect programming to the point that like, say 3 years from now, DSG decides, oh, we don't wanna fund the Chanticleer anymore, and then people are paying their student activities fees like over a certain course of time during their due career, eventually does not get a yearbook? Like, is there any concern that like what happened 2-3 years ago is going to happen again?
Right, so, I mean, yeah. I mean, nobody knows what Sim's going to do. Like, we can all attest to that. What I will say is that, again, for like decades and decades and decades, this was funded by DSG. Then my freshman year, we were like, JK Law, never mind, decided to defund it. Now it's not a thing anymore. So you're correct, it could get defunded in the future. If that's the case, what happens is we revert back to this pay-in model in which effectively like the student yearbook just doesn't become a thing, right? Like nobody orders it, cost per book is astronomical, value to students is gone for all the reasons we just talked about. So you're right, but if that's the case, it isn't necessarily like a harm. In other words, we're doing this because we think it's good policy. If 3 years from now somebody decides again we don't want to fund this for whatever reason and break whatever 4 decades of precedent, then we just revert back to the pay model and there's not an additional harm to students. Does that make sense? So it's not as if we're setting ourselves up for failure, right?
We have time for one more question.
Because I know this is probably contentious. Like, any questions? Because I want to say
Would it set a bad precedent if the student body like voted for this and then we decided not to have this, given that the student body already voted for 80% of the people who are already on this?
Yeah, I mean, like, at the end of the day, I think we should pass good policy, no matter like what the student body says. I also think that the student body, when we gave them one issue to vote on, like, and they said super overwhelmingly that like they wanted this to pass, for us not to pass it, like, it looks pretty bad. I'm not like, and I think that there's a reason why we should take students' opinion into account, but I do think we should also look to see if it makes good policy sense, and I also think it makes good policy sense. There's 2 reasons why we should.
Okay, this time has elapsed. Would anyone like to speak in the negative? Would anyone like to speak in the negative? Nothing. Please come down.
Can we go together?
I'm already doing that.
He's a senior, let him do it.
This is his last time doing something.
Wait, Jay, is he a senior?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's because you look
Jay, I just wanted your confirmation. I feel like that's your area of expertise.
Hopkins. Are you doing it, Jim?
Yeah.
You got my video.
Order in the corner.
Yeah, so I'm gonna open pretty frankly with, if we take from surplus, totally fine. I don't think we should be taking $20,000 from the programming fee to fund something, like, we should be giving students opportunities to create memories, not funding a means of preserving ones that might not ever exist in an environmentally unconscious, really expensive way. That was just my fairly poorly worded, I think, reference.
Yeah, okay, so I'll make a couple of points in response to kind of what they said earlier. First of all, I think you do have to look at the wording of the question, right? If it literally starts with, quote, every senior would get a free yearbook, end quote, as the very first question that you see among a lot of text, I actually don't think that's a fair and unbiased representation of what the student body wants. Also, you only had like 30% voter turnout, so I don't think that you can say that that's necessarily representative of what everyone wants. Additionally, the market actually has spoken on this in the fact that people could purchase them last year, and only 30% of seniors purchased the yearbook. So I think that's actually equally, if not if not a better representation of what the students actually want. They've actually, they've had the opportunity to weigh the costs of purchasing a yearbook. They've had the opportunity to make a value judgment on the quality of the yearbook itself. I'm not going to say my personal opinion, but the students, I would assume, weighed that in their decision-making process. So I think you have to look at that component of it too. No statistics major would say that starting with, every senior would get a free yearbook is a good way to start a survey question. Okay, second point. I have 4 points, so after that one, or? Yeah, okay, just one. Okay. So, right, okay, so there was also this contention of there's no impact on programming, and I don't actually think that's true, right? You're still taking $20,000 out of programming, which is $20,000 worth of events that you could have. Surplus won't last forever, even if you spend $20,000 for 5 years, eventually surplus will run out, and now you have $40,000 coming out of programming, which is an even bigger problem going forward. So I actually do think programming is going to feel an impact from that, which is another problem. And then you have to ask about the value of the book itself, right? We're literally only paying for the physical copy that you put on your coffee table, right? If there was any sentimental value, like the speakers talked about earlier, you could get that from an electronic copy, which would be a heck of a lot cheaper than any sort of physical copy that you would get. So I think that's also why you're seeing a decrease in these other schools' funding, is that the electronic copies are a more feasible option. Yeah, the last thing I'll say is we were also elected by the student body, so don't necessarily think that a referendum is the only input that we have on this decision, and we have to just abide by the referendum. They all elected you too, so those voting power arguments kind of cancel each other out there.
Okay, so Brian and Alana covered most of what I wanted to say. I'll just add a few tidbits. So first of all, so here we talk about the fact that the question in the referendum was actually distributed funds. Tanner mentioned that people who weren't voting in self-interest, citing the fact that mostly freshmen voted. I would say that actually weakens this case, right? Because freshmen are the ones who are least educated about SOC issues and student activity fees issues. So I don't think that's they're voting out of self-interest because they really want a yearbook in 3 years. I just think they see, oh, free yearbook or not free yearbook, and they vote for a free yearbook, right? So I don't think that helps us cause at all. Let's see. So I think that the value of Chanticleer, physically, is actually really minimal, right? I pretty much think the value of it is a nostalgic sigh in 25 years when I pick it up for 15 seconds from my bookshelf or something like that. I don't really think it gives you anything more than that. It's certainly not worth $40,000 programming. I could go to potentially life-changing events that thousands of people will go to next year. I think the fact that this is something that DSG has always funded is a really bad argument. I think that kind of argument is just universally accepted as a really terrible thing, right? We funded New York Times for 15 years, but we decided to change it. Why? Because we realized that we shouldn't be funding it, right? So let's not look at past precedents as a justification for future action, right? Let's actually evaluate whether or not we should look for this merits and not just on what we've done in the past. So thank you for allowing me to come up.
All right. Questions? Moving on to class questions, beginning with.
Yeah, so I have 6 questions. I'll ask my first question, which is a simple one. You said only 30% voter turnout occurred, so that's not necessarily a way to reflect the student body as a whole. Do you have any reason at all to believe that the other people who didn't vote would have voted substantially differently by a ratio of more than 4 to 1 in a different way from people that did vote? So on what grounds can you say this?
So I'll let you answer this question. I'll just say I think that we fundamentally disagree, and I don't think there's going to be any reconciliation on this, on the way the question was worded. We think it was worded really, really poorly, right? We think it was very, very difficult for someone to vote no. And I also think that people, frankly, didn't read it. You seem to think that just because people vote, they therefore read the referendum super thoroughly, right? I think, frankly, for the most part, people go to vote because their friends ask them to vote, and then they see 2 paragraphs that they don't want to read, and they see the word free, and then they click that, and then vote, right? So I think that's what accounts for the 62-point margin, not the fact that people actually evaluated this seriously with a thorough understanding of the way SOC and student activities fees work, and an understanding of how much this is going to debilitate programming in the coming year. And secondly, I'll let Brian.
Yeah, so I'll say first of all, I do think there are other ways to get a more unbiased value. understanding of what the student body actually wants. My bigger point is that you can't just come in and say, like, we have a mandate from 81% of the students, to support the yearbook. It is 30%. And granted, those are the 30% that voted, so I don't think it's completely irrelevant, but you have to take that into account.
Do you think it would have been a more unbiased way, or perhaps have yielded different results had the question asked not about whether you want a free yearbook, or what has Heather said, does a yearbook, of what value is a yearbook to you?
Yeah. You can go through like a million different ways to get, what one might conceive to be an accurate understanding of what a student would pay for a yearbook, right? We have DSGRU, so we could have had them ask a question.
No follow-ups. Further questions?
So the problem that I'm facing is that clearly only 400 seniors value a yearbook at $120, right? And what the assumption is, if we were to pay for this, is that every senior values the yearbook at $56 or more, which I don't believe is the case. Like, I know I personally value a yearbook at like maybe $12 or $15, frankly. Like, just like if I had to quantify it. And to someone else in the room, it's different, right? So like, how do we assess genuinely how much people care about the yearbook? Because I think that if only 20% of kids, as the survey indicates, would value it less than $50, they should have to pay for it so the 80% can get it. But do you believe that there's a way that we can better assess? Or do you think we just have to go with the harm that everyone that values it between $56 and $120, which is like a lot of people just don't get a yearbook because of the inefficiency? Yeah, so I think that's a really good point. I do think that the number of students who value a yearbook between 56 and 120 is probably outweighed by the number of students who value a yearbook by less than that, but would also rather have access to more programming on campus. I mean, think about a $56 yearbook. For me, that's like 6 hours of work study. I don't know if I would want 6 hours of my week, which is already jam-packed, to go to a yearbook, So I do think that, like, on one hand, is a really hard in terms of, like, what is the value of the yearbook to an individual student. I do not think that you're going to go from 400 to 1,600 that easily. That said, like, I do think that's what DSG is for. We could have done focus groups in terms of, like, okay, like, look at these yearbooks, like, if you're in a big, like, buy this today, what would you buy it for? Understanding that a subscription to the Chronicle costs X amount, what would you pay for to get a yearbook? Or understanding what, like, hard copies of the Chronicle you can buy for, it's like $250 a copy, what would you do? So I do think there are other ways that we haven't explored in a referendum to gauge a more qualitative understanding of, like, what is the value of the yearbook.
And Tara, I'll add to that by saying, I actually don't think that we need to, like, basically give us each student a yearbook according to what they value it, right? Like, I think we're supposed to make a value judgment too and come to some middle ground. So I don't think that's like the only equation, the only thing that we have to take into account.
Senator G? So I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying, but do you think that are you at all worried that this is going to continue, like, this narrative of DSG being, like, inefficient and not providing things that students obviously, like, have asked for that they want? Because, like, tomorrow, like, the Chronicle is going to publish something about how there was, like, a massive referendum that 30% of the student body voted for, and it was, like, very high in, like, as far as, like, voting for this year, and, like, that we just ignored it.
Well, we spent almost 7 hours in here last week. We're probably going to spend 7 hours in here this week doing all annual budgeting and allocating money to students. Like, we allocate over $1 million, just under $1 million, around $1 million to students every year. So, like, quite frankly, I really, like, don't care if this is the only thing.
And I'll also just add.
Guys, please pay attention.
I think that doing the right thing based on the merits of a proposal is a superior interest to, like, appeasing a probably uneducated electorate. On this particular matter.
At this moment in time, I would like to speak to the negative.
Well, no.
You know she already wrote that
We're
down.
out of time, so someone wants to make a motion.
She didn't hear.
She
missed it.
Alright, is there a second?
Guys, seriously.
Is there a second? Second. There's a motion on the floor to increase the speaker's time by 2 minutes. Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, 2 minutes. Senator Kadaki.
This is just like a simple question, but for the numbers up there, for like number of people who bought the yearbook, is that only students? Because I understand like anyone can buy the yearbook too. Are numbers for other grade breakdowns and stuff like that? I feel like that's really important concern.
Can we have Megan do, she's the Chanticleer?
The chair recognizes Megan Stoneman.
So
Last year when 400 people bought the yearbook, the approximate breakdown that I got, I don't know the exact numbers because they're with our publishing company, and they were not made available to me. The approximate breakdown was about 300 seniors purchased the yearbook and about 100 undergraduates, underclassmen purchased the yearbook.
So my understanding was that we don't subsidize the underclassmen per senior, is that correct? Or?
No, so the underclassmen in the future, under the subsidized model, would pay the face value, the printing value of the yearbook, which would, by nature of printing more yearbooks, be less than under the new model, because when you print more books, they cost less per book. So it's an implied. Last year, everyone paid the same amount, and it was partially subsidized by funds from DSG.
Okay, so in previous years when we would fund for a free yearbook for a senior, and an underclassman wanted a yearbook, would they pay, and if so, how much?
The only year that model occurred was 2014.
Okay,
And
previously,
I don't think
an underclassman could have gotten a yearbook for free?
Yes.
Point of information, yeah. So in both models, underclassmen pay whatever it costs to produce a yearbook, so it's not subsidized at all. The point is that under the subsidy model, the cost is just more than half. It's less than half of what it was before. So in effect, the subsidy model just makes it way cheaper for students to buy, just because way more people buy yearbooks, but they still pay what it costs.
Got it.
A point of clarification. You said the plan that we're proposing going to now is essentially the same as the one in 2014?
Yes.
Right, speaker's time has elapsed, unless there's a motion to.
Motion for 2 more minutes.
Right? Is there a second? All right, there's a motion to increase speaker's time to 2 minutes. Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Senator Cadelli.
So a lot of the argument seems to be like hinging on the fact that we don't know how many seniors would value this book, and we might need more information on this. But if the model we're using is the 2014 model, and we look at the sales and costs per book for the 2014 book itself, it looks like we have relatively the same price of the proposed price that we're going to, and I can't remember the schedule, it's like 1,700 people in total buying it. If we had like a general estimation of how many of those are seniors, and
I'm sorry, I don't really understand.
in 2014, you know how many of the people were seniors who
Essentially, the number of underclassmen who received a yearbook in 2014.
So then that data point would suggest that the demand for a $56 yearbook is about the size of the senior class. If that was the primary hang that was happening, given that information, would you all now be efficient?
I mean, no, my personal preference is like to fund zero, and it has been for the last 4 years, so.
But if the demand's there, what is the rationale?
I could go on like forever, but, I mean, I don't think like, again, I don't think like it's in our best interest to be funding this, because I don't think it's something that actually benefits the students, right? You want to ask me about a value judgment, like I don't think it's worth that amount of money, like, you know, even though students are paying it, right, they have a monopoly on the yearbook industry on this campus, so that's just my opinion.
One last question? Senator Harkins.
What happened when we got rid of the Chanticleer the first time? Like, was that by referendum or was DSG?
We've kind of gone through something like this every year, and it's always been.
Or flat.
What?
3 times.
Yeah, this is my 4th time dealing with it, so. Right?
Any further questions? Time is elapsed.
I just want to say something after. The 3 of us up here, and anyone, we are in no way making a judgment call on the work that the Chanticleer staff does. Like, it is incredibly difficult to put together that type of book, and I want, like, no matter how you're voting on this, to recognize that amount of effort and like the creative energy put into that is so important and so valuable. So I also do want to like make that point and make sure that everyone understands that.
All right, at this time, I need points or motions, would anyone like to speak in the premises? Vice President Zimmer?
Oh,
Senator Burns, that's it.
you want to come down with me?
Yeah. Right, thank you.
Speaking in the affirmative.
Negative.
Yeah, the last one for now.
Oh, God.
There is one.
5 minutes beginning now.
So, just make 2 points. One, we have a surplus. Proportionally, seniors have paid more into the surplus. However, that isn't the main point here. The main point is, we voted here to ask the student body what they think. And we got 81%? A little more. Yeah. Over 81%, saying that they wanted to fund this. to not trust the student body, the people we're supposed to represent, is questionable. It is a poor decision in my opinion. And that's as simple as it should be. The student body said they want it. If you want to make the same argument earlier, that's fine. You could have gone out and campaigned. You could have done as much as you could to inform the student body that this is not what you wanted to do. The student body spoke. I think it's pretty simple.
I just want to, I don't know, I think it's pretty cynical for three VPs that were all elected unopposed to come up here and say that we shouldn't trust one of the highest, that we shouldn't trust. To come up here and say that we shouldn't trust an election outcome because they disagree with the wording that they could have also easily had to put it. I think that is extraordinarily cynical of DSG people, as VP Mukasey said. Maybe it was a Freudian slip, I don't know. That uneducated student body. I think that's ridiculous. I have a lot more faith in you. I also have three more economic points for why I think this matters. First, fiscal illusion versus fiscal transparency. The utility of a yearbook is much higher when it's free, seeming, than when they have to pay more. So if I have to pay $56 versus if I have to pay for free, even though it costs $56, the utility is higher. So I think this outcome much better for student body. Second, crowding in of undergraduates. $56, more undergraduates are going to buy that than $120. So I think that that's a relevant point. Third point, stickiness. They have to buy the yearbooks before they can gauge how many people are going to buy, are going to actually buy. So if they buy them and they say, oh, I guess it's going to probably be about 400, they buy them for about 120 each, and guess what? You're going to get 400 people who buy them, so it gets down to 20. If we do this, we buy it at $1,500, it goes to 56, which gets more people who want to actually buy it, which fulfills the $56 utility value. 3 economic points, 1 legitimacy point. I think that this is a no-brainer.
We begin 5 minutes of questions.
I mean, you called me out and you called me out incorrectly, so I feel compelled to note that I'm not a VP. And then I was elected by you guys.
President Pro Tempore Hopkins, member of the executive board, who was elected as a senator unopposed by a group of 29 senators from last year, which is less than half the current Senate.
All right, hold on. Guys, let's not let this fall into insult.
Guys!
Keep it.
You can't tell me what to
Right.
Reason of the job is being read unopposed for the
VP Tara.
You got the job.
Everyone, please be quiet.
Elected by 21 senators, which is
Okay,
less than
so
half we have.
the 3 econ points, 1 legitimacy point. Let me introduce a practical point, and maybe you have a response to this. No, but practically, right?
Hold on, is this a
No,
question?
this
This is this question. So I'm very compelled by the SOC argument that it is going to be impossible for them to do equitable and just programming. So while I truly agree that the Chanticleer, students want this, I think that we would have to find a way to raise the student activities fee a little bit, find a little bit of extra money, rearrange the way that we do programming so as to account for this, because this would decrease the programming by 40%. So practically, if we were funded this year, there are a lot of practical outputs that would be really harmful for the 300 student groups to get programming. So how do you plan to account for that?
I think in the short term, we're going to have to make some judgments as to what events are going to be chosen. I think that we're already going to be dealing with an increase in the number of events and the number of groups that are applying for budgets for programming funds, and that's a decision the Senate will have to make a decision on anyway. So we're going to have to be reviewing where funds go and how they come in, no matter what. So I think given that,
God bless you.
bless you. Yeah, I think given that, it's important to decide what we think is right on this particular point as well, because no matter what, we're going to have to deal with the fact that we don't have enough funds anymore. We've been seeing that all over the annual budgeting process. Yeah, I don't know.
And I just want to answer that. It's funny that you bring up the 40%. It's a common number. So Tara, the last time 40% was brought up on a ballot, there was a strong push to present the other side. If you didn't think this was in the best interest of the budget, what we should have done is advocated for that and tried to inform students, because that's our job.
Vice President Monaco.
Yeah, I actually think Tara's point is really well taken. I have a follow-up though, right? So practically, my question is, obviously, if we think we should fund this, we're gonna have to find some way to like move around some money and like do something so we don't harm students. It makes perfect sense to me. My question is, does it make sense that because we're only asking for $20,000 of programming, i.e. a quarter the cost of what they would need normally, and that it gives us 2 years to actually find that money, do you think practically that makes a difference in terms of whether it makes sense to fund it now?
Just say yes.
Yes. Any further questions? We have a minute and 30 seconds left. Right, thank you. Would anyone like to speak in the negative?
Students want
SFC Chair Nikhil, you have 5 minutes.
Good. So I'm going to speak as we're talking about like who has legitimate arguments here. So I am the SOC chair. I was elected. I know more about the budgets on this campus than anyone else in this room. So when I say that this, and I also want to take the point that Tara brought in at the very beginning of Senate today with the faculty night. We have to be careful of the fact that every decision that we make, are we making sure that we are accounting for the smaller groups on campus that may not have access to $20,000 like what Chanticleer will get if they have this, and they have to, like the programming fund will be depleted, and they may not be able to throw events that, help improve our diversity on this campus. So just understand that $20,000 is a lot of money. That is twice the amount that we have in a normal week of allotments, and it's going to hurt other student organizations. In the past, SOC has always said zero, at least in the past 3 years that I've been on SOC, we voted against the Chanticleer, and that's because although we think it's a very valuable product, once again, we think the opportunity cost is so ridiculously high that this is something that, as Tara said, maybe increasing the student activity fee or something else, but with the given amount of money that we have, with the fact that the programming fund in the past 2 years has had $100,000 more in requests each semester, that's something that we have to be careful about when we say, let's reduce the amount that's going to be available in that account. That's all I have. JP?
Okay, just a few things to take Brian's and Josh's points in order. Because the first thing he said, we have a surplus. Yes, okay, that doesn't justify misuse of that surplus. Number two, they echoed the fact that the referendum significantly supported this. So maybe you'll forgive my indelicate wording when I said that we had like an ill-informed electorate. The point is that the behavioral tendencies of voters is such that it lent itself to majority support of this referendum, right? Just the reasons people vote, like the wording of the question, the length of the question, all that stuff, right? That's my second point. And maybe Curtis is more noble than I in saying that he has more faith in the electorate, but I just think this is a practical truth. On that note, I would resent the ad hominem attack on me, Executive Vice President-elect Alana Weissman, and Pro Tem Hopkins. I think that's totally out of line. Frankly, I think he should be censured. Please be quiet. I think that we need to take note of the fact that this is fundamentally going to change the way SOC funds program events in the next year, right? So think critically about whether or not you think students having a slightly subsidized yearbook is worth $40,000 in reduced events open to the entire Duke student population that students can go to. Thanks.
All right, we have 5 minutes of questions, beginning with Senator C.
So I completely agree with you guys, but this is mainly posed to Nikhil. Do you see any possibility of like keeping the amount of money that SOC has for programming, but also like decreasing the amount that we're giving to Chanticleer, so not giving them zero, but giving them some sort of like amount of money to like.
I see it as an inefficiency to give them some amount of money instead of, I would say, give them all the money or give them no money. I would say make it a free yearbook or make it no yearbook because, as Tara said, we don't know how much each student values the yearbook. And so when we make these kind of like 10,000, 20,000, it's almost like a dead weight loss to me that we're just like assuming that's what the efficient answer is to the yearbook problem when I think that we should be allocating it more efficiently through the programming fund on a weekly basis.
Okay. All right, any further questions? Senator Jane.
I'm not sure if the ledger is accurate, but it shows that we still have about $6,000 left in programming.
There is $400 left in programming.
So this would be a single budget.
Any further questions? VP Luckett?
Yeah, so again, I want to make clear clear that like I really take the point about programming very seriously. My follow-up is that like I just don't understand how a $20,000 ask for programming for the Chanticleer over a 2-year period to create a free yearbook that students want, like irreparably harms programming and actually gives the time to find the extra money in a way that doesn't hurt. And if we can't find it, we don't fund it. So I just clarify for me like how that actually affects students on the ground in a way way above the $10,000 that we just amended like 10 minutes ago, right? So I just don't understand that. It's twice what we just amended, and we have 2 years to figure it out.
So first of all, I'm never in favor of these amendments that are adding money, so I'm not in favor. I think that is also harmful to the programming fund. But also, if I'm not mistaken, it's 20,000 each year, so it's 40,000 in 2 years.
No, it's 40 grand once.
It's 40, but at least for next year, this will be taking out 20,000 in the programming.
Correct.
Okay, so once again, I just think that this is like an inefficient use of $20,000 when there are so many groups on campus that can have like cultural events or sporting events or anything open to the student body that will affect them more, that I think will have a greater impact on their Duke experience. Like when you think about Duke, do you think about the events that you went to, or do you think about the yearbook that you got at the end of it, right? And I don't want to say anything valuable, like value judgment on Chanticleer. I'm just saying for this amount of money, I think that we could actually make a greater impact as a student body than with a physical product.
And I'll add on to that. Let's recall that SFC programming budget defaulted first semester last year, and we had to transition money from surplus, which, by the way, we're not always going to have. Dinner.
So clearly you're the most informed person in the room, and you actually are. Like that's true. I see that every single week in exec. You do great work. SOFC does amazing work with everything that they do. However, if you are the most informed person, if you are the DSG representative on this issue, why did you not take it upon yourself to inform the student body so we can have a close vote? Like that's what we should have done if you felt this strongly initially. Like we have to inform the student body so they can make informed decisions. So they can represent.
No, and I think that's a fair point, and that's something that we should definitely look into for referendums in the future.
It's something that we did in the past, though, too.
Yeah, we did it for one referendum. We haven't done it for other referendums. But anyway, to answer your question, I think a mistake was made, and I think you brought that out. I think that a mistake was made that we didn't do enough to inform the public. But I think we'd be making an even worse mistake by following information that I believe is misleading and making a policy of it. So I think you're right. We definitely need to do a better job of informing the public. But we already made that first error. Let's stop ourselves right here, correct ourselves, and make sure we improve the process for the future.
Right? Vice President Bell.
Okay, so the other question that I have is this idea of like, okay, if we fund the Chanticleer for 2 years, like 20 out of surplus, 20 out of programming, whatever, that gives us time to find other places for the money. But my problem is that like, I don't really understand where that would come from, because the only way that we could find money or add money to programming, if we fundamentally agree that programming cannot function long-term without this, would be to raise the student activities fee, which, you know, maybe I would be down to raise the student activities fee $14 if that's what students vote for, but we can't raise the student activities fee more than like $2 a year because we can only raise as much as tuition increases. So my thing is like, even if we experiment with this, what are the other ways that we can make up for the $20,000 in the future? And if we can't make up for it, then should we just leave, then I guess we have to leave SOC.
No, yeah, maybe we can lobby the administration for a student yearbook fee. I don't know.
I mean, you can't lobby.
I mean, I have no answer to that. I don't know where they can do it.
All right, the speaker's time has elapsed. There's a motion.
Chuck, I have a point of information.
Yes.
Okay, one, I just posted the wording of the referendum on Facebook group. Two, you can actually read the Chanticleer online and go through each page of the Chanticleer each year online.
Okay, so there's an online copy. Thanks for letting us know.
That's great.
At this point, are there any points of motion that
Free.
would like to speak in your
Free.
Oh, wow.
So this is like kind of the point. The one thing I would say is I guess kind of point of
This is a
point of inquiry, I guess. Slash also question.
Director
Nikhil.
Okay.
You mentioned earlier that there's a lot, like pretty much all student groups have some money left over in their accounts after we fund them and they don't really use it. Is there some like ability to put a stipulation on this that we're also going to change that?
Yeah, so that's what SOC Chair Alexa is going to talk about, but over the summer, we're going to be instituting a mandatory self-report system for every single group to audit themselves in order to apply for the annual budget. We're hoping that this will improve with the efficiency of how we're able to actually allocate funds, given that if a student group has a lot of money in their account, we'll be able to fund them less. But as for now, obviously, we haven't done that, but yes, there's a lot of movement in that. Kate and I have had many meetings with Dr. Pittman and others to discuss that.
Okay, at this point, would anyone like to speak in the affirmative? Are there any points or motions on the floor? Motion to call the question.
Second.
All right, I rule that in order. All those in favor of, there's a motion before to...
Tara, dinner, please.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
All right, everyone, if you could please take a seat. Tara, sorry. So I'm discussing what the amendment is.
Point of information. Yeah, because it's 40,000 from surplus and 1 from annual budget, are we going to do those separately?
Yes, we have to do it. Like, I mean, it just, yeah. So, I mean, I'm assuming, I'm going to say this for you. If you're voting yes for this 20,000 here, I'm assuming your vote is yes for the $20,000 budgetary statute. Like, we're voting as a whole, essentially, on Tanner's plan. So, please do not do like a split vote and F everything up. Okay, so, does everyone understand what's going on? If you're voting yes, you're voting to increase the allotment for the Chanticleer from 0 to 20,000 from the annual budget funds. And also, you're going to be voting to do a 20,000 budgetary statute from surplus, as presented in Tanner's plan.
Does everyone understand? Are there any questions?
Motion for a roll call.
20,000 from surplus, 20,000 from here. Does everyone understand this?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a vote for yes. Okay.
Just put a motion for roll call.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm pulling up the attendance and voting records. Will someone count the yays and nays as I...
Sure.
Fazil, you got it?
I'll just copy this thing over to you.
Okay, everyone, please be very quiet. This is a roll call vote. It's very important.
Second.
John, are you making a new call on the attendance?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do that.
Right.
Just right click on page. I like it. There, I just added it.
Thanks. All right. Senator Wales. Senator Brown. Senator Gilbert. Senator Grant. Senator Jane.
Aye.
Senator Sullivan.
Aye.
Senator Katzen.
Nay.
Senator Shaw.
Nay.
Senator Gambardella.
Nay.
Senator Glasser.
Nay.
Senator Hardy.
Abstain.
Senator Smith. Senator Kadakia.
Aye.
Senator Carrington.
Aye.
Senator Hardy, you abstained, right?
Right.
All right. Senator Key. Senator Dillinger.
Aye.
Senator Gingopasi.
Aye.
Senator Lintz. Not here. Senator Chang. Also not here. Senator Bazell.
No.
Senator Turanchik.
Aye.
Senator Pecoraro. Senator Curtis.
Aye.
Senator Zhang.
Abstain.
Senator Moore.
Aye.
Senator Good. Senator Bullock.
Nay.
Senator Ganguly.
Aye.
Senator Sung. Senator Farrell.
Nay.
Senator Hess.
Nay.
Senator Leddy.
Aye.
Senator Light.
Nay.
Senator Steve.
Nay.
Senator Yuli. Senator Yuli.
Project.
Senator Wayne. Senator Torges.
Aye.
Senator Brunetti.
Nay.
Senator Thompson.
Aye.
Senator Madbach.
Aye.
Senator Dolchak.
Nay.
Senator Kipralov.
Nay.
Vice President Lucaci.
Nay.
Pro Tem Hawkins.
Nay.
Vice President Norwalk.
Aye.
Vice President Madal.
Nay.
Vice President Wiseman.
Nay.
Vice President Lockhead.
Aye.
Vice President Melgard.
Nay.
Vice President Dinner.
Aye.
What's the count?
It's
17, 19, I think.
And no.
I have,
I got.
I have 19 to, yeah.
I got
19, 17, 19, nays win.
The motion, it does not pass.
Wait, hold on. Was there anyone whose name was not called?
The vote, the
This
final
guy
vote was
didn't.
Hold on,
7-4.
hold on. Was there?
He wasn't in the room when we voted.
You two both weren't called?
I was about them.
Yeah.
And chit-chatting outside.
So motion to vote yes is to, first of all, like by procedure, if you leave or you're not allowed to vote, right?
Alright, hold on. Nikhil, hold on. So the vote is currently 17-19. We have two people left. Senator Gilbert, how do you vote?
Is I to fund the yearbook?
Yes.
Then I.
Shit.
Senator Kamsana.
Point of parliamentary procedure, once an initial vote is taken, if certain senators were
Yes.
out of the room, are their votes valid? Are they still allowed
Were
to
you guys
vote?
in the bathroom? I'm sure it is.
Regardless of whether
No,
where they
doors
are,
closed.
if they're not present during the initial poll, are they allowed to vote?
Roll call votes are closed votes. Someone check in
We
the
are going to vote against the rules of the student body. Like not
Guys, come on, pull it together.
or the votes of other
Dinner,
senators.
pull it together. Raise your hand if you want to speak.
Okay.
Let me just point out that we
Okay.
have roll call votes in the past.
It doesn't
Senators
mean-
have been outside.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, I have a question.
They were voting.
Point of inquiry. Point of inquiry. Point of inquiry. Let's say you are let's say you were correct.
Everyone, please listen. There's someone speaking.
Let's say you were correct, and it was a closed door vote. Therefore, nay, it's killed. Right? Couldn't we just do the exact same thing that happened last week with mock trial, and basically do the exact same thing over again, and have a 19 to 18 yay vote, and we just wasted a hell of a lot of time.
That's fair.
Might as well make it easy.
Might as well make it easy.
How about?
Unless somebody wants to change their vote in the next like 30 seconds, which would just be the dumbest thing.
Alright, so you vote.
Hey, how about someone actually takes time to
Yes, John, can you do it?
Yes.
I will make an amendment,
Hold on, Coach Hawkins is currently south.
and we will spend
No,
another.
everyone be quiet, actually.
Guys, I think it would be pertinent if we had more than one person looking this up, so
Someone that supported the legislation since I spoke against it.
Motion?
we should, it doesn't matter if they supported it or
No,
not.
but you can't have like, you know what I'm saying, like, there are judgment calls.
Let people look at it.
Hold on, right now, I'll choose a new, JP 1 second. Right now, we're currently, for anyone who does not understand, we're trying to look within the House rules and Robert Rules of Order to see if a roll call vote, when two senators were outside the room for whatever reasons, if their vote does not count while they're called.
So motion?
Hold on. Yep.
So for the record, the point of my saying that was not so I can sneak through in front of the vote on like a parliamentary technicality, right? The point is, if two senators who are hinge vote senators were out of the room during debate and therefore weren't privy to the same information and same debate that every other senator was, then they shouldn't be the deciding votes on such an important $40,000 piece of legislation.
Regardless, it depends on the point of parliamentary speaking after that.
Motion?
This one.
Hold on.
So in these scenarios, we follow
Guys,
parliamentary.
While we sort this out, can I make a motion that we take a 2-minute break while we figure out?
Actually, I think.
No, I think everyone should be quiet right now, because we may have to do.
Well,
Hey, if there's a second, it's in order. Second. All right, there's a motion on the floor for a 2-minute unmoderated caucus. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
All right.
Take a seat.
Guys, John is in charge.
Motion to, in the event that this isn't, that it wouldn't be counted, suspend House rules and have a revote.
Second.
You ain't getting too far.
We need to figure out what the rules is.
Let's
figure it out.
No.
If your hand is not raised and John is not called on you, you are not talking.
Okay, listen, it's not that hard to speak one at a time. So I'm gonna ask for everybody to refocus and for John to take charge of this meeting now.
Thank you. and in which case you all should be embarrassed for having Dr. Pittman speak against you. With that said, please remain silent. Hopkins, and who else is looking this up? You are? Yes.
Point of information, is it in line to suspend rules to vote again? Do you know?
Luana, do you know?
Say what?
Is it in line to suspend the rules and redo the rules? I would say no, but I'm not exactly sure.
I mean, like, it's the same thing as before, where you need to overturn the motion or reconsider a motion. So like, it's not suspension of rules, but you can do it like part of the time.
Senator Bernay?
Point of inquiry, because we may be able to save some time on this. How would you have voted hypothetically?
I will not reveal that.
You're not the most important person in the room.
Find the answer at half, not you said
So just be clear.
Wait, can I make an announcement for fun? Because K-12 is really quick. A fun announcement. So for K-12, we're putting together a little photo book, and in the photo book, we're putting like a little card from each person with a message about all the things that you like about her, and it could be like a picture or a sentence or a whole letter. Stop, it's really cute, and I've been waiting for her to leave all meetings so I can make this announcement. So can I hand these out, and will you guys write them really quickly, and I'll collect them and put them in a photo book?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
Change the tone quickly.
Guys, I've just been waiting for her to leave. I kept getting her water, so she forgot to Just pass, I gave you extra, so just pass it to people near you. And then I'll come and secretly collect them.
Okay, I'm currently reading Robert's Rules of Order.
And if you don't know what
Hopkins, I'm currently reading Robert's Rules of Order, and it currently says there's nothing about whether senators can not vote based on their presence within the union. So, unless you can find something that contradicts. Everyone!
This isn't like first chapter.
No, they can't.
Okay, so what I have is as follows.
Guys, please, smart roll, smart roll.
Upon the completion of the roll call, the clerk reads the names of those who answered in the affirmative, and afterwards those who in the negative, and those who answered present. I'm going to reread that. It's like reading the Bible.
And what comes after that is,
Okay,
that mistakes will be
reread the
corrected.
sentence. Yeah, okay, so upon the completion of the roll call, the clerk reads the names of those who answered in the affirmative, and afterwards those in the negative, and then those who answered in the present, that mistakes may be corrected. He gives the number voting on each side to the chairman who announces the result. But it doesn't define what a mistake is.
In which case would that responsibility belong to me?
Okay, so point of inquiry.
In which case, I would have to vote, seeing as I see no,
Yeah.
the 11 record. In which case,
Don't say anything yet.
I vote in favor of democracy. Clear Sunday.
We need to actually vote on the legislation now. I was on the amendment, now we need to vote on the legislation. It's still
All right, members of the Senate, you will now, hold on, that's not cool. Someone did what you just.
We'll take a break on job days.
I didn't find that.
Please look after this.
I said I'll be sexy.
Guys, we'll now vote on the entirety of the budget. Does everyone understand? If you understand, clap once. Great. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The budget passes.
Okay, hand raise vote. Hand raise vote. Whatever.
Once again, all those in favor, raise your hand.
Hey!
Guys, all those in favor of the budget.
Brian Hopkins, can you also take a seat, please?
Guys,
Don't call for
we're voting on the entire entirety of the budget.
Brian,
What?
if you want to vote against this budget, this is your time to vote against the budget, so don't leave the damn room.
Well, we already just funded it.
No,
Alright,
we
we
didn't.
did it.
That was an
We're
amendment.
voting on the entirety of the budget now, Mr. Hopkins.
Let him do what he wants. Yes, so if this does not pass, we'll have to.
Then we just make amendment to amendment or a motion to motion until something passes.
Yay.
In which case, once again, we're voting on the entirety of the budget. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. I have 20. Where'd you get the other two?
Let's do it again. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Get them up high.
Keep them up high, please, high.
We're down.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
You guys are just having a field day. You guys could make this a movie. Oh, that would be really good.
It's
I have.
23. All those opposed, raise your hand.
You're telling me that people wouldn't watch Senator Curtis ask whether sex toys are going to be rentals? Because I would pay big money to see that.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 23, 17 is passes.
Motion to suspend the rules to consider the budgetary statute for the second half of the funding that we just voted for.
Second.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to bring the budgetary statute as amended to the budget we just voted on. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Tanner, you can just like briefly explain it again.
Basically, this is the same thing we just voted for. We're having the same.
Guys, please be quiet.
So again,
Case on 2. I'm sorry.
yeah. So again, to clarify, it's the same vote. It's just the second half of the funding we just voted on.
It's the exact same vote.
All right. Does anyone have any questions? All right, seeing none, we're now allowed to protect negative speech. Would anyone like to speak against legislation? Seeing none, we move to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Hand raise.
All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand.
Raise your hand if you're opposed. High.
What makes no sense is that like, raise your hand.
Okay. Opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
All right.
There's no way to make.
Budgetary statute passes. Guys, at this time, I recommend a motion to move for a 10-minute unmoderated caucus.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Motion for 5-minute unmoderated caucus to each
All
citizen.
right, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Nobody.
It's really all.
I was thinking like, should I even just present the name?
Wait, where's the icing? Come on, I know. He's just calling about the icing. I liked it because I agreed.
You never did.
No. Hazer's calling to find icing.
No, so just next year, when we don't have money for things, when you campaign for your presidency, make sure you talk about how you're not going to fund these things. I don't know what our rules say. Oh, that's on video. Fuck. I also
I've been running for public office.
literally. Jonathan, how much money would it take for you to just delete or accidentally lose every single DSG? Are you leaving?
Yeah.
So there's no more video tonight? God damn
I know, I'm sorry.
still on the whole bunch of stuff. We have the budget stuff, we have PASH plans, we have a fireworks.
It's because they were like, damn you, DSG!
I'm allocating funds.
Damn it, I'm I voted for this 2 years ago, 30, 40 guys. We're not in October. I just want to know. I'm wondering what you guys are going to do. I don't want to hear. Hey, good deal. Just remember, it's not our fault. If you want to go to the vending machine with me, I hope your project succeeds. She gets to this is the worst thing.
Yes. Yeah, so we have to say
I need to be close.
My name is John Grant.
one on stipulations, one contest. Unclear.
Hey, Nikhil. Hey, JP. You take those yearbooks, you don't like No, I'm not gonna order one.
All of these rows. I mean, how I see it. So now there's
We also probably get.
I can send 1 to 2 3.
Okay.
Or should I go back and ask them to take it?
Split second decision.
All right, we're going to start this off in 1 minute. Everyone start to take your seats again. Everyone start to take your seat again.
I love it. 1 minute until we can resume.
And let it be a lesson that please don't leave the room when there's a vote going on. You may be right that you're allowed to do it, but you just look like an idiot. So just don't do it next time.
I expect the debate to go like 10 more minutes. It's gonna be fun.
Oh, yeah? Well, you're a silly head.
Except for you, Brian. You look great. We have 87 budgets left.
How many have we done?
We've done 30 of them, but there's 87 remaining.
No, I don't know how many we've done.
So there's 100 and something in total.
So we're doing great.
Let's do it.
But I was told that I don't need to read the entire budgets for the second reading, so I'm gonna like do it faster. JP, are we still going head to head on Kansas?
Oh yeah, you're going to hell.
Honestly, seeing how this is all going, we're both gonna somehow lose.
And there's biology.
Alright. Everyone please take a seat.
Alright, everyone, please take your seats.
Senators,
Now.
Senators in the back, Harding, Norwalk,
Trent Norwalk.
I'm moving.
Sullivan, Jay.
That you've not found.
Guys, everyone except for Alana, she helped order the pizzas and everything. Okay, so we have a few budgets to go through.
That's perfect, that's really fine.
And we've gone through a few of them already, but basically how I'm going to do this is that I'm going to just open the budget, I'm going to tell you which budget it is, and I'm going to say any questions. Okay? If you guys have any questions or amendments, you make them at that time. Otherwise, we'll go into the protecting negative, and we'll go into voting. Does that make sense with everybody?
Yes.
Please follow along on the schedule for 420.
Please it.
This is exactly what I'm going to be doing tonight.
Sorry.
What?
Alright, ready?
Does everyone have the schedule open and does everyone have the budgeting system open?
Yeah.
Can somebody post that, just so everybody has it, can somebody post it on the Facebook page?
Yeah, it's like the last post.
Oh, okay, cool.
Sorry. Guys, shh.
Okay.
Good.
Great. So we're going to start with the DSG newspaper. And so this one I'm going to leave, so it's titled FY17 DSG newspaper. So we decided to fund it in full, but I just want to know if any of the senators or President McCly has any more information on whether or not we need to fund this in full again, or if we need to fund zero.
Which one is it?
The DSG newspaper account?
Yeah, so right now what I would say is fund it in full because we have a meeting on Sunday to discuss this. And then if we don't need it,
Transfer back to
we'll
programming?
transfer it back, literally immediately. I'm
Okay.
gonna be so vigilant about this, no wasted money, so.
Cool.
Unless
Questions?
somebody wants to propose a budgetary statute to, fund less of this and then take the rest.
No, it's fine. We can fund this, and if you say so,
Yeah,
then
we'll
we
slide it back.
Are there any questions, points of motions at this time? Yep. We're now live protecting negative speech. Would anyone like to speak against the DSG newspaper? All right, seeing none, we move to a vote.
All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Great.
Great. The next one we're going to do is DIA annual budget by Anuj Chabra. So they asked for a lot of programming events, which is why we didn't fund them, but we funded their other stuff, their website and banner.
All right, any questions, points of motions at this time? We're now in line for protecting negative speech against the funding for DIA. Would anyone like to speak against it? Seeing none, moves to a vote.
Wait, I'm sorry, my laptop's being weird. What item is specifically?
DIA.
Yeah, I know.
So they asked for the freshman dinner and the senior banquet dinner, but both are programming events that they asked for. They just didn't know that they're supposed to apply for that program.
Sorry.
All right. Seeing no one wishing to speak against this, we move to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Great.
Great. Next up, we have the Duke Swing Dance Club annual budget. That's what it's titled. So just do Duke Swing Dance Club annual budget. So for them, we funded half of their costumes, and then we funded their banner.
All right, are there any questions, points, or motions? We're now in line for protecting negative speech. Would anyone like to speak against the legislation? Seeing none, move to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Great. Next up, we have the Duke University Duke University Acapella Council. Once again, this was a new group, which is why we funded them a maximum of $1,000 for this year, but next year onwards they can receive more money. Questions?
Points or motions? Okay. Seeing none, we're now in line for protecting negative speech. Would anyone like to speak against the legislation? Seeing none, we move to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. Next up, we have the Duke University Bumper Pool Club annual budget. Whatever. Duke University Bumper Pool annual budget 2016-2017. So they asked for their fall GVM, spring GVM, whatever, and we funded them their Qs and their tournament year leagues.
Any questions, points, or motions? We are now in line for protecting negative speech. Would anyone like to speak in opposition? Seeing none, move to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Point of information, Tara?
Yeah, point of information, why are we going through every group individually? Because we've done this twice, and also none of these groups have problems with their budgets. We've already looked at their budgets and reviewed them. So can we just say that if anyone has a problem with anything listed, we go check it, otherwise we would have to do that every year?
Yeah,
so I'd like to recommend a motion to...
Yeah, motion to bundle all of these together and say, if anyone has a problem with any of them, we can go through them
That's fair.
individually. If you don't have a problem with any of them, because we've done it twice,
Second.
3 weeks in a row, we just group them all.
All right.
Because I don't think we're going to change anything.
Is there a second?
Second.
So there's a motion on the floor to approve the entirety of the annual budget.
No. There's a motion on the floor to bundle the entire budget in total and therefore allow for amendments based on the whole budget.
Yeah.
Okay. Does everyone understand? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great, so what I'll do is, if you guys want, this is just a question I'm posing. If I gave you guys, I know that I've had office hours and I've read it through the entire first time, but would you want another additional 5 minutes in an unmod or something to look by yourself? To go through the, I think if we're already doing this, we're shorting the time immensely. So if I gave you guys 5 minutes to look through and then have your questions ready, would you guys look favorably upon that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Motion for a 5-minute unmonitored caucus.
Right, there's a motion in order to move for a 5-minute unmoderated caucus. All those in favor, say aye.
and guys, this is not like the social thing we just did, so like don't be like up and talking, like actually look through any groups or budgets that you want.
And all those opposed? Great, 5 minutes speaking now.
Like actually,
Yeah, everything's together, so you'll make the amendments to.
Because we're cutting
by 1/3
and we're not taking the $10,000 we're going to take the $10,000 away from the
So the
cross
reason we did that is because
and there's
every
36
year
years
we have this problem with there's just sitting there. So this year we want to actually make a difference.
things like
So
and they're going to go from $107,000 to $90,000.
But the thing is, it doesn't push everywhere this year. So publications are still active until the two publications. And then say next year they put in this
I'm doing it.
next day. So we need money. I believe that when we ask each of them, they know how much something you're actually agreeing to. Years, literally.
Oh, Montreal has a lot of money. Other groups don't have take away the money.
Yes. So you get the funding, you get your pound in August, and then one less.
Can you stop? President-elect, like my VP, I'm your best friend. Either way, all of this makes me off. Ask your president. I don't think it's just like, it should be like, yeah, or I make what happened? It's not a good index card. It's like, you're also like,
I mean, catching is fun, but.
I mean, I just figured it's like right.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, did you see the throw?
Yeah, that's
The throw that was just 105.5. That's fast. That is 5. I think it's 5 off of the fastest. And those are pitchers that literally all they do is throw. And it was this one guy. It was oh my gosh, I remember his name. REN.
Okay, guys, I'm going to give you 1 more minute, and then we're going to start up again. No, so the 2 beer things that are not we funded them exactly how we did last year, which is like we funded like we funded their national use. That was our first time we ever did that. And I don't know if you remember, we never funded anything before. So like both those people like
I started Facebook with so I kind of like that's wrong. No, but it was like, it was a direct response to that. But it would be misconstrued. It would be perceived as really wrong. No, like, it's harmless. It would be harmless, like, but it would be wrong. It would be seen as wrong, and people wouldn't get what I mean by it. That's why I'm not doing it.
Okay, guys.
Or I could put like, I would do all this.
Everyone, can you please take a seat?
That would be
Thank you. Guys, can we please take a seat? Alright, so, as Tara mentioned, since we've like read a lot of these already, I'm gonna just start out with if anyone has any amendments or questions that they want to propose on any of the budgets so far. And I myself will also, like, if no one's chiming in, I'll talk about the ones that there was more debate on.
VPs.
Set an example.
No.
Sit down here, please. Sit down here, please. George.
Guys, George.
You guys are proud of
George, take
If
your
you're a
seat.
VP and setting a bad example, I'll impeach your face.
Guys,
Just your face.
guys, please.
I'd like to propose an amendment to cut club sports funding by $10,000. To account for publications not being cut by $10,000. And so it would be going from $107,000 to $97,000 for club sports. The $10,000 would be going to programming. And so I think that's also important in the account for and so that would only, there's about 36 club sports, so that's a little.
I'll just propose the amendment first. I'm just gonna give
Oh, sorry, I was defending.
No. So what I'm gonna say, I'll tell you guys all where you can find the sports club budget. Do you guys have the SOC folder? I mean, the DSG Senate folder open? Go to SOC 2015-2016. Are people following along at all? Yeah. Okay. SOC 2015-2016. Then do you see an annual budget folder? Click on the annual budget folder. Then do you see club sports in there? All right, click club sports. I'm gonna open it up. Can you do the same? Yeah. Perfect. Go to annual budget, and then go to club. Can you open that up? Yeah. Perfect. All right. And so what club sports does every year is that they ask for us to fill in their shortages. So they do a lot of fundraising and everything like that for each group, and then each year they come to us with their shortage amount. This year the shortage amount was $107,900. On average, we fund club sports around $100,000 every year. Last year we funded them around $106,000. But overall, so SOC didn't know what we were going to cut out of club sports until the very end, just based on how much we've allocated, because we think they're very valuable, but we also do think that we should be making cuts across the board. So you just proposed an amendment to make the $107,900 $97,900. So the way that they would fill the remainder of that would be like your fundraising or everything like that. But so that is the amendment currently.
Second. Does everyone understand? Okay, would anyone like to speak in the affirmative? Unless you have a point of information.
Well, I was going to ask a question. I kind of asked this already, but I want to just get a sense
Yeah.
of it. So the way it would work is they, like club sports as a centralized organization, would decide then what to do about like where those cuts would go. We're just telling them you're getting $10,000 less.
So they would equitably distribute the money. So like, say you have a ratio right now of a group receiving $1,500 of the $107,900. They maintain the ratio.
Oh, okay. So we're just taking like whatever the 10.
It would be an equitable.
10% cut or something.
It would be an equitable cut to every single group based on the ratios. That's what they told us.
Okay. And
it's not like they cut more to one group than another.
Yeah, no, that's what I was trying to get. So it's just like it's gonna be a percent cut across.
It's a percent cut across the board.
So the amendment is on the floor to decrease funding for club sports. Would anyone like to speak in the affirmative?
Luke, do you want to speak in the affirmative for this?
So the reason we would be doing this is because we decided not to cut publications by $10,000 more. And so this is just another way to redistribute that burden onto club sports. They really wouldn't be feeling that much of a burden. Like he said, it was going to be redistributed among all of the 36 club sports at Duke, so that works out. It's going to be like less than $200 per club. And also club sports also have a lot of equipment and things like that to carry over, so it's not a huge blow to them. Yeah, question?
How do you recommend that they replace this funding? Because club sports does already require every single member to fundraise themselves.
Okay. Yeah, so
I'm afraid that you picked this just because you saw it was a lot of money and it was to cut like 10%.
So we hadn't yet cut club sports. We had cut all other places. We had cut we had cut all other places in the annual budget except for club sports. So this was like a reasonable place to go on and go ahead and cut.
And can I speak? Am I allowed to do this?
Unless you want to join in.
Yeah, I mean
Can I join in the affirmative? Is that okay? Okay. So basically, club sports we have cut them in the past, and like what they do is that they ask groups to either fundraise more, or they have different amounts of money that they can raise by either increasing dues. And once again, if you can't pay club sports dues, they also have scholarship and like endowments that help you pay those. But overall, they're able to manage this cut because it's spread across every single group. So if you think about it, if it affects a group to the point where they're $100 now short of what they were, then they're like, I think that fundraising $100 more is not a ridiculous like thing for them to do.
Any further questions? Julie?
Can I make like an affirmative point of information?
Yeah.
So, so I actually agree with this motion, and the reason I do is based on something that I learned last year, which is that publications are hurt disproportionately more than other groups if you just have like an equitable cut across all groups. And the reason for that is because publications have a nonlinear cost structure, which means if you cut like, and this is something that Jacob Zion said last year, if anyone remembers, but it's actually very true. And so pretty much, if you cut 20% from a publication, you're decreasing their ability to output that publication by way more than 20%. So just keep that in mind when you vote for this amendment.
So I guess off of that, clubs will take less of a blow than publications will.
Yeah.
Because they have
With the same amount of money lost, yeah. Great.
Any further questions?
Cool.
All right. So are there any points of motion? Would anyone like to speak in the negative? Okay, seeing none, we move to vote on the amendment.
Yeah, so if you're voting for the amendment, we're just cutting club sports by 10,000 to 97,970 from, sorry, 97,900 from 107,900.
Okay, does everyone understand? You know, all's in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All's opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it.
Okay, great. So, anyone else have any things they want to discuss with me?
Anyone else?
Otherwise, I will discuss the things that are contentious just to be like fair. Okay, so I'm going to start with DPR. So DPR sent in an appeal. We already have discussed it, but I want to present it again. So DPR's appeal is right. Sorry. Where is DPR at the bottom?
Just search DPR.
DPR said there's a separate document.
Oh yeah, got that. All right, so.
Want me to forward it to my Gmail?
Yeah. So can everyone open Duke Political Review? It's Duke Political Review submitted by Michael Pell. So as JP said, and we can talk about publications actually across the board right now, for every single publication this year, we had discussions with them, asking them, do you know how many of your publications were left on racks? Like, you know when you guys walk by stands, maybe in the Bell Union or anywhere really else on campus and you see publications, we asked them, do you ever keep a count of like how many are actually picked up and how many just sit there? And almost every single one, actually every single one said no. We have not taken that into account. And so what we realized was that 11 publications on campus, and those are, I think, the 11 listed in the publications there, have received around like $80,000 on average. And a lot of the times they're producing printed material, which is almost like unnecessary, first of all, in like digital age, but I understand the point of the printed material, but it's like excessively printing out things and wasting the student activities fee. So what we thought, in SOC committee unanimously, we voted on this, we cut the amount requested, and we also, so we did two things. We based on precedent, so the amount that we gave them last year, and we cut the amount that they requested for publication by 1/3. So we made sure that one, we'd be making a cut, but two, it'd be consistent with the amount that they received last year, so as to not like completely hurt their organization. A lot of the times the cuts would range between like $500 to $1,000 for that particular organization. So for example, DPR received $5,026 this year, and I'm gonna just first go through the budget. And so they requested $7,000 for their budget, and we gave them $4,666 based on the 1/3 cut. But we have done this for every single publication that applied this year. So JP's point, he's gonna ask me a question, I'll let him ask it. But that is why we did this across the board, and I think that, like, once again, the reason is we think that there's a lot of waste on campus, and we think that groups should be the ones who take account of that. So next year, they should come to us and say, hey, our things were taken off the racks almost immediately. We need more funding this year. I think that's a more fair way to fund them than to just continuously give them the entire allotment and expect that everyone's going to pick up their publication. So once again, we did a 1/3 cut across the board. I guess, as our amendments, questions, anyone?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll pull up what they sent us.
I'll just make a quick point in saying that I don't think that the value of a publication is, particularly a student-run publication, is entirely dependent on how many people pick it up, right? Like I think there's a lot of value that goes into the process of creating that publication and the fact that more students are allowed to like submit creative contributions to that publication. So just keep that in mind, right? Just because like not every single copy is picked up off of like the stacks in Valley Union or whatever, doesn't mean that like this publication is less valuable to the students who actually participate in it than those who actually.
No, and I think that's very fair, but the way we saw publication cost was the actual printing of it, right? So like when we asked them what does a publication cost go to, the majority say it goes to the actual like physical printing of the copies of it. So not to undermine the value of it.
That's fair.
But we were just looking at the amount of printed copies.
Okay.
All right. So are there, so this is this DPR's appeal?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is DPR. This is by Michael Pell. Not surprised, he formatted it like this. So we can scroll down. Oh my God.
Can we just reject it right now? Wait, what is that?
So, can you post that on the SOC folder?
Wait, Petty.
Okay, I'll let you, he's going to post it on the SOC folder. We'll come back to it so that you guys can read it, which is kind of nuts that he wrote that much. But
It's in the annual budget folder.
it's in the annual budget folder. Please, if you go to the annual budget folder, you can read DPR's POAC appeal. Once again, we just cut their funding by 1/3.
I'll post it in the Facebook.
No, because I don't want them to like comment. Just post it in the annual budget. Does everyone know where you can find this? SOC 2015-2016, annual budget, then click on, he's going to post it right now. Or you already did?
It's already in the annual budget folder.
Oh, it's already in the annual budget folder. Bueno. Can you find it?
Can you guys find it?
Perfect. In the meantime, JP, do you have any other, is there any other, like, are we just approving this in like 2 minutes? Like, I'm confused, yeah.
Would I like to propose an amendment to it? Senator Zelder?
Just like, more of a question
Yeah.
than an amendment. So, were y'all planning, and there's little subs, like, what's it called, asterisk, for example, yeah, we can see additional money coming towards them for SOC funding from launch parties.
Where does it say that?
If you go back to the appeal, I don't have a full stop.
Yeah, so groups can, like, if they apply for a launch party or things like that, that's something that the programming fund funds all the time. So if they apply for that in the annual budget, we won't be funding.
So that's where something too though. At this point, like with the way the cost structure is set up, if they make a separate application for the annual, or for their launch party,
Yeah.
if they have to do 2 printing runs, I was talking to, not Pell, but,
Someone, you're talking to somebody.
in the higher facility organization, then they'd be able to get all 2,333, like 120 ballpark copies out there, right? And 80 off the funding that they can get from launch party based on previous.
We don't fund, sorry, are you done? Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you, however much money you want to fund a launch party, you can get 60 more copies or so from the same amount of money if you fund it all at once in program.
So we don't fund any of the publication in programming. What we do fund is for a launch party. So that means that like
itself, but
no, because we fund the publication in the annual budget. So we're expecting that you already have your physical copy. The launch party is like a branding, marketing, like, hey, read our stuff event. And we encourage that because once again, we want people to pick up these copies, right? So like that's why the programming fund will fund that. The programming fund does not fund physical publication. Only the annual budget does. Yeah.
You may not be able to answer this, but in this normatively written appeal, it says the current allotment of 2,333 specimens limit our ability to increase page length without severely reducing the number of copies we purchase. Do you know why that is?
No, but also I want to point out that DPR is an online site. Like it has a lot lot of online material. So we also thought that they're not even, like, for example, Cantos or another publication has literally, their dedication is to a printed material. So for like next year going forward, we have to think about how we think about publications that are both online and not. But the reason that we easily rejected, guys, there's a lot of movement, can everyone please take seats? Okay, so the reason that we do that is because we want to make sure, like, we think that they don't need excess money to do that. No one's paying attention, so.
Guys, I think it's. Yes,
Does anyone have any other problems with the budget? I almost.
Are there any further proposed amendments to any budget within the entirety of the annual budget at this time?
So, no, I'm gonna go through the list. I'm going to go through the list, and I'm going to see if there's anything that you guys might want to look at. So one of the big events that we fund is the National Society of Black Engineers. So they received around $10,000 in funding, if you guys want to look at that. Like,
Point of information, I actually don't think we need to do that. Like, I don't think we need to go through groups that you think we have problems with.
No, I'm going with the larger, the ones that we receive the larger funding.
Right, but I also think you don't need to do that. Like,
You don't
we've done
think
this
so? Okay,
twice.
I know.
There's 45 people here. If anyone here has problems,
Okay.
we're going to just be silent for 30 seconds. If no one has any other amendments, I think we could just move on.
Perfect.
All right, is there a motion at this time?
As she said, I get to be silent for 30 seconds, waiting for anything.
Great. Guys, go through the list on your own. I'm looking at computers. No one has it up.
Trying to find it.
3 people have it up. Right, everyone else, go through it right now. You have like
Yeah,
another
and I'm
minute.
fine with you not having a problem with it. I just want to make sure it's not because like you're not looking at it.
Right. We're almost there.
Yeah, we're
At
almost
the halfway
done.
mark. At the halfway mark.
Who wrote that?
Yes, guys.
Do we know how much we have for programming now?
I have to total it after all these amendments. It's going to be around 290, I'd say.
What do we have this year?
280.
So,
I mean, that's why I was against Jen. Actually, it's actually probably going to, with the amendments, it's going to end up being the exact same amount as this year.
okay.
Oh, that's
I know. She's going to have to do some serious, like, cutting. Like, even more strict.
Yeah. So, is there the biggest hit to programming this year?
We need a
But that was at the top, which is why he got to.
Cut the shit out of Montreal.
All right, 30 seconds on the clock.
All right, guys.
Are there any amendments or changes that wish to be made to the annual budget at this point?
Guys, can everyone take a seat? Sorry, even you a lot. I just want to. Everyone, please be really quiet.
Let's also be nice.
We're going to be financially insolvent, so like, I think we should probably figure this out. Now that we made these decisions.
It's unfair, I think. Sorry, I'm just talking right now. I think it's unfair to like base the fact. Since we have funded a lot to these groups, now cut the rest. It's
No,
unfair.
I'm not saying cut the rest. I'm just saying like at this point, like we made these decisions and we're realizing ahead of time we're going to become insolvent. So now like it's sort of I just like
for next year.
There's nothing we do, pardon my French, like that's not just like swear by. But like there's nothing we do at this point. But we know like hey, we're headed to a fiscal flip. Yeah.
That's for next year's executives.
Seniors.
Point of information on?
Yeah, so all the dance groups got half for costumes.
Yes.
And Hook and Horn got half for 2 of the shows.
So Hoof and Hornet is newly chartered this year.
Oh, it is, I didn't notice that, okay.
Actually, I'm just going to talk about one thing because I feel strongly about this. Hoof and Horn became chartered this year, and I personally, my committee voted against me. I personally was against funding them anything. I mean, I think they're incredible, but I paid $10 for a show, and like I can't think of any other group on campus that we fund where I have to like pay to go. And so I was thinking, unless you can help me think about that, like I kind of don't like the idea of funding a group that still charges, but my committee voted against me, so it's just something that I want to bring up.
Wait, so are we funding Clipthorne for the first time this year?
Yeah, because they were chartered, they became chartered this year.
How much are we funding them again?
1,000.
Oh.
No, but even on like sheer principle then, right? Like all SMS
Guys, please.
should go to events that are open to the entire student body, right?
Is that an mission statement?
Bianca.
Yeah, that's like the literal purpose of this money, so I think that.
Annual budget definitely gets trickier though with like trips, but the thing is like, you're right, that with Dira, mock trial, like you can join and there's subsidies and things like that, yeah.
Hold on, no, wait, Nikhil, you got his hand first.
Sorry.
Vice President Miller.
Don't we fund a lot of dance groups that charge money for showcases?
I can't think, does,
No,
Devmo charge that.
but DEFO doesn't apply to the annual budget.
Oh, okay.
So what did they say when you asked them this?
They just said, oh, we're like hoping to like reduce the cost in the future with the additional equipment that we have.
So, I mean, it seems to me that they generate way over $1,000 in profit.
Well, they only get up to 1,000 this year because they're a first year group. So presumably in the future they'll want a lot more money.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, my point is if they want to buy costumes, right? Like hundreds of people go to their shows, and their tickets are like $5 or $10 each.
$10 right now, yeah.
$10, and they do several shows a year.
I bought your shit.
So they make in revenue way more than $1,000. So where does that money go?
It's
if not
cost
for
because
things
they
like
do 8 shows, at least right now they're doing 8 shows, so they have to rent out rentals 8 times.
Oh, okay, so that's one of their costs they incur. Okay.
Yeah, that's where the majority of the cost is going, and the rest probably goes into props and costumes.
So what did they do in the past before getting $1,000?
They had this big grant, and it's slowly gone down, and now like they don't have much left.
Okay.
So anyway, if you don't want, we'll stick with our decision unless anyone wants to change it. But that's really it. Other than that, any other amendments?
I don't know how to make a speech about the point that I want to make right now. But it's okay.
You can make it in a negative speech to the
negative.
if there's no like
Get
tired of the
all right.
Alana, is there a protected negative for the annual budget as a
Yeah, we
whole?
have to vote.
Because the way you organize it, yeah.
Okay.
All right, we're now in line for protecting negative speech against the entirety of the.
Wait, we have to call the question first, right?
Well, it's
We don't.
automatic.
Okay,
The
cool.
question moves
Would you like to speak against it, Jay?
Yeah, so,
5 minutes?
yeah, I know we've been here a while, but I'm realizing this now, which is partially why I feel kind of annoyed because I'm not quite sure what to do. And this is probably not my problem because I'm going to graduate in a week. But we're probably going to be financially insolvent next year based on this.
literally insolvent.
but we don't have the cushion we've had in the past because we've cut into surplus so much, and we cut into surplus to fund programs this year. And so like I'm mildly concerned now that I'm looking at this budget stream, like based on the final readouts, I was asking Nikhil, okay, what do we actually have in programming? That we put ourselves in a position that we're gonna like have to make significant cuts to people when they're having events next year, and they're gonna be really pissed at us. And like we've now backed ourselves into a corner with that. And I'm partially to blame for that because I voted for the Chanticleer. But I will end you. No, but I'm more just saying, like, this is not necessarily saying for you to not pass it. Guys, please. This is a really serious point, like an extremely serious point, because like, for all of you that got elected or will be appointed next year, this is going to be your problem every single week when groups come asking for more money from programming and you don't have the money to give it to them. Like, that's what worries me right now. It's not about the Chanticleer. There's lots of decisions that have contributed to the fact that programming isn't going to have as much money as it needed to have next year, and the fact that we've cut into surplus so much. And it's not an individual decision I'm blaming so much as I'm saying, like, what we're deciding to do is agreeing to the fact that we'll run at a deficit, and we don't have, like, we can't get debt. Like, we're not the federal government. We have a balance, but we have a fixed amount of money.
What's the point you're trying to make?
My point is that I need to make this point now or else no one's going to hear it. Like, my point is that, like,
But what's the point of listening to
what's the point? Okay, if you want me to, I would say that we should like take a minute and come up with how we're gonna like solve that problem, considering we've made all these specific new funding allocations and figure out the new information for it. You can totally disagree. I really don't care. It's your problem next year, but I have to make the point now. Like, but I have to make the point now. Well,
Or do you want to?
They already started interrupting
I know,
the
that's
speech
why I-
anyway,
that's why I
so
said
like,
feel free to
I'm fine,
stop.
yeah, they can yield for questions, but I'm making the point now, because if it's not made, then it's never gonna be made.
All I'm saying is you have 3 minutes left to speak, and
That's fine, let's go to questions.
We move to 5 minutes of questions, beginning with Vice President DeVille.
Okay, this to me is the most, like, there are a lot of bizarre things that happened tonight, and it's been 4 hours. This to me is peak for the most bizarre thing that's happened tonight, right? Like, you literally had 4 groups come to ask for more money, which is like something that we know is gonna happen, and then voted for all those groups and voted for the Chanticleer. Like, to me, the solution to fix this problem that we all know, or maybe you know is gonna happen and I know is gonna happen, is to literally not fund the Chanticleer and not fund more money to groups other than the equitable amount of money that 13 people spent hours deciding was valid. Like what? Like, what are we supposed to rewrite SSC's bylaws for them? Because we can't, because that's their job, and they did their job, and then we undid their job for them.
Okay,
So the
thanks
only
for your
way
speech,
to
but
fix their job is to literally undo all the things we did today.
And I'm doing something that not many people do, which is realizing that they made the wrong decision. And like
What?
Tara, like I'm just saying that like I'm picking up the information that I'm
So should
asking.
we undo the Chanticleer vote? Are you
I'm not
saying?
saying undo the Chanticleer. I'm saying like we have to reassess for a second and realize the decisions we made have literally just put it. Like, okay, you don't want me to care about it? Fine. Like, I'm not here anymore, and it's not my problem. But I do think it's important to note that the cumulative effect of all the decisions we made is putting us in a difficult position. And so, like, whether or not to say something about it, whether or not to figure out how to do it is a worthwhile thing to do. Look, whatever. If that's like, if this is not a big deal, then like whatever it is. But like I was talking to Nikhil during those breaks, asking about, okay, like now that we've made all these decisions, what actually are our financial readouts for how much programming we have? Because that now number is different based on everything. So I'm just looking for the information to make the right decision. Because we make this decision once. Like, if we make it now and we then regret it for another year because we made some bad decisions, that's fine. And so that's on me for like not maybe paying attention for my individual votes. But everyone voted on those things. It's not just me that made the difference in that factor. So my point is more about the broader thing that like we have to realize the decisions we made as a whole are leading to this outcome that we need to be prepared for or acknowledge now and see if we can fix while we have a minute to fix it.
Let's take a few more questions, Senator Chanticleer.
So you're not suggesting we actually change any of the decisions we've already made, just that we need a strategy that now that we've made our bed, how do we lie?
Well, yeah, that, but I mean, we could reassess if we wanted to take a pause and reassess and try and change some specific decisions, then by all means we could. I don't think anyone wants to do that, but I do think, like, it would be remiss of me not to say something about the fact that, like, I was asking those questions and realized, and, like, the light bulb clicked in my head, like, I thought the cumulative effect wasn't going to be as bad as it is. That's my point. So, like, and that's like, and I think that's a fair thing for a human to do is to learn that there's new information and put all the pieces together. Like, I understand, and then, like, that's on me too, but I think everyone deserves to have that opportunity to think that way as well. So,
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for using my voice because that was inappropriate, and obviously it's a long meeting, but that's not an excuse. So first of all, I'm sorry about that. Okay, so secondly, right, like I then also will say that I appreciate that you've reflected on the decisions that the Senate has made and recognized the problem that those of us that voted nay recognized in the beginning, or at least to some extent, right? So then third, or recognize that there are problems.
I don't think that was the bigger problem everyone realized. I think there were individual decisions that lead to that point.
I mean, the reason I think the Chanticleer is a great idea, and I really want to fund it, I said we should raise the student activities fee first and then fund it next year. So I thought I recognized that problem, and I think lots of other people did too, so don't sell them short. But I think the third thing is, okay, so what is the solution, right? So then our possible solutions are, A, allow there to be less money for programming, so lots of groups get hurt next year, but we try to raise the student activities fee by $2, which won't really fix anything in the short term or the long run for about 5 years, but we do that. Or two, we undo some of the decisions that we made tonight. Or three, someone comes up with a better solution if anyone is a genius and can think of something. So out of those solutions, do you think any of those are viable in this moment, or do you think that none of them are?
I like the genius one, but
I mean, I think it's very viable that we can sit here and come up with something, but it's going to take a little bit more time. Like to come up with the specific cuts or repeals that we want to do. But, you know, I think that's up to us to decide if we're going to sit here and do that. You know, does everyone want to do that? Probably not, but like, I think some people do. And like, and Tara, I think that's fair to say that like some people did realize that, but I think the other point was that like a lot of us, at least I do when I think about the votes, like I do think about the big picture, but I do vote like on the individual merit of the arguments of the specific votes themselves. So like, if you want to go down that route, that's totally fine. And like, if you want to argue that certain people don't have as much foresight as you, then by all means go for it. I think the bigger point is like, I don't know what the parliamentary procedure is then to like set up a situation that we can figure all that out. Like, because that's not, like to figure that out on the fly with amendments doesn't work well, which is what we just had to do tonight. So like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know what the solution to that is, whether that's like, we like have a little like quick session to redo it, or we just don't do anything about it. And we could just not do anything about it. Like that's totally fine. But I think it's fair to say something about it and not just not acknowledge it at all. So that's my final point.
All right, at this point, I point to motion, but I'd like to speak in affirmative.
I have an amendment. Go to FY17 Duke Makers. They were allocated money both for plane tickets to New York City and for car rental in New York City. Anyone who's ever driven to New York City knows that's not a great idea. Also, we generally don't fund, is that George? We generally don't fund both rental cars and flights.
Yeah.
So just cut 280 from
That was an oversight by SFC. That was like that.
FY17 Duke Makers. One more.
It's just when we pay for travel that encompasses kind of like car travel, etc., especially in New York City, that's even more irrelevant. This should be like SFC would completely agree with this. So just an oversight on our part. So is there anyone want to speak against this?
Alright, would you like to clarify?
Yeah, so we're just defunding the rental cars because they're in New York City, and one, you don't need rental cars in New York City, and two, we don't fund rental cars when we already are funding plane tickets. Yeah.
This is totally unrelated. I'm gonna ask you. So, given the amount of money that we allocated tonight towards annual budget, and the 20,000 that we allocated to programming, can you give an estimate for the amount of money that we can expect to be in the program at the start of next year?
Around 270,000.
And what was it this year?
280,000, but we had 180,000 in our surplus, and we had 60 now in our surplus.
How much did we add to programming from surplus?
We transferred 20, we transferred it back, but we also had $100,000 more in requests each semester than we did the previous semester. So if that's an ongoing trend, we'll be getting even more in requests than we did last year.
But even with the increases that we made,
it should be around, I would say 270, it could be 260, but I would say between those.
Okay, but even with the increases that we made in the annual budget, and the $20,000 that we spent for program, we're still within 20 to 10,000.
You guys, hey, executive board members need to be setting a good example. Like, I don't know what's going on, but if one more executive board member stands up and causes a ruckus and makes John McKeel's life harder, it's really unfair.
Thank you.
So yeah, I would say like, this is kind of, it's tough because we also took 10K away from club sport, so I'm trying to do the math. I would say between 260 and 270. But what I will do is by next Tuesday, the last meeting of the year, I'll have the exact amount that we're allocating in the annual budget and the exact amount that will be in program.
All right.
Okay.
Senator Tranchik.
So it seems like reducing how much we allocate in the annual budget isn't really a fix for this, kind of more of a Band-Aid. What would you, as the current SOFC chair, recommend we actually do as a Senate to as a long-term solution if we are facing a trend of $100,000 extra dollars of
Yeah, no, that's a fair question. And this may sound stupid or narcissistic, but SOFC is a committee of 15 people who do this literally for our jobs. And so it is kind of unfortunate when we come here and we've worked, I sat for 15 hours to listen to groups present their annual budgets, and then for people on whim, maybe that's unfair, but to basically just say you're wrong when this has been something that I've done the entire year. So I don't know if you guys know this, but I allocated the annual budget, so before it, the first day that I presented to you, it was $380,000 in annual budget, and we've increased that by $40,000 in Senate, or a little bit more than that. So it just I would say listen to SOC a little bit more next year. I know that once again that sounds stupid, but it just, we do our job. I think we do it well, and so I think the Senate should just respect it a little bit more when we present our decisions. But that's all I'd say.
Nevertheless, the focus of this conversation is supposed to be aimed at the...
Yeah, the amendment's very simple. I don't think there's any discussion. It was our oversight. We're just cutting the rental cars there in New York City.
By how much?
280.
Okay. Would anyone like to speak against the amendment? All right, seeing none, move to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right,
Let's go back to the overall annual budget again.
all right. Jay spoke last, I believe.
Oh yeah, so that's just protecting negatives.
So would anyone like to speak in the affirmative of the annual budget? Are there any points or motions at this time? Okay, seeing none, we move to a vote.
Guys, pay attention, you're voting the entire annual budget right
This
now.
may be the most important vote you make here, so please pay attention.
Yeah.
So,
Motion to table.
No.
is there a second?
Second.
Wait.
Wait, motion to table the annual budget.
It'll be a shutdown.
Just listen,
Not
guys.
a shutdown.
My people said Cruz.
I thought that was me.
Wait, do you get a right to speak just for the motion?
No.
Was he second?
Was
that?
You don't get a right to speak on a motion.
All right, everyone, please pay attention.
Okay, so here's my thought process. We should just have a quick, okay. I think we just agreed, this is my problem, I caused my little quagmire. But I think it's very easy if we have this little pseudo conference committee like they do in the federal government, work this week to go through all the changes we made this week, look at everything through the annual budget and see if there's any little changes or amendments we can make, and then we vote on the entirety of the thing next week. I just think that's the wise decision to do before we just jump in all the way. And if we just do that right now and just say 4 or 5 people are going to meet a couple times this week and sort out the rest of it and make sure we're all set so that next week it's just a rubber stamp vote, that's the best thing we can do. I just don't think that it's the best idea to just vote on this now and then realize oh crap, we made a bad decision and then have to amend it another time. That's it. Okay.
All right, thank you. Hold on. This is not debatable. I'm just letting you explain it.
That's all I was thinking.
So everyone understands, please. At this time, there's a motion to table until next week to our final DSG meeting. It has been seconded.
Point of inquiry, I'm very sorry, but who are these 5 people going to be?
Wait for the motion. Put that in your vote.
No.
All right. Once again, there's a motion on the floor to table the entirety of the annual budget to next week. It has been seconded. All's in favor, raise your hand. 5. All's opposed, raise your hand.
I think it's a unanimous no.
No. All right.
So
5 to 24.
Yeah.
No.
I mean,
Yeah.
Wait, we don't have quorum.
There were plenty of people who didn't vote.
Quorum?
Probably just abstain.
Yeah, I would like,
yeah, motion to call the question.
Quorum?
Question.
Can I just make a point
There's
of
a motion
information?
seconded.
Can I make a point of information quickly?
Quickly.
So I just also want to describe quickly the funding mechanism for how DSG gets a student activities fee. So when we say things like, oh, let's just fund Chanticleer for a couple years and we're gonna find money to pay for it in the future, recognize that we can raise the student activities fee every year, which we haven't done in 20 years. We can raise it, but only up to the amount that the Board of Trustees raises the tuition that year. So if for the next 5 years, the Board of Trustees decides to raise tuition 0%, we can't change the student activities fee, so programming just stays what it is, which obviously we know is not enough to fund programs at this university. Now, if they decide to raise it by 2% or 1%, which is what they normally do, that means that we get about $1.50 per student, which is still not enough for programming. So just recognize that we kept using rhetoric about DSG will just find money, we're just gonna fund Chanticleer. That's not a thing, that's literally not possible. So we're gonna vote on this and I'm assuming it's gonna pass, but the implications of that are huge.
All right, there's actually something guys, there's something that I need to point out.
John, explain the inquiry.
Hold on, this is important. I remember reading this earlier today.
And do you raise?
No, it's not a rating.
In fact, people were let's do so. It's okay, well, don't try to devise everything. And the problem is, it's easy to function and have the time basis.
Guys, Tara, hold on. That was not entirely accurate.
Okay. That's fair.
Section 5 of the SOF bylaw of the student activities fees notes that we can increase it beyond the rate of inflation. I'll just read it. Section 6 referendum procedure. To hold a referendum and increase the fee beyond inflation, the Senate shall, in the statute, 1, establish fee recommendations that do not increase the student activities fee beyond inflation to become official should the referendum fail. 2, establish fee recommendations to become official should the referendum pass. 3, schedule a date for the referendum. not sooner than 7 days after passage of the statute. And 4, passage of the student activities fee beyond inflation. Oh wait, actually no, never mind, that's another.
Literally put on.
So, point of information.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
So, one thing that you need to consider is the fact that the board makes their decision about the student activities fee, like, before we make our, like, right, there's a time differential, right?
All right, I feel like this is a debate for another time. There's a call.
There was a motion.
There's a motion to call the question.
These are out of line. I would like
The
to.
motion, sorry, my apologies, Officer, the motion proceeds, your point of view.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. He called it before.
I called it before.
It was seconded.
The point, can you just explain what happens if we don't pass an annual budget? It's very simple to respond.
The SOFC chair and the president decide amongst themselves.
Do they? No, we revert to the budget.
No, I literally read the bylaw today.
The Kaiser and I decided.
I trust them.
Wait. Mock trial, like $1,000.
Oh, let's vote against the budget then.
Really doubling down.
This is it.
Oh, wait, never mind, I'm wrong.
Okay. If we don't pass the annual budget, I think we revert to last year's annual budget.
Right. It says
Which is, by the way, worse than this year's annual budget. Last year we allocated $480,000 because we took $60K from surplus.
All right. There's been
Oh,
a motion.
That's like
on the
this
question.
all right, I need complete. Yeah. So there's a motion on the floor to call the question. It hasn't seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, the ayes have it. We move to the vote.
Guys, can everyone sit down? This is the annual budget.
Chris, Hardy, where are you going?
This is the vote on the actual annual budget. Just
Walk over
It's
here.
coming back to.
okay. Just yeah.
So, thank you, I was about to say that. There will be a roll call vote?
So just to clarify, this is a roll call vote. If you're voting yes, you're voting yes. This is the annual budget. Great. If you're voting no, that means that either we'll have more debate today or push this to next week. So if we're doing a roll call vote, yes is I approve the annual budget. No is I don't approve.
Hopkins, you make on the column, I'm technologically deficient.
If it doesn't get approved, does it automatically go back, or do we?
No, that means more debate, and then we may push it to next week based on that.
Quick point of information.
Yeah.
Because we did a first reading and a second reading, if we take a final vote on the annual budget and it fails, don't you have to entirely reintroduce? So it's not like it just gets postponed.
Oh, I have to read the entire thing first and second again?
We do it from
It just goes, it's not like we postponed it, it's like it fails.
Oh, so we have to reread the whole thing twice.
All right, guys.
So just vote yes.
We will now begin the roll call vote. Senator Gilbert.
Aye.
Senator Jane.
Aye.
Senator Sullivan.
Aye.
Senator Katzen.
Aye.
Senator Shaw.
Aye.
Senator Gambardella.
Aye.
Senator Glasser.
Aye.
Senator Hardy.
Aye.
Senator Smith.
Aye.
Senator Kadakia.
Aye.
Senator Carrington.
Aye.
Senator Dellinger.
Aye.
Senator Gangopasi.
Aye.
Senator Basal.
Aye.
Sorry, Senator. Senator Terenchik. Senator Terenchik.
Aye. Sorry, I was quiet.
Senator Curtis.
Aye.
Senator Zhang.
Aye.
Senator Moore.
Aye.
Senator Palisano.
Aye.
Senator Bullock.
Aye.
Senator Ganguly.
Aye.
Senator Farrell. Senator Hess. Senator Hess. Senator Luddy.
Aye.
Senator Bartlett.
Aye.
Senator Swipe.
Aye.
Senator Yearly. Senator Torges. Senator Torges.
He might have left for the bathroom, but he's here still.
No, he wouldn't leave.
Senator Fogel. Senator Fogel. Senator Bernetti.
Aye.
Senator Thompson.
Aye.
Senator Modoc.
Aye.
Senator Golchuk.
Aye.
Senator Kipelov. Senator Kipelov. Senator Pro Tem Hopkins.
Aye.
Vice President Lukashi.
Nay.
Vice President Norwalk.
Aye.
Vice President Mazal.
Nay.
She did.
Vice President Wiseman.
Nay.
Vice President Lockhead.
Aye.
Vice President Melgard. Melgard.
George. Yay. Are you thinking?
All right. Was that yeah, aye or nay?
Aye. He said aye.
Vice President Dinner.
Guys, last time we have to go through annual budget. Aye.
And Senator Torres.
Aye.
Oh.
All right.
Slow clap.
No, I think everyone's like 6 years.
All right. The annual budget passes.
Are you working for the
35-3.
company? Or you're sitting in the con? No. Did you hire him?
All right.
That's a big pickup.
Moving on to the less contentious items of the agenda.
Oh, I'm still here.
Wait, hold on.
I'm still.
You're still forward.
Wait, what did he
But
say?
just information, please.
Yeah, I just
Gosh,
want,
please.
I just want to take a moment to recognize SFC Chair Gavai. We share a bed.
We share a bed.
We cuddle. Sorry.
You can go now.
So you are relieved. Guys, so we have 2 more things to go through. That is new groups and FOAC. I love my job. Let me go to Okay, guys, so we have 1 new group to present today. Guys, please. Hey, Jay Sullivan.
Yeah.
Can you at least look at me?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I'm
So we have 1 new group to go through today, and that's the Global Health Review. It's made by this kid named Tavin. So dude, this presentation was absolutely unreal. They come in and they coded their own damn website, so they don't need to be chartered. I was like, wait, you don't need website fees? They're like, no, we made it. And I was like, all right, sick. But basically, they're a global health review. If you go to dukeglobalhealthreview.com, I think that's their website. Incredible site. And so they have 15 people who are going to write on it, whatever. I don't know. They're very established. They have written articles. They have an advisor. They have a great website. And it was a unanimous decision to have them recognized. It's they coded it. They didn't even use a platform. Who does that these days?
All right, are there any questions? Senator Curtis.
So, just global health review, are there any other publications that
No.
any kind of help?
To the left.
No.
How many people?
No.
All right. Any further questions? At this time, we're now in line to protect negative speech. Would anyone like to speak against the recognition of this new group? Seeing none, move to a vote. All in favor of recognizing this new group, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
Great, and now we'll present FOAC.
Wait, you said there are 2 groups.
No, there's only one. We rejected the other one. Oh, there is another one. They aren't listed here. Sorry, Duke Gatekeepers. Woo! So Duke Gatekeepers came in. They're going to be a DSG. Hey, can everyone pay attention? Guys,
So the Duke Gatekeepers, I don't know if you guys know what they are. They're the football team version of the line monitors that DSG or Brian Dinner actually helped create. And so they just want to get a fund code through DSG, just like how every other DSG affiliate works. So we approved them to be chartered, but they're like not like an official new group. It's that they're under DSG's purview. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Great.
All right. Any further questions? Seeing none, we are now in line to protect negative speech. Would anyone like to speak against the recommendation of this new group? Seeing none, we move to a vote. All those in favor of approving this new group, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great, and now we'll present FOAC. So the Eastern European Association each year holds a, I forget what it's called, but it's a lamb roast. So they actually so they actually roast an entire lamb. And so they get a lamb and everything like that. And so what they need is a rotisserie for it. Last year, there was this one church that they were able to find that had the rotisserie that they could rent, but they literally could not find any place to rent it from. So we gave them $80 for rentals, but now they're asking, they originally asked for $600 to buy a new one, and so FOAC voted unanimously to approve that, at least the people who showed up. So that's 5-0. And so the reason is to fund the rotisserie in full is because it's something they can keep over time, and any other group on campus can use this rotisserie for maybe pigs, large vegetables.
Extremely large.
So either way, it's a good capital expenditure. They're going to keep it over time. So we're voting to increase our allotment of the rotisserie from $80 to their full allotment of $600, so that they can have the rotisserie and keep it in the UCA storage facilities and things like that over time.
Forever.
Alright, are there any
further questions?
Big ass vegetable.
All right, we're now in line to protect negative speech against FOAC's recommendation. Would anyone like to speak against their recommendation? All right. Seeing none, we're now in line for a vote. Nikhil, would you like to explain again what the...
Yeah. So the FOAC request should be, is it anywhere there? Okay, well, if we can, so basically, they're asking, we gave them $80 for rotisserie for them to rent. They can't find a rental, they want to buy a new one, they want to keep it over time. We're paying $600 for the rotisserie to keep over time. So it's an increase of $520. It'll be kept in these storage facilities, but they'll be able to use it every year, and other groups can use it as well.
All right.
Okay.
Does everyone understand? All right. We move to a vote. All those in favor of approving FOAC's recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Hey.
All right.
We need the money, man.
That's from this year's money, though.
All right. Next order of business.
There's gonna be 200.
A resolution repealing the subsidization of sex toys in the past 2023 session.
We do it?
To the PASH Responsibility Act in front of the PASH repealization.
No.
All right, so everyone understands what's going on. There's been a motion to move the PASH Responsibility Act before the preceding resolution, and it hasn't been seconded. Does everyone understand?
No.
All right, so once again, so everyone understand. Guys, end the private conversations now. I don't want to make you clap. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. There's a motion on the floor, and it aims to move the PASH Responsibility Act preceding the resolution repealing the subsidization of sex toys of the PASH funding legislative statute. Does everyone understand?
Justification or reason why.
Go ahead.
The PASH Responsibility Act.
Jackson, can you stand up?
The PASH Responsibility Act is significantly broader, less restrictive than the latter one. So if we're trying to come up with some sort of compromise, it might be better to not go with the most extreme solution and then decide whether or not we want that. We probably ought to go with the first one, get that in place, and then see if we want to elaborate upon it further, if that even is in order. Right? So just in terms of scope, it makes more sense to do the second one than the first one.
I think he may be misrepresenting.
Hold on. First of all,
point of information.
Point of information on my behalf. Vice President Wiseman or Pro Tem Hopkins, is it feasible for someone to make a motion to move a piece of the agenda
proceeding another piece of the agenda that I've already established.
Yeah, we do that all the time. We also skip question time, so like.
Yeah, motion to question time.
No.
Alright, point of information.
Yes.
Senator Dellinger may have been, like, it's my contention that he was misrepresenting what he called the latter. So the first part, the way as it lies right now, as the most extreme motion. Once it's presented, it'll be, like, just a point of clarification. Take that with a grain of salt. That's his own opinion on what he deems as most extreme. And he hasn't, like, it hasn't even been spoken about. So just putting that out there. You can vote on whether you want to move his part up. Like, that's fine. Just take it with a grain of salt.
Point of information. Point of inquiry. Can we do like a 10-second objective explanation of what it is so we can decide if it makes sense?
No. We
No,
can't.
hold on. One at a time. Senator Curtis.
I should point out the reason that Jackson and I believe the PASH Responsibility Act is the less extreme version.
Guys,
is that it is the more friendly one to the sponsors of the original act.
Yeah.
So if that is any indication, which is the more extreme version, I think that would.
No, I mean, I appreciate the explanation. Just leaving it as the more extreme version.
We will have this debate.
I mean, it can bias any listener who hasn't read the actual statute before it's been properly presented.
Yeah, it's not really fair.
So
Yeah, it's not.
I believe there was a second.
All right, there's a
Like in
second.
the court of law, that would be.
Yeah, that's
All right,
fine.
does everyone understand the motion? All right, shh. Once again, for all, Sean, Jacob. Once again, there's a motion on the floor to move the PASH Responsibility Act before the preceding resolution. It's been seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. President Hopkins, please take the chair. I'd love for a second.
Screw everything up. Everything.
It's right over
Not really. It's just it just does stuff.
You guys say we can respond to how friendly we are. And like how we negotiated with this.
One is in the dead notes that we've already discussed.
It's so funny.
That's my speculation. One is another plan, which I think may have been already done away with.
What did we just
And then one is a plan.
PASH Responsibility Act.
Reallocate some funding.
I mean, it's responsibility.
The board of members, Jackson,
Yeah, I mean, person is within a.
Alright, so just to explain what this resolution is doing, it's not cutting the total amount of money that's going to sexual health and sexual pleasure products from last week. What it is doing is it's sort of splitting into two basic categories. One of them being like sort of the more traditional sexual health, and the other being a more broad category, which is for the following purpose. So that on that second category, that will include the now infamous sex toy type funding, but that part is going to have two conditions placed on it. The first is that that money will not be allowed to be spent by PASH until PASH provides a full line-by-line for what they're purchasing with it to the Senate, and the Senate doesn't do anything to suggest changes for a week, then they'll get the money. And then the second condition is that no group will ever be allowed or permitted to come to DSG asking for sex toys again, and DSG will not be allowed to fund such a request again. And as for the enforcement, in the enforcement enactment part of it, basically the resolution, this one can only be repealed by an explicit resolution whose sole purpose is to repeal this, so you can't just have another resolution that comes along saying, oh yeah, anything else that is in conflict with this is now null and void, because this one, the wording of it prevents that. And if we vote to approve it, we approve that wording, so.
Yeah, so bouncing off that,
we differ on our opinions on a lot of pieces of this legislation. Like, I'm personally not a fan of that never funding it again type thing. But we agree, and I think the people who proposed the initial legislation were of the accord that if it means we have the opportunity to fund all of the products, if they should prove worth it, we will be able to do so. All this is doing is just adding another layer of accountability, which turns out most people were fans of. We aren't limiting ourselves to funding, say, only like $500 or some ridiculously small amount in the event that things turn out to cost more than that. But we also aren't saying we are just going to write a blank check for $15,000 and let people do with it as they will. We're saying, show us the details and let's analyze those details. And once we have seen the specific details and decided that those details are good, then we will make another more informed decision. With the status quo being that PASH is something we support.
Yes. And this statute is the product of a fairly large degree of negotiation over the past week or so, taking into account the fact that there was a significant reaction from students, not just on YCAC, that I think had a lot of reasons for it, some of it being discomfort with some of the accountability part that Jackson was mentioning. And I think this addresses most of those important facts, because ultimately, PASH itself, I think, is a center that needs to be supported on campus. And you can't really support a brand new endeavor that's trying to test out some new ideas and bring them to the campus in some innovative ways by restricting them from the beginning.
So any amendments for like say definitions or stuff like that? Questions? Just questions first, right? Questions. Then
5 minutes question time.
Okay, I'll try to make this a question, but it's just like clarification. Point of clarification, I'll do that one. Okay, basically we've talked to them about this, and we have created a line by line, and
Those little maximum cost.
yeah, the maximum cost level, again, like we're hoping, like we've done the research, we've talked to the people, like we're hoping not to be that level. This is just to add a layer of accountability, which we are 100% okay with, and also provide a line by line for this. In terms of two things I want to address is sexual health, one major part of this center is to understand that sexual pleasure is an inherent part of sexual health. So like that's one thing, like is it disagreed on, but like again, like if the message is clear, like we're not coming back to Senate for more money, I'm happy with that because we aren't. Like, and fine, like if you don't want to hold my honor to it, then look at the document, like I'm okay with that. But yeah, I just wanted to explain that like we have discussed, this is like a negotiated thing. And also Alana and I can show you the document that shows like there's a line by line. And the one thing I want to say about the document though is no one in this room is a professional and can say we don't need certain things. We're doing this based on a model and we're doing this based on professionals on this campus and consulting with them. So if you don't like a certain thing, that's not grounds to not give it funding, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to actually raise that last point up a lot because there are a lot of things that DSG funds that, for example, I don't personally agree with, but I think is still within the responsibility of the student government to fund because it's something in the general interest of the student body. So.
Yeah, so in your statute, you have sexual health products, 5,000, which you say is like granted, sexual pleasure products and sexual health products, 10,000. Does that mean that you're gonna fund some sexual health products and then fund more sexual health products? Should a line by line be provided, and how is that breakdown? Like, could that second $10,000 go strictly to sexual pleasure products, or does it have to be split up between the two?
So I actually think it's a great question. I want to explain the reason for why I wrote it that way, then I'll. The reason it's written that way is because $5,000, there's no restriction on the $5,000 for sexual health. Because I think that's sort of a good minimum for how much is going to be spent on the traditional version of sexual health. But in the event that, for example, they decide they need more money for condoms, birth control, lube, kind of things, and they don't actually need as much for the sex toys part, I want to have some leeway for them. Basically, this is a way to give them some leeway on that part, while also setting a maximum on the amount that can be spent on sex toys.
Yes.
10,000. Yeah, not mutually exclusive, but for the purpose of defining them in a, I think, reasonable way that gets at what their sort of primary purpose is.
So basically this is a decision already done by the Senate, and we're just trying to make it more like appeasing to everyone here, even though it's already been voted for, and we wanted to talk to people who weren't comfortable with it and negotiate with them. So this is just like making it better.
So just to be clear, this legislation would still keep the whole like sex shop thing going on, right?
Yes.
So that's,
So I would disagree with the characterization of it as a sex shop. I think
That's what it
the
is,
board
but,
recognized
okay.
is that this is overall a sexual health resource center, as sort of the name implies, and less implicitly, like, explies isn't the word, but explicitly states. So, like, I want to emphasize, like, a sex shop definitely has more than connotations of it being the sole purpose to promote sexual health. That's not what this is doing.
and also like
A point of clarification.
Also, you
Under the
speak on this,
statute,
but okay.
well, like fine, the characterization of the sex shop may include much more, but under this statute, to clarify, sex toys or sexual pleasure devices, which are for all intents and purposes sex toys, you can explain the difference if there is one, would be sold to students directly. So it would be a sex toy shop, at least in part.
Yeah, I think that's
So the thing is, no, because let's think about like how a business runs, right? So a business, the motive, let's think about motive. The main
I'm not asking
motive
about profit. I'm not asking about profit. I'm asking whether sex toys will be. I'm asking whether sex toys will be sold.
Order, guys.
So can I
it's
would
not-
like
She
to.
hasn't finished her answer.
It's non-responsive, but continue, please.
Okay. Cool. People, like, we really need to understand this is because opposition is trying to create this very, very false narrative that is having a negative impact on how students are seeing things through yik-yaks. The whole motive behind any business, and especially a sex toy store, is that they don't care about if people come in and learn about their sexual health. And in general, they just want to make money off of this. So with us, it's really asking people to come in and be able to use this product and be able to address their sexual health and really learn about the product. And the only motive that that student educator has is to create more honest conversation, make a sex positive environment, and help people learn about anatomy and sexual health. So the motive, the inherent differences, the motive is key to understanding why this is not, and I repeat, not a sex shop.
It's also worth okay, so time is the last question, so if anyone would like to give a projected Okay, there is a motion to extend question time by a minute. 30 seconds. It has been seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
I don't
know.
Hey,
guys,
come on.
I didn't really hear the time. I didn't really hear the time. There was like some mumbling about the time.
So pull it together.
Yeah, I literally just want to, okay, so,
What are you thinking?
can you tell me why your thing is necessary? Like, what actually makes this, like, so much better than the status quo that it warranted having this act, resolution?
So, I'll start and I'll pass to Jackson after. The fact that it wasn't unanimously, or the fact that there was significant pushback from the student body, I think indicates that there was some discomfort with it. And I also think, I had some added concerns last week, which were the reason I didn't vote for the original statute, which was, I'm afraid that, for example, if the funding goes wrong, if there's not enough student interest, if it's not good, that PASH comes back and asks for more money subsidized in the future, which starts to look more like recurring support from DSG for this center, which I'm uncomfortable with saying DSG provides sort of like a pseudo budget for buying students sex toys. I hope that, like, I feel personally so uncomfortable with that. And the other part, the clause 4A, which was the one that needs a line by line before money comes in, was in response to a lot of concerns by senators as well as students that, we're just giving a blank check and we don't actually know what we're getting. Well, it's not going to be a blank check anymore.
Okay, time for questioning has elapsed once again.
Just one of
Would someone like to give?
this is like on judicial process. Like, if this one of the clauses in this is that in the future, nobody shall ever fund a request by this organization again. DSG won't provide more money. Couldn't that be overridden by passing just another statute?
Yeah, this is a.
So technically, like, there's no way you could actually enforce that.
So, budgetary statute question time? That was a, no, unless there's a motion to do so. So.
I was just asking whether it's legal.
You could probably help out with this.
So there's nothing permanent that anyone can do ever, like quite frankly, we can always repeal something or put it to a referendum and have it be voted. So any never statements, no matter what they're about, can always be undone, and that goes for kind of everything. That said, this is actually one of the most like difficult ways to undo something. Other really difficult ways are to put something in the Constitution. And like a constitutional change is the hardest thing to undo because it needs to pass via referendum.
So my understanding was that the statute expires after a year, no?
So a statute does, but because this is a budgetary statute and it's tied to the allocation of funds, that's probably going to hold until the funds have been expired.
Wait, until the funds have been fully expended, until the funds have been allocated and like given by UCIE to the.
So the way that UCIE works for things that are going not to a separate body or to a separate fund code is they're essentially earmarked for use, and those like are perpetually there until a DSG treasurer unearmarks them. So like because it's not transferring, like that's not really how it works. Like when UCIE allocates money, UCIE is not actually allocating money. DSG is earmarking and transferring, and then people are going to request a P card or reimbursement form or something to fund it back. So that's just kind of how UCIE works. More to the DSG.
That answers the question. So we've elapsed time for questioning. Is there anyone that would like to give to protect the negative speech? Seeing none, we'll move straight to a vote. All those in favor of the PASH Responsibility Act, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, we'll do it again. All those in favor of the PASH Responsibility Act, please raise your hand. Okay, all opposed? Yeah, okay. It passes. 25 to 12.
Sasha,
Yeah. So is this the rest of
No, go back to where you were. Pass this one.
Well, just a point of inquiry. Pretty sure Robert's rule says like any two pieces of legislation that are fundamentally answering the same question.
It's not though.
It's new. Isn't the question how much funding we want to give to this school?
It is. Keep, let him finish, let him finish.
Well, that means the allocation.
Isn't that what this is all about?
Any two acts that are answering the same question, if one has been voted upon, offered for amendment, no amendments have passed, and been itself passed.
Wait, so you're saying that you jumped their amendment so that you.
Wait, so you jump chair.
The debate is still valid.
If you want to.
If these are answering the same question.
Classic liberal suppressing free speech.
Honestly, I just want to find Brian to know how it's like maybe this might be the only time that I appreciate
I just feel like the question about how we want to allocate funding was just answered.
It wasn't really answered.
Let's read it. Let's read it.
That's the thing. Multiple alternatives and arguments can be presented.
The same question.
Okay, either way, like, this is gonna end in big reds, can we just do this and hurry this up?
Yeah. So we're bringing we're here because we all really like PASH. We are passionate about PASH. So what we love is that it's a sexual health resource center for students. It's something they can go to where they can get, resources that they need, condoms, lube, information, a peer educator. But there's something else that's happening in the PASH store.
Yeah. So essentially, we absolutely, reiterating what we said, we agree that there should be a sexual health resource center. We agree that it's important to increase to create a sex positive image on campus. However, we believe that this can be accomplished without directly selling sex toys on campus, right? So what we're proposing is reallocating the $15,000 in such a way that $10,000 of those $15,000 that were originally proposed that have now been changed to, right, similar to the $10,000 would strictly be allocated to sexual health products, right? Condoms, lube, birth control, that sort of thing. And then $500 would be allocated to the purchase of sex toys, strictly for demonstrative purposes, right? That's so that any student wanting to come into the Sexual Health Resource Center can come in, can see what these products are, and then once they've learned about them, can be pointed to other means of acquiring these products that wouldn't require our tuition and our activities fees, frankly, that have accumulated over the years into a surplus to fund these via subsidy, right? This would allow students to achieve the same thing, learn the same things, and be made aware of the same resources to acquire these products without having to actually physically sell them from a store, or at least from this center on East Campus.
Alright, so this sort of makes sense, because we have $10,000 going to sexual health store, and the store, I'm calling it a store, the resource center won't look or feel any different. There's still going to be all the same sex toys that are creating this sex-positive conversation. They just won't be for sale, subsidized by student activities fee. So that's where there's a $4,500 reduction from what we have now.
Additionally, we just don't have the resources to match, let's say, the stock that Amazon or an actual store would have. So we don't think it makes sense to make such a huge initial investment to try to match their stock. We just can't.
Well, it's not sustainable.
So yeah, last week I was one of the people that voted for it, but something that I didn't take into account when I was voting is I didn't think about Duke's climate. And currently I don't feel like Duke's climate is 100% ready for us to use our student activities fees to support this. So kind of what I want to do instead of that, after seeing how students reacted, I talked to a lot of students, cleared up misconceptions and stuff, and they were still oh, I wouldn't go to this center just because I'm really opposed to the fact that my student activities fees are going towards this. And so my thing is oh, we still make it to where you can order the products in the store, have it shipped to the store part, and you can come back and pick up those from there, and then there just wouldn't be a subsidy. So you can still order sexual pleasure products. We totally agree that sexual pleasure is a part of sexual health. We just don't agree with student activity fees going to fund that, just because student representation and what students want.
Furthermore, and this is what I was trying to hint at without explaining too much about an extreme approach. Furthermore, this would allow the flexibility without a clause that prevents any future funding from going to the center. It allows for the flexibility that if this center is created, it's effective, they have the means to inform students of these products, and if over time they see that there is this demand for students to purchase these products on campus on the spot, or if they see that some sort of financial hardship requires a subsidy because the price of these products is what's being prohibited for students in acquiring them, we can then fund that initial investment, right? But it allows us to see it in practice, because there's nothing that tells us that this is going to work here, right? We don't know for a fact that having sex toys in the center, right, on hand to sell directly to students immediately is going to create that more sex-positive campus. We don't even know that there's that demand on this campus. But by creating the center, having the resources to teach students about them, we give ourselves that leeway to see whether that demand exists. And if it does exist, because we haven't included a "we will never fund you again" clause, if that demand does exist and that proof can be shown, then the center can come before us again like they have already, show us that proof and say, hey look, we've been in operation, we've been talking to students, we've taught students a lot, and a lot of them want to buy these products from us in our center. And us as reasonable acting agents, we could all at that point, having seen the proof that the demand is there, there's nothing stopping us from saying, you know what, you're right, we see the proof, now let's fund it. Because we don't have that clause prohibiting that.
Other questions?
Yeah. JP?
Just wondering, so how is the $500 specifically amount arrived at?
So we're talking about having a display rack sort of different kinds of sex toys. I can't even name 10 different kinds of sex toys, and if each one of them costs $50, then we'd have enough money.
And we'd be open to changing that number if there's
evidence.
I
mean, we really think that we can buy a very crazy amount of sex toys for $5.
I guess I'm less concerned with the $500 number, right, because that's just not that substantial. But I'm more concerned with the fact that so much of the objection to the $5,000 number last week was because there wasn't like a specific line iteming of that amount, which showed like what was like summing up to the 5,000, right? And so I would have thought that at the very least, in re-presenting the statute, you'd have not only decreased the amount, but also given us that specific line item that all of you guys objected so much to last week.
Yeah, so our $500 was arrived to somewhat on the same trust that was provided last time in funding the original $15,000, right? Based on the prices that they provided, and again, not only that they presented to us on Wednesday in front of everybody, but also through office hours and speaking to Alana. Yeah, okay, well, we'll get to that in a second. But basically, in speaking to Alana and Bianca during office hours, and then expressing the very low cost to a lot of these products, we're okay with providing a maximum that goes towards sex toys for display, or not for display rather, but for demonstrative purposes,
And maybe an agency would
up to that number.
Yeah,
Furthermore, we do have a clause that before any of these funds are distributed, a line-by-line item has to be provided by PASH. So if they can provide line-by-line items that reach up to $500, we're happy with funding it. If they can only provide line-by-line items that reach up to, say, $100, that's how much we would fund until they gave us further line-by-line.
Yeah, I guess my point is that the principle through which you object to a particular amount shouldn't scale with what that amount is, right? So I just think there should have been a little bit more consistency.
Yeah, so in line-by-line item was more of an argument from the previous group. I mean, one of the biggest arguments here is that this is about decreasing the amount of subsidies for sex toys.
Yeah.
And the thought of whether we should actually be taking an
Because
actual
when we talk to
selling
students,
them
they're not
to
worried
students.
about we didn't have a good line-by-line item. They're worried about we're subsidizing technologically advanced masturbation.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I'm kind of concerned, what I'm kind of concerned with is that you're throwing out a couple of contradictory arguments here for why the Senate should support this, because really you just oppose PASH and want to kill it. We heard from...
Whoa. Okay,
we heard
so do you have a question?
I do, let me continue explaining.
Okay.
So, from Senator Hardy, we heard the argument that you have a fundamental opposition to fund using student activities fees to fund sexual health resources, or to fund sex toys. But then you also argue that you don't want the never fund again because you want to do it in the future if it's successful. So how do you reconcile this in a way that's actually...
We are opposed at this moment without proof that there is demand for this service to be provided, right? For the sale of sex toys on campus, without proof that that demand exists, and that in selling those toys, it would effectively create that sex positive campus here at Duke University, right? We are opposed to using student activities fees at this moment. However, if sometime in the future, adequate proof is provided that either the sale of these toys on campus, on Duke's campus, right, actually has a demand requiring that sale, and we have, once we have that demand, we can establish that there's a possibility that selling it will actually make that difference in the local floor. Without proof of that demand, we're not comfortable using the student activities budget for a massive initial investment.
I think one of the biggest things too that I gathered from my students is that the people who need to go to the center aren't going to go just because they're fundamentally opposed to their student activity fees going towards this. And I want to be able to kind of get those people in the door and then kind of see if there's demand to look at how
Basil?
So you guys are talking about how you don't see that there's enough proof. Just out of curiosity, you think that, on top of the research that Bianca's done, the extensive research that Bianca's done that shows that, one of the best ways to, promote a sex-positive, environment in a college campus is to kind of convey this message that sexual pleasure is an integral part of sexual health and, create these, very open discussions and stuff. What more would you need to see
So we see that as perhaps proof. That's why the demonstration rack. So when you walk in, you're seeing all these items that are like open, and peer educators are there to talk about them. You can look at them, touch them, feel them, learn about them. I think that's fair enough without actually subsidizing them.
So can I ask furthermore, and to further answer your question, the proof that we would need is we would need proof that that demand exists here on Duke's campus, which can't possibly be shown without reaching out to individual students and in somehow engaging with them and asking them whether this proof is needed. No polling of students has been conducted. They say time and time again, they refer to the motive behind the shop and how that's a great thing. Absolutely. Promoting sex positivity on campus is a great motive, right? It's a great goal for the shop, but that's not proof in itself. Furthermore, they've talked about talking to professionals. Unless those professionals themselves have pulled the demand for sex toys to be sold on this campus, that also doesn't constitute proof.
Can I ask a follow-up to what Senator Gilbert specifically said?
We're time for questions.
Yes, more time.
Motion to increase the question time by 5 minutes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Can I ask a question? So why do you draw this like kind of arbitrary? It's, to me at least, it's arbitrary. Like, why are you drawing this line between like having like access to like being able to touch and feel and look and observe at all of these sex toys when like, and then like not have like the ability to like use them or buy them or whatever? Like, why are you drawing the line there? And like, don't you think that like if there is a stigma that is created by like the existence of sex toys on campus and stuff, that really drawing this line between like having them and like buying them is like really not that. So it's like not super substantial.
We're subsidizing. We are drawing the line in taking students' money to subsidize sex toys. That's where we're drawing the line. I mean, because you're taking essentially without the consent and without proof that this is what the student body in general demands, you're taking money that is accumulated over time from students' fees, right, to fund this, to subsidize this service for individuals, right? And it's problematic because we don't have that demand. If we had proof that the demand existed, that this is what the student body wants, or at least some subset of the student body wants, then we can definitely justify using student money for what the student body wants. But we don't have the proof that this is what the student body wants.
And if you spoke to any people, you'd see they really don't want it.
Yeah, furthermore, this could open up a whole new can of worms in that several students, and the majority of students that at least I've spoken to, that we up here have spoken to, feel very, very strongly about this. And that opens up the possibility to students opting out of their student activities funds, which then adversely affects every single group on campus. That's a huge thing that a lot of people haven't considered, is how strongly some people actually feel about this, to the point where they would explore opting out of that student activities fee, which would then significantly decrease DSG's power questions.
John, do any of you, anyone standing up here, do you have any empirical or observational evidence or data that suggests that there's a relationship between purchasing using sex toys and promoting sexual health?
None has been provided.
I actually have something to contrary.
With this plan, you'll still be able to order sex toys. There won't just be a supply in the store. So you can order a sex toy in the store. It'll be shipped to the store. You come back, pick it up. You wait like a week for it to be shipped there, and then you get the toy then.
So the demand is there. That's another thing that's another thing that many people are paying attention to is if the demand is there in that moment, guys, thank you. If the demand is there in that moment, students can take advantage of it. They can use the Sexual Health Resource Center to order this, this sex toy or this device, whatever it may be, right? And then if there is such an overwhelming demand that it's decided that that this ordering process isn't worth it, that we need to have actual items in stock, then that can be a change that can be made in the future by providing additional funding. But at this time, with the lack of proof of any demand, the lack of research to prove that there is a demand to have these toys on site, on Duke's campus, it makes no sense to provide such an initial.
Can we keep the answers a little bit shorter just in the interest of time?
Yeah, absolutely. Good.
So kind of like a two-part question. So like you guys, I feel like kind of arbitrarily gave $10,000 for like condoms and lube and stuff, even though that's free at like 6 different places on campus. So I think it's kind of dumb to find it. Like I kind of think just like take that out entirely and then like, I just think it makes a lot more sense. But, or what you could do, which maybe is like another solution, is I think that there's like legitimacy in the idea that having there makes people more likely to come, more likely to buy them, whatever. Maybe advocate for like subsidize them less and order a smaller inventory, and if it's a successful inventory, then buy more or something like that. Like that, I think is a more reasonable solution than like let's just spend it all on condoms, which frankly I can pick up.
Well, there's some other things in there that aren't provided on campus, like tampons, or like if they wanted to buy binders for like transgender individuals, like that would totally be something acceptable to put with that. It's just like only pleasure products. And some of the, like the condoms on campus aren't like the best condoms in the world, so putting like nicer condoms in the center.
So for how long are we gonna fund condoms? Like every year you're gonna come here and ask for $10,000.
Well, then what is their $5,000 for?
So that's something that can then be said about every single plan that's been presented, and based on something that Rihanna said, again, we're not completely discrediting what she said. Again, part of the $500 is based, some of these allocations are based somewhat on trust of what the research that she's done, right? Same with that sort of thing. Something that she said is that she believes that eventually Duke University will fund at least part of this center, and that's something that we can go off of as well, at least with the sexual health products. Right? That's something that everybody that has presented a budgetary statute on the same topic has had in their budgetary statute, some allocation.
So I'll try to phrase this question. So regardless of whether or not you think that theoretically, right, student activities fees should be used to fund sexual pleasure products, I think a more salient practical reason that we shouldn't be doing 5,000 and maybe 500 might be a more appropriate number is because like the $3 subsidy or however much it comes out to for a sexual pleasure device or product or whatever doesn't represent like a change of like purchasing behavior node, right? It's not like if something's $25, I'm all of a sudden going to buy it if I have a $3 subsidy on it, right? So it's just like, regardless of whether you think it's a good or bad use of money, you have to at least recognize that it's an inefficient use of money.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, like we couldn't agree more. That's what I was saying earlier when I said that the cost is not what's prohibitive in students acquiring these products. So subsidy makes no sense.
We can bring lots of economic analysis. I didn't talk to ground.
I'm requesting has elapsed.
Motion to extend the speaker's time by one question.
By 1 minute. By 1 minute.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
So you keep talking about having research done on Duke's campus, but how can we have research and evidence without having a center in the first place that has these products?
Through polling students.
No,
I got the same thing as
Go out and talk to people.
Yeah.
And you'll see what they think. They think this is the biggest waste.
My thing is, to be able to get empirical evidence from people ordering to the center and picking out later.
And we're not saying, okay, guys. We haven't said for a second there isn't going to be a center. There is going to be an established center, and they are going to have display models, and students are going to have the opportunity and the ability to order toys through the center should they decide to purchase them. That is how that is acquired, right? If you have your center open, you have the display, you have the models there for demonstrative purposes. Students can come in, see them, learn about them. If they want them, they can order them. You have enough students ordering them. That right there is the most concrete proof of demand that there is. And if that builds up to the point where we decide that we need to have sex toys in the center, then we should have it.
We're trustees, this is people's money, this is not our money.
Yeah, it's one more question.
We extended to one question, and so we're.
Somebody want a motion?
So there's
All those,
worry that.
no, time for questioning has elapsed.
Motion to extend speaker's time by 3 minutes.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I think there's still some concern that like you guys are basing this off of just Yik Yak users. Have you heard from others in person that there is that they are against what is happening?
So we'll go down the line. As you guys talk to your constituents, I'm sure we have.
I've spoken to like 100 people, and not a single person is like supporting.
Already the same here.
I'd be surprised if you guys experience something different. We don't have a responsibility as senators to be trustees and keep their money.
I've had people come up to people that, and again, I haven't been on DSG forever, right? People that know that I've been on it recently, or that maybe saw like me campaign or whatever. Like people that know that I might know something about this have come up to me asking wait, what is this thing about a new sex center, or what is this thing about $15,000 for sex toys? And then I've taken the time to explain to them to the best of my ability what that means. I know
that someone who's supporting.
No, and Rihanna and Alana, I have shown them the text that you all published. And I've shown them the budgetary statute and gone down the budgetary statute that you all passed. And I've explained to them, this is what this is for, this is what that is for, this is what that is for. And then they've stopped and they've looked at me and they've asked, and I am quoted. It was asked to me outside when I went to the bathroom by somebody that was passing by. How did this pass?
Will Hardy and I
It's
both
easy to
supported
work.
this act at first. After talking to our constituents, we can't support using student activity fees, who they trust us to spend, to subsidize these products.
Like every person I've talked to, I was someone who hardcore supported it last week, and so I've sat there and like hardcore like supported it to like people, like my constituents around my dorm and talked to people, and every single one of them would counter with like these same arguments we've heard up here, and they said like, we don't want our student activity fees to be spent that way. We can go in the center and just order them there, get it shipped to the center, and pick it up a week later. Like that's what every single person has said.
And that's the thing, we've been referred to as the opposition, right? And people have said stuff like, we want to kill PASH. But the thing is, we're doing everything within our power to give it a chance to work.
And I think it's fair to say that the conversations we've had with our constituents have all been positive in defense of PASH. I mean, like, I'm personally signed up for Rianka's and Alana's like house course, like, to be a peer advocate. Like we're all in support of PASH. It's just a matter of the allocation of money that we're not in agreement with.
We don't want to jump the gun and invest too much without having the proof that's necessary to rationally take this kind of risk.
Motion?
Okay, yeah.
So I'd like to hear what you, how you responded to people when they asked you about PASH. What did you tell them?
I said that it was a center that has the goal to create a more sex-positive campus, that they will provide sexual health resources, condoms, lubricant, birth control, that sort of thing, and that there's also been an allocation, right? A sum of money that's been allocated to purchasing different sex toys.
Point of privilege.
I quoted the sex toys that Ilana and Rihanna presented at the last presentation, dildos, anal beads, Tenga eggs. I explained to them what Tenga eggs were when they didn't know what they were because I didn't know. And then I told them like how it would be self-sustained.
And did you also explain to them how the sex toys relate to sex positivity and promoting, rather than by informing people of sexual health and saying what you shouldn't do, that this is another way to get people to consent and to improve sexual relationships?
Absolutely, no.
Yeah, everyone I talked to believed that and recognized that, but they were like, oh, but I could just go in the center and order it and pick it up.
Point of privilege?
Yeah, that's
For the reasons that the last 5 minutes of conversation has been entirely anecdotal and wholly unproductive, I move to call the question on the statute.
Miss, can we just do a quick pause? Basil turned 21 at midnight.
Can we sing for Basil because he's spending his 21st birthday?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Basil. Happy birthday to you.
There's no place I'd rather spend my 21st birthday. Should we all
Last time we sang happy birthday was me.
George is like a shit left
So, this time has elapsed, this time we're fit, negative.
If you want, yeah.
I mean, if anybody has more questions, we're out of it.
Oh, yeah.
We're out of time for questions.
We're out of time, okay, we're
Y'all can-
Like that.
Okay, so would anyone like to give a protective negative against PASH work?
One of them is physical.
Wait.
So, I want to start off with
They will say that you pay for all 6 of them.
Oh, do you want me to start? Yeah. Sure. Okay, so I'm not going to talk about the center. I'm just going to make a really quick point because I think it's pretty salient. And again, like my eyes are glazing over, so I can't really done with this. But this is what I want to say: is that like the kind of the idea that we would vote on something as a Senate
and then either later in the meeting or the next week be like, JK lol, never mind, we want to revisit this because we didn't get our way and we think that it would be better to do it a different way, is kind of terrible precedent. Like, it's kind of terrible. And it makes sense, right, if you think that legitimately maybe like you made a bad decision, that could be the case. I think more likely the case is that we're revisiting it not just because some people didn't get the way, but also because the impetus was a public backlash that was spurred, frankly, on Yik Yak that I think, at least for me in my conversations, colored the way that I saw student opinion. And I think the problem with that is twofold. One, they came from this room, and it was either not understanding the nuance of the center, so it was out of ignorance, or B, it was malicious and people didn't understand why it was important to faithfully represent what was happening in center. So again, we're revoking precedent because somebody yacked either ignorantly or maliciously, and that colors discourse, and I think that's a terrible precedent to set. If it's better policy, like, dude, I'm super into it. I don't think that's the case, and I think we should be very cautious about that going forward and really think about what that means. I could have motioned to bring up mock trial and DERA, but I didn't because that's absurd, right? Because we made a choice. So that's the first thing that I want to say, and I'll then yield to discuss, like, substantively what the reason is that we actually should fund this from a policy perspective.
So before anything else, I just posted a link to it's on Tanner's account.
Wasn't me, but I did.
But a bunch of like basically studies or research studies, scholarly journals, scholarly articles, or from accredited institutions explaining the relationship between either sex toys and sexual health, or sexual pleasure or sexual health, and a couple that have to do with the university and sexual health. I'm writing my thesis on this type of stuff. Rihanna wrote like a scary 29-page paper on it. So there's a bunch of research on the DSG page if you'd like to look through. If you are a little bit dubious about like the actual theoretical backing, I promise you it's there. I can present to you in December with like my personal findings. Like there's a lot we can do.
The big thing I want to say, there's like a lot of things to say. What they're proposing is a new model. What they've basically done under the guise of accepting PASH and wanting PASH is pretending that the model that they're using is the extensively researched model that I'm presenting, which it is not. Those are two models. One model is based on extensive research that Alana and I have provided. Another model is based on moral qualms. So I do not think it's an appropriate way to use this allocation. Second of all, the whole like we can put an order in, that makes it so much less accessible. I talked to the Stanford co-director of Shipwreck this morning over Skype, who A, was, what's going on? I said, I have no idea. B, was saying that a huge part of this is accessibility. And we talked about the whole financial aspect, but it's more about like accessibility to have the products and not just be like, you can touch, you can feel, but you shouldn't do. And sending that message that we don't want to send with the center. Another thing about student fees, I need this narrative to leave sex toys. Because of that narrative, we're having so many problems. This is a nuanced understanding of sexual health and what this Sexual Health Resource Center is going to provide. The opposition is making it this narrative so it's easy to tell students, I don't want my student fees spent on that. Students want their student fees spent on creating a better sex-positive environment, and sexual relations are often the main interaction between a lot of students on this campus. So I think it is completely pertinent to be doing this. Also, the thing is, I don't want the precedent set tonight to make Senate look weak and fickle and easily manipulated by few yappers who, when we flagged one yap, 8 disappeared. So instead of setting that precedent, I really want us to set a precedent of extensive research before proposing of collaboration with 5 different centers on this campus and with professionals on this campus, staff that are so dedicated, and a precedent of working with our peer institutions. This center sets that precedent, their model does not.
So, another point I want to throw in is kind of a little tidbit. Parliamentarily, because of the wording of the last resolution, which cannot be repealed by this one, passing this would just throw another $12,762 to PASH without actually eliminating the old funding.
That's not correct at all. Not correct. That is actually not
The
true.
wording of the resolution said only an explicit resolution.
We'll see in court.
Okay, motion. Curtis, you want us to pass a motion to amend this resolution? Is that what you want? To change the name?
We'll do it later.
All right.
I'd also, before we're done speaking, is like, really, I trust that these will be substantive questions because you guys are smart and like asking questions, but like really try to make them substantive, pay attention, we'll be done with this soon. But like if there's an argument you need to pay attention to, we'll pay attention to it and we can just be done. So with that said, like questions, like make them good, guys.
So what would you say to students who feel uncomfortable about their student activities fees going to sex, pleasure, devices?
So I think that can be answered two ways. One is like how we conceptualize surplus in different scenarios. Like half the time it's like, look, we have $200,000 of old money that's just lying there. Let's spend $100,000 of it on massage chairs and phone chargers, and like let's do things that are going to make the campus a better place. And we don't consider those like student, like we just conceptualize it very differently. So I think that's one thing. Like this is student money that has been in reserve. It has been in the balance forward account for years. Surplus is cyclical. And this is a positive means of spending that surplus that's going to make a positive campus contribution. Second, like the other kind of vein of that is the value that comes out of buying these types of products that are, again, research shows cumulatively for health and pleasure. There are a lot of students who could benefit from having both the atmosphere and the physical items. We could do like a couple scenarios in which someone we might recommend to take one of these items, like if that would be helpful. We've done that with the class, it can do a lot of troubleshooting. There are a lot of scenarios where someone might have like anatomical things that are different than what we assume might be the norm. There are people who have gone through abusive relationships or have been assaulted who might not be ready to interact with a partner yet. There are all sorts of relationships and all sorts of bodies on this campus that would benefit really, really strongly from this allocation of money. And that's how I responded to both.
And also, if they're uncomfortable, like that's the whole point, is that students on this campus are uncomfortable talking about that, and addressing how pleasure can be part of sexual health. And I think the center was, the whole point of it is to create that environment where people can discuss honestly.
We'll try to answer these fast, right? So make them succinct and so Sean.
All right, Tanner, you said it might be setting a terrible precedent to review something that we've already taken care of. The vote was closed, it was by one person, one was in the bathroom, and two people that voted yes changed their mind. Do you really think that it's okay to go back to your constituents, hear new thoughts, and bring back a change that they asked for?
Yeah.
Is that a terrible precedent?
So one, again, the vote was 23-17. Two, I think the impetus for the change was rooted in either malice or ignorance, right? Three, I think that it sets a terrible precedent that any other contentious vote, which we have several of, should also not be brought up. Again, I didn't bring up DRAP, I didn't bring up mock trial. You hopefully won't bring up the Chanticleer, like, knock on wood, I'll cry, like, I don't want to cry. So, like, I would just say again, for multiple reasons, I get the point. If it's good policy, we should pass it. I don't think that's the case. That's my best judgment. Again, it's your right, we brought it up, we've debated the merits. I don't think the merits hold. And like at the end of the day, we're going to see what happens because this is where we are. But like, we just need to vote on this soon. So, JP.
Yeah, so I just want to say that I think that the majority of Senate accepts the relationship between sexual health and sexual pleasure. That like Alana and Rianka, you guys have like so thoroughly researched. Like I think everyone understands that. But I just don't think that's the direction that the conversation should be going. I think the direction the conversation should be going is whether or not this is an efficient use of student activities fees given the opportunity cost of $5,000. Now, I'd like to re-ask a question that I brought up earlier, which is, do we think that a 3 or 2 or 4 or whatever dollar subsidy this is going to be for sexual pleasure device is really going to switch the decision node from not buying something to buying something? And furthermore, do we really think that the alternative that's being proposed, which is like you have a rack of like tests or whatever, right? And then you can order it. Do we really think that like 5 or 6 day removal where you can just like order it from there really debilitates the accessibility of these products?
Yeah, so I'm going to address that in a couple of ways. Start with one there. I posted earlier today, or Rianka might have posted, a bunch of like signs of subsidies, signs of incentives, and signs of cost structure articles that all relate to either education and or health, mostly in university settings. So those are on the DSG page as well for that research backing. Pulling it into today in terms of like cost per item, I like the cost structure that we're looking at. Buying in bulk will reduce the cost per item. The subsidy that we will give people, whether it's $3 or $5, is going to be enough to meet the tip. And it's not just accessibility in terms of cost. It's the fact that several students don't have cars to go to like a sex store down in South Point on Fayetteville. Like, people don't have the ability to like order on Amazon if their parents are in their account. Like there are a lot of like contingent factors that buy into why this makes sense in terms of accessibility.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I was understanding the alternative as they'll order it for you.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up because
you lose the bulk discount.
Yeah, also that's a huge one. Also, the fact is, No one wants to go in, order, and then have to come back. Already, this is a new center.
Alright, if
We're
someone's not
going to
willing
send
to go in
that
twice,
message.
they
It would
won't
be
be willing
much
to go in
easier.
once, though.
Yeah, someone's,
If someone's not willing to go in twice, if they're so fearful of going the
But
second time,
by
they won't have gone in the
creating-
first time.
If you're making it
You're
hard.
adding another barrier to
Yeah.
what is supposed to make something more accessible.
Exactly.
You're at, like, the whole idea of the center is that it's anonymous if you want it to be. It's
Yeah,
done
that's a
via,
huge point.
like,
Wow.
but if
yeah,
they're
it's
walking
done
in
via,
anonymous,
So,
parking.
just the marginal benefit of having like a few days more accessibility to these things, plus like a very small subsidy, is greater than $4,500 from student activities fees, is what you're saying.
I think so, because I don't think
Okay,
those
so,
are
so
the benefits.
I think that's what this should be on, for everybody to realize.
Okay, so time for questioning has elapsed.
Motion to extend question time by 1 minute.
1 minute, let's just,
One minute.
it's been hashed out.
By 1 minute, yeah.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
So, two-part question. One, we don't fund giveaways, right? Like, we just don't. Like, this is part
Yeah.
We don't fund giveaways.
These are giveaways.
I also asked that question, but it's only specific to teachers.
We also funded giveaways earlier today by a vote to an amendment.
Right, but we got the voice of the student body. On the other hand, we are kind of going
That makes
against the voice of the student body.
So,
And now when we do fund teachers,
Do you want me to answer your question?
and I'm gonna finish. And when we put out things like that are somewhat giveaways, we tend to put our name on things. So do you think that we should put our name on?
Like, do you want stickers that, like, on condoms that say DSG on them? If that'll give us good PR, I'm all for it. Like,
It'd be really good for
So, right, two responses, really fast. One, it's not a giveaway. I think we've established that over and over, both by virtue of the subsidy cycle, both by virtue of like the financial scheme and also the externality that it has of creating a sex positive campus. So I think that's pretty evident. If it's not, then like we're just never going to agree. The second point, right, is that like is that if we believe that we funded what was the equivalent of a giveaway in terms of the Chanticleer, and that's the analogy, not only does the giveaway analogy not hold, but the very basis by which we're coming to the assumption that the student body doesn't want this, I think is fraught, right? It was again promoted by two people literally in Senate gig-yakking, again, either out of malice or out of ignorance, against what the intention of the center is, which I think is peddled very simply by saying that it's only a sex shop. I think Duke students can understand nuance, but I also think, as JP pointed out earlier, that they're also pretty susceptible to like, we're spending 15 grand, like dildo gate, and like that's pretty easy to respond to. So I would really challenge the notion that people don't recognize the value of the center, and that Duke students can't sort of like come to assume the benefit of this.
When the students and peer institutions have.
And the second part?
Yeah, so one is not a giveaway, and two is not the students' vote.
Yes, Sean.
Do we have time?
Yeah, one more.
Call the question?
Motion for a roll call vote?
Seconded.
Yeah. I want there to be a record who voted for the second. Boom.
My fellow members of the Senate, I will be calling the roll call vote. Beginning now, Senator Gilbert.
Aye.
Senator Jane.
Point of clarification. If you vote aye, you're voting for this.
For this,
For what we just presented.
Nay, you're not voting.
No, yeah.
You cannot supersede. This funds PASH.
We just amended it so that can't be. No, read it. Read it, buddy.
So I do feel compelled to note that that a clause was added by the author, so it would be a friendly amendment to this clause stating that directly replaces the previously passed budgetary statute. Yeah, so that was a friendly amendment. That was language that was changed. Okay. We're going to have a roll call vote. We're going to go really quickly. Does everyone understand what the roll call vote is? Guys, it's 1:20. We're going to go roll call vote. Does everyone understand what yes and no means? John?
Right, can I do it? All right, beginning again. Senator Gilbert.
Aye.
Senator Jane.
Nay.
Senator Sullivan.
Nay.
Senator Katzen.
Aye.
Senator Shaw.
Second.
Senator Gamadella.
Aye.
Senator Glasser.
Nay.
Senator Hardy?
Aye.
Senator Smith?
Nay.
Senator Kadakia?
Nay.
Senator Carrington?
Nay.
Senator Dellinger?
Nay.
Senator Yango Pasi? Senator Bissell?
Aye.
Senator Taranchik?
Aye.
Senator Curtis?
Nay.
Senator Zhang?
Aye.
Senator Moore?
Nay.
Senator Palmisano? Senator Palmisano? Wait, who else was out? Palmisano, who else? And who? Keep note of that, please. Senator Bullock?
Nay.
Senator Nguli?
Nay.
Senator Farrell? Nay. Senator Hess? Senator Hess? Senator Letty?
Nay.
Senator Bartlett?
Aye.
Senator Seif? Nay. Senator Torges?
Aye.
Senator Bernetti?
Let me out Curtis here. Aye!
Okay, calm down.
That was unnecessary.
Senator Thompson?
Aye.
Goodness.
Senator Maddock?
Aye.
Senator Golchak? Vice President Lukachi?
Aye.
Vice President Norwalk?
Aye.
Vice President Mazzal?
Aye.
Vice President Wiseman?
Nay.
Vice President Lockhead?
Nay.
Vice President Algard?
Aye.
Vice President Jenner?
Aye.
Borgo? Aye.
It's a tie.
Wait, Nicole's name wasn't called.
It's not a tie. There are two people who haven't been called yet.
And Nicole hasn't
Nicole?
been called.
I looked left early. What were you the last one?
No. She was in the restroom.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye? Okay. Who else? Shaw and Palmisano, are they here?
Shaw's not here, she left.
Shaw left. Palmisano, how many votes? What's the count?
I have.
We're up one. 19 minutes at aye.
Please, can we have more than one person checking the vote?
Just count it.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Hold on. There's an R in the Melgard's name, which means that. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
The ayes have it.
No, Palmisano decides who's supposed to sit back.
He's not here.
He's not here, he left. The ayes have it.
Wait.
We won.
Yeah, we have quorum. Yes, we do. So in this case, Brian decides.
Wait, no, it's 1918.
Oh, no, it literally says 1818 on my computer. Unless I'm.
Who else was
Wait,
counting?
hold on.
Somebody else counted
So
1918.
Shivani left, is that correct?
Yes.
Robert left. Does someone have his phone number?
No, we can't call.
We can't call.
Someone check the back.
Is there anyone who?
Rialka.
Hey! Was there anyone whose name was not called?
Are you guys like political parties or something? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, DSG is becoming more
For the
partisan.
second time tonight, for the second time in my 4 years.
I think it's the same groups as
We have ayes votes.
Yeah, no, like.
Wait, what are the odds of this?
So I vote no.
Wait, Rialka, you had a 1918 count. Wait. Hold up. Wait, we do need a recount because we had two conflicting counts.
No, it's on the.
I motion for a recount. Second.
Wait, I just counted it again by myself because I'm really tired. I really want to check it. It says there are 22 yays and 19 no's. What's going on?
Literally is auto count.
Wait, do we have access to that form?
Guys, bring it in. Brian, do you want to do a recount? Because obviously this is like
Extremely controversial.
Okay.
Can we get a play-by-play?
Raise and see if it
Yeah,
matches.
just do it now.
So, all those in favor, raise your hand. Aye, and don't talk. All those in favor?
Dinner.
Guys.
In favor.
Stop.
All those in favor, raise your hand.
No, all those in favor. Wait, sorry.
Yay.
This is for yes.
The ayes. Okay, count again. Just got a different count by 2.
Wait, what did you get?
What'd you get?
Stand up.
People moved to a different side of the room.
Stand up.
Honestly, the only real way we should do this again is another roll call vote, but.
Yeah, let's do another roll call vote.
Why is it wrong?
Motion for a second roll call vote.
Wait, the way, guys, so the way, when I talked to you, did it include literally the words left early I and nay, which includes like an extra nay and like another extra y, but then I did it again without the actual words, and then it says we're 2019, so I don't know what's going on. I'm
Brian, the best way to do this is make like, no, why?
The best means that all the other.
Brian.
Hold on.
So,
Honestly, I'll leave it to you, you're the chair.
John,
That's a hard hot take.
based on what you marked down.
What?
The best way to do this is probably put an Excel spreadsheet up.
okay, seriously, please, you're stressing me out. You're stressing me out.
Brian, I love you.
One person needs to talk at a time, okay? We don't need multiple people talking. Okay. We're gonna do, okay, Jay, you can be our secretary. We're gonna do a roll call vote, but a count on the board. And while we're doing that, John and I are gonna look at the coding with our extensive computer science skills and figure out if it's relevant.
I once tried to join Anonymous.
I was an engineer for 2 semesters.
John, look at your Facebook right now.
Wait, who's reading off the names?
John, can you read out the names?
Yep.
They're saying.
Hold on, wait, someone just, wait, what do you mean BC?
We need to go through names.
Your vote wasn't counted on the thing. Your vote wasn't counted.
My vote was, oh, I never put down my vote.
Right.
It's for us, it should be done, not for us. It should be done.
Gorka's vote was never counted.
That's what it was. That makes sense, but we called for a revote. So
Yeah, that's fine. Should be.
I swear to God.
Fucking hell. That's on the record.
Oh, I figured it out. Insert column right. All right, we're gonna start again. Guys, please. All right, I'm gonna need silent, absolute silence for this, really. Senator Gilbert.
Aye.
Senator Jane.
Nay.
Senator Sullivan.
Nay.
Senator Katzen.
Aye.
Senator Gambardella.
Aye.
Senator Glasser.
Nay.
Senator Hardy.
Aye.
Senator Smith.
Nay.
Senator Kadapia.
Nay.
Senator Carrington.
Nay.
Senator Dellinger.
Nay.
Senator Gangopasi.
No.
Senator Bissell.
Aye.
Senator Sharanchik.
Aye.
Senator Curtis.
Nay.
Senator Zhang.
Aye.
Senator Moore.
Nay.
Senator Bullock.
Nay.
Senator Ganguly.
Nay.
Senator Farrell.
Nay.
Senator Letty.
Wait,
Got it.
he voted.
You voted the first.
It doesn't matter, he's not here for this. All right.
Who is this?
Senator Letty. Senator Bartlett.
Aye.
Senator Seif. Senator Seif.
Nay, sorry.
He did vote nay.
You guys asked for them. Senator Torges.
Aye.
Senator Bernetti.
Aye.
Senator Thompson.
Aye.
Senator Maddock.
Aye.
Senator Golchek.
Nay.
Senator Kipralov.
Aye.
Am I pronouncing that right? Yeah. Senator Vice President Lukachi.
Aye.
Vice President Norwalk.
Aye.
Vice President Banzal.
Aye.
Vice President Wiseman.
Nay.
Vice President Lockhead.
Nay.
Vice President Melgard. Melgard.
Here, keep going.
Take time.
Please.
Thinking is hard! Aye.
Vice President Dinner.
Oh, what's the count right now?
Are you serious?
He's an aye. He's an aye, bro.
I'm allowed to know this count.
And I vote aye.
1917.
1917 passes.
What's the count?
1917.
They add something in.
He's got 19 to 17 count on board.
Guys, that was really, what is you messed up?
Okay, I say directly goes to repeal.
Okay, John, I honestly.
Do you want me to amend it? Do you want me to amend it? Sue.
You can't make it with me.
Okay.
Sue.
Okay.
How is it people on the board,
Here's
on the board, on the
Here's what it says, so if you look up there, next to the setbacks, counted BD3 through BD69, it's counting block, right? Am I wrong about how like the Excel works?
No, the vote's counted,
The
we're sure about the
vote,
accelerator.
the vote is counted on the board by hand.
Right,
Like,
but-
whether there's an issue with the software, I can help you solve that later.
But we've been using this all night long, is what I'm
Do
saying.
you want me to go and look at it?
She's a computer science lady, he works at
Right there.
Yeah, actually, like, that's true.
All it literally does is count the blocks.
Tally that Chanticleer has watching with,
And you got it.
so the Chanticleer was fine.
Because the only one that counts that work is there.
Yeah, do you?
is like.
Do you speak Hans?
Hey, motion.
Yeah.
We had 17, 17, personally, for the last year, so.
Yo.
Hey, bring it forward.
JP. Jay.
I motion to adjourn.
Second.
No, there's something that has to be proposed tonight.
Yeah, all the
The first reading bylaw
yeah.
of the VP Board of Trustees.
Okay, I retract my motion.
And
Okay,
right now,
John.
And motion to move that bylaw to the top of the agenda.
Second.
Seconded.
wait, what just happened?
No, I'm presenting
The young trustee thing?
that. I'll just stand up, but then I'll just say who's doing it. So can you just pull up the proposal? It says VP Board of Trustees proposal.
This part's really fun.
Okay, guys, this is gonna be one way. Okay, guys, I don't know why anyone is standing or anyone's talking or has a backpack on.
Chris just wants to leave.
Okay, so this is like fairly important, so it's kind of dumb that we're doing this at 1:30, but basically DSG has 11 spots for undergraduates on the Board of Trustees across 5 committees. 7 of them go to vice presidents that are automatically appointed, 1 goes to the president, 3 are at large, and we do an interview process. And like the at-larges are Molly Walker, Jay Ruckelhouse, and I don't know. And Lava. So usually still DSG related people. I've felt this since my freshman year, and I still feel it now. And this is being co-proposed by Tanner, JP, George, and Norbach. And then Alana has a conflict of interest because she'll be applying, and another member of exec does not support this. But basically, this proposal is like we believe that the majority of these positions, the vice president should not be automatically appointed to sit on the Board of Trustees. And there are a lot of reasons for this. The biggest one is that I don't necessarily believe that vice presidents have the most information about the issues that the Board of Trustees are always talking about. So for example, the VP of Equity and Outreach automatically gets appointed to Business and Finance, which is not under the purview of Equity and Outreach. They were just appointed there because of like everyone else on exec got a position, so they deserved a position, right? Second, I don't believe that VPs are entitled to sit on the Board of Trustees, right? Third, I think that it's a two-way relationship in that the Board of Trustees mainly need undergraduates there to get information from the undergraduates. So they basically say like, what do students think about XYZ issue, and the student responds, only in 2 unique cases does that individual student gain something from the Board of Trustees. And those 2 unique cases are the Vice President of Facilities and the Environment, in which I believe that that position, that person cannot do their job effectively unless they know the confidential information from Board of Trustees, which is something that both Michael Norrock and Ellie Shack, who was VP before him, believe. So I believe that to be true, and the president's role, right? So I believe that out of the 11 positions, those 2 should be automatically appointed. The other 9 should not be, and those would be like an open, at-large process that anyone could apply for. Now, if the vice president happens to be the person that is most educated on that specific issue, then they apply and they get on as they normally would. And in a lot of cases that will be true because someone who dedicates their life to academic affairs is probably a good fit to sit on the Board of Trustees, but that might not be the case, and specifically in situations where the VPs aren't a good fit for the Board of Trustees just by description, right? I also think it's about like, this is one of the greatest opportunities at Duke. Like, you literally are a voting member of the Board of Trustees, which is better than the young trustee because the young trustee doesn't even get to vote for the first year, and students don't even know that it's an opportunity and can't even apply. And when we run in elections where 6 out of 7 people run unopposed, I think like it's kind of unfair that for students to have that opportunity, they have to also take on this whole DSG role that I think in a lot of cases is irrelevant to the Board of Trustees role, right? And like a lot of vice presidents agree, and we talked about it a lot this year, that they did not have to sit on the Board of Trustees to do their job. So think like, the reason I think the facilities environment is different is that I think even if it was the worst possible candidate for VP of Facilities and Environment won, like even if it was someone who was really bad and knew nothing, that person probably still needs the confidential information from Board of Trustees to be effective in any capacity, which is why I think that role and the president's roles are unique. So this proposal is that basically the 9 spots would be made at large open, and how that would work is the applications are done, and we would email them out tomorrow morning. Students would start applying, and then we would interview students for those positions. The way that the interviews work is the same way that interviews work for the 3 at-large positions in the status quo, which is that outgoing seniors interview other members of the committee who want to sit on it. So last year, Ray Lee and I interviewed for the academic affairs position, interviewed students for the academic affairs position. What we would try to do is also include GPSC members that sit on those relevant committees. So I think, recognizing that like, obviously this is a cool opportunity and I want everyone to be able to have it regardless of if you are a vice president or not. And we need to recognize that like, DSG frankly is not meant to have the smartest members of the school. I just don't think that's true, right? Like there are lots of avenues at Duke between research, between like incredible other organizations. DSG is not meant to have the smartest kids, so why should we take the greatest position at Duke that's meant for the smartest, most intellectually engaged students and give it to DSG when I don't think that's inherently ever DSG,
And
frankly.
I'll add a few things, right? One is, you guys paid attention to the young trustee. If you believe the young trustee is important at all, this choice is 5 times more important than the young trustee. So understand the gravity of this, 1, right? 2 is, I think it's really critical to draw a distinction between empowering DSG to represent students, the organization, and empowering students to have their voices heard, right? There is no question that by removing these seats, it harms DSG's executive board's ability to affect university policy. There is no doubt about that. But what we've suggested is that DSG's role is to increase student voice.
Brian, you can raise your hand when we're taking questions.
And the best way to, so I suspect what Brian is going to say is, it's DSG's role to represent students, right? I actually think it's DSG's role to make sure students are represented to admin, and the best way to do that is to put the best students on the Board of Trustees, so that when they ask you what is campus culture like, they're asking the best student for that opinion. And that's a critical distinction, right? So like, we are an instrument for students' voices to be heard. We are not the student voice. Does that make sense? So again, incredibly important. It's most important to put the best students on these positions that is like literally possible. And also I'll add that like my position is being taken away. Like I'm actively voting to deprive myself of a seat on the Board of Trustees because I do not need to sit on this committee by virtue of my position. I think that I might be the most qualified. I don't know. But there's no world in which I should get an appointment to the Institutional Advancement Committee of the Board of Trustees, as much as that sucks, because frankly it's awesome.
And I'll just reiterate, like, please don't have the hubris to assume that you are the best and the most chosen voice for the students, because that is not the case.
Also, I guess I'm supposed to be co-sponsoring this. So I also serve on the Board of Trustees committee, and like Tanner, I support this legislation, even though it would mean my role will be removed from the Board of Trustees, just because I don't think that my position makes it like indispensable for me to serve on the Board of Trustees Facilities and Environment Committee. Having been in the same room as Michael Norwalk, Vice President of Facilities and Environment, I can attest to the fact that I think his role is in fact indispensable to being on the Board of Trustees, that particular committee.
So I guess now unless any of the other co-sponsors have something they want to add, specifically looking at VP, Melgard, and Norwalk.
If anybody wants me to go up there and say what I think my committee is expressly needed to be on the Board of Trustees committee, I would go up there, but just let me know.
Also, this is just a first reading, y'all.
But let me just clarify what that means by first reading is.
Selection criteria though.
Okay, yeah, sure. So I'll do those two things. So really quickly about why this is really important tonight is we're going to do a non-binding but like pretty definitive straw poll tonight that's going to decide if this is going to be voted on positively or negatively next week. And the reason is
No.
No. You can't speak. Sorry. The point is that like basically we need to send out the application tomorrow morning to meet the deadline for the Board of Trustees. Like so basically like we need to do an informal straw poll tonight to figure out if this could pass or not pass, and if there's like no way it's going to pass, then we're not going to ask students to submit applications for something that y'all aren't going to vote for anyway. So that's why, in terms of the selection criteria, it's what it's always been for at-large. So it's a rigorous application and interview process. The interview process and application is based on a few things. So like one, knowledge of happenings at the university. So you need to like be reading all the reports that come out by the provost's office and like need to know everything that's going on and who you're going to be engaging with. Two, its ability to operate in a boardroom setting, both as a professional and as an intellectual. It's also about like how much you can weigh situations when they're unexpected. So things like that, so things that you can never expect, and how well you can represent like multiple types of voices, so not just like one singular, very monolithic understanding of how situation works, but a multi-dimensional perspective that the board could really use. So I would say those are four criteria that are generally used to determine. I would say,
They come up with like an agenda, like how one trustee is not supposed to have an agenda.
So yeah, same way. You can't have an agenda because you can't lobby them for anything because that's not the job. So basically, again, you're literally there so that they can ask you for help on making a decision, because they're gonna be like, so if we did this, what would students think? And you say like, students would like it, students would hate it, something in the middle. That's your job. Your job is never to like push an agenda. So no platform. So now we will cede our time to questions. Great.
You started question 3 minutes ago.
Oh,
So,
great.
I just,
So you have to
just, reading.
So we're not calling on you yet, because there's other people that wait. Fine, whatever. But just keep your questions 30 seconds.
Alright, I don't believe that this should be a bylaw. As far as when I'm looking at the Constitution, right now, it says that, we will represent the student body in university decision making. I believe that's what this is, and if you wanted to change that, I believe it would be best to explicitly do so in a constitutional setting, particularly after, students have already elected people with our own stated rules to those positions.
So I'll respond in two very fast ways. One is that I actually don't think in any world a VP candidate says, A, I'm going to run for the position because it puts me on the Board of Trustees, or B, you should vote for me because I'd be a good fit for the Board of Trustees. Neither of those happen in practice. Secondly, the specific thing that you decided in the Constitution is that DSG should just like represent the will of the student body to the admin, and I think so. I mean, that's the premise.
It's true. If our job is to represent students
In university decision making.
it's also to promote the student voice and serve students, right? Like you're choosing a very selective part of the mission statement that you're defining in a very hazy way. Like to say that like this requires a constitutional mission statement change, I think is bizarre.
And I would argue too that like if we actually believe that we want students' voices represented the best they can be, they are not like the guys like on the Board of Trustees right now, like in a very serious way, the best students are not on the Board of Trustees. Right? They aren't, and that's an enormous problem, and I think that like it makes a lot of sense for us. It's like just as a matter of literally creating space for the best people to make recommendations to the most important people at the school to get this over. I think it's just pretty clear to me.
So I'd say this is something you thought should be changed since your freshman year, and you've been VP this entire year, been on this committee, and been on the Board of Trustees, so why haven't you brought this up before elections happened?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is something that I have like literally proposed maybe 5 or 6 times. I proposed it in the very beginning of this year, and then a lot of VPs felt, and myself included at first, that like, oh, well, maybe I do need to sit on this, and then after being on it, you realize, okay, we really don't. So for example, some of the VPs before us were like, no, we can't take it away, and that's because I think it's like very power grabby, right? And it like took being on the board to realize that it was about, like, that we don't need to sit there. If you don't want to listen to me because it seems power grabby for me, because I like got the benefit and now like still get another benefit, like listen to Tanner, or like listen to like George, or any of the other people that like are literally just giving up their spots because they still feel like it's the right thing to do.
And it is worth saying that like not all of the tech feels the same way, but like a big chunk of us do, and recognize that this is potentially the most prestigious thing I will ever do at this university, right? Like, and I'm actively believe that I should not be on this committee enough to stand up here and deprive myself of the best resume line I will have for the next 10 years, right? So like, I don't know what to say except for that.
Okay, time for questions has elapsed.
Motion for 5 minutes.
Second. All those in favor of 5 minutes of questioning?
Aye.
Opposed?
Yeah, Senator Lasser.
So could you explain, like, I understand totally why like, facilities environment, like, totally makes sense when there's a facilities environment committee in DSG and on the trustees committee, like, why that would work. Can you explain why academic affairs isn't when there's an academic affairs committee here and
Yeah, the Academic Affairs Committee of the Board of Trustees, Duke has like 13 graduate schools, primarily looks at graduate programs, so it's not relevant to undergraduate life.
So then, like, would it be relevant for them to sit on undergraduate education?
Possibly. Unfortunately, as VP of AA, I didn't have the opportunity to sit on undergraduate education because I automatically have to sit on the graduate student one, which like was kind of, just didn't make that much sense. Like I was able to sort of participate, but maybe there was someone that could have been better, I don't know. So I would really encourage the new VP of AA to apply for undergraduate education, which they would get to do under this, but otherwise wouldn't get to do.
And also the president would still sit on undergraduate education.
Also, the undergraduate education committee has kind of a misleading name. It's not really about undergraduate education so much as it is about the undergraduate experience.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I sat on that.
No, that's true, yeah.
It's just kind of rude.
Yeah, Senator Curtis.
So I think it's no secret to anybody here that I very much dislike the executive board's power. And I disagree very strongly with this. I actually think that it weakens the power of the DSG to advocate for students in any effective way. It is the responsibility of the executive board, if nothing else, to direct a vision for what they think the undergraduate experience is. And so I'm questioning a little bit, how do you think that DSG could still advocate at a university level on an advanced policy level without having a connection with the actual planners?
So I think that you misunderstand how the Board of Trustees then works, right? Because as an executive board, we put forth an advocacy, right, and an agenda, but on the Board of Trustees, that's not the case. So none of us on the executive board push forth an advocacy or an agenda on anything. And so those positions are completely unrelated to our ability to advocate and have agency to make change. So I don't believe that they're actually related in any sense. And I also think that the administrators that we work with will not have less respect for us for giving up some of our power to, like, for other students to have these opportunities. And frankly, like, I think it means a lot more for me to have interviewed against 12 other students and gotten my position on the Board of Trustees than for me to just be like automatically appointed. Like, I think the provost would think more highly of me if she knew that I fought for that spot and really deserved it than if I was just automatically appointed. Because the status quo is that some of the representatives on the Board of Trustees are like, we think that the undergraduate representatives can be sometimes a joke because they just automatically get appointed and they're not really that. We don't think they're that.
And I would argue that like I've even seen that. Like when I speak up in meetings versus when like the other people speak up in meetings, all things held equal, like I just believe that my voice is held to be less valuable because they understand that like I might not be the best person for that position. It doesn't matter if I'm articulate or if I have something to say. I think they listen to it, but I think that's incredibly valid.
So when they know that it was a
where you're
competitive
coming from.
spot, when these trustees know that it was competitive, then I think I actually respect that position a lot more than when it was non-competitive, than when like I ran an election unopposed and then just got to sit on it, which wasn't the case for me. But.
Sure, and secondly is that DSG is instrumental to having students' voices represented. So the goal is to represent student voices. The goal is not to make DSG the most loud voice.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt here and say that I see people getting angsty to leave. We are 10 minutes to the end of bus transportation, and anyone with a car, I have a car, there are several people with cars, will be more than happy to help transport people to Central or East, so please don't use transportation as a rationale for leaving early.
I have a motorcycle on
A minute of questioning.
Yeah.
Everybody's up for an adventure.
Anyone else before we take?
You're going to East?
I can
take you there.
Yeah, I'll go.
This morning you told me when I was kind of that you didn't think that I should be doing that because there would be 2 readings and yet you're coming here today now at 1:50 in the morning. And you think it's appropriate to make this important of a decision on a straw poll at this moment? Is there a reason that we have to?
Yeah, I mean, I really wish that it hadn't taken this long today, but you understand hopefully logically why, like, unfortunately, like, if we don't send out the application tomorrow, it's not possible to do this. So either you guys just decide we don't have enough time to make a decision, we're gonna vote no, or you vote like, I believe that this is a principled matter and I can make a decision on it. Farrell?
So I think to resolve part of that problem in 2 ways, in 2 of the problems you raised was one, that the students elected these people with the knowledge that they would be going for trustees, and also the fact that which I don't think is entirely true, but I guess it is contractually. And then I think also the problem that tomorrow we have to send out the application. What if we were to like make this for next year, like a proposal for, like not this year, but coming into effect?
Yeah, I mean, we could always, I mean, like, we've thought about this, we can always propose it in the fall, but it's
I mean, like, can we propose it now to go into effect for the next school year?
I mean, maybe, but like, then it's like an extra year I mean, I also think that like, every year, right, the board of trustees gets more and more antsy about who the undergraduate reps are. I just think it's like, if we can make this decision now, we should.
But I mean, would it be more valuable to have like a more robust discussion on this topic, which is like very contentious, and make it for the 2000s?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not like a rah, let's go, then we just go. I guess. Yeah.
It's been argued a couple times this year with people coming in for funding requests or other requests and coercive funding. And the fact that you have to send this out tomorrow morning, the fact that Brian Dinner said that it's 2 a.m. and that we've been sitting here and people want to leave, do you not consider those kind of coercive circumstances under which to propose this to you?
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I think that's why we like did our best to like write a memo, put it up beforehand, make all the information available. Again, we're not saying that if we get like a 51% squeeze by, like we're going for it because we can't. Like if it's like a really like overwhelming support for this, we're gonna go for it. In no way is this meant to be coercive. I understand why you think it is, or why it feels that way, and perhaps it feels that way, like, and not rightfully so, right? I wish we could have done this at 8 o'clock when people cared and wanted to have a discussion about it. We couldn't. And I hope like you recognize that we didn't like wait, let's do this when everyone's really tired to try to get it passed through. I mean, this like what we're doing right now means that we have the least possible chance of it getting passed, but we really felt strongly about it. So we were like, let's do it, it's better than nothing. I wish that this was planned better and we could have done it sooner because it would have increased our chances. So understand like this is not meant to pressure you guys, but yeah.
Is it 2/3 vote? This is a first reading, correct?
Yeah, so it's just,
yeah, so we're not even
like a really informal straw poll.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I'm going to clarify something before we allow. So,
they sent out the application.
guys.
Oh, really?
Okay, so this is a first reading of the bylaw, but given the nature of it, it requires action before the second reading. So I'm going to rule that we're going to have debate on this now, which would have a protected negative, and then go from there. And then calling the question would allow for the straw poll, but we'd still have to have an official second reading next week, and if this does require a first vote. So time for questions has elapsed. Are there motions, or should we move into?
Wait, do we have quorum?
For a negative speech, because we might
No, I don't think that's
quorum call.
Yeah, we don't have.
Point of
Do we have
information as
quorum?
well.
We do.
It's just probably worth pointing out that the composition of Senate right now is going to be very different than the composition of Senate next Tuesday night. So a straw poll now might not be that representative of how the vote's ultimately going to go, just because so many people have left. Just not observation.
Well, this is all we have. So I'm going to rule that any sort of vote is not in line until we have. No, because you're asking people to vote on something before you give them a chance to like hear an opposition.
I mean, it's not a vote.
I
Like,
motion
it's not
to adjourn.
a negative speech.
I motion to adjourn.
Second. I don't think.
The motion has been seconded. I motion to adjourn.
We're not in line with that motion because we're still discussing the legislation.
It's not.
So here's where we are. If we're going to have a straw poll at all tonight, which is obviously like, we're going to have a protected negative. Or someone can move to extend question time for a certain amount of time. So would anyone like to extend your time for question? Seeing none, I'm going to allow for protected negative against the bylaw amendment.
Can I give it with Chris?
Alright, I get it, it's really late. I really respect you guys for staying, and I know some of you disagree, and I appreciate that you stick around even and don't break quorum for this, because that shows the respect that you guys have for this organization, so thank you. People joke around like mission statement and like constitution and how important that is for an organization. People don't know what DSG does because DSG doesn't know what DSG does. Our job is to represent the student body. Dads, if everything falls off, if we can't find anything else, that's what we do, is we represent the student body. To give up these seats is antithetical to what we are trying to do, to our mission as an organization.
Great word,
To vote for this is to vote against what DSG is. Now we move on to the second point. That who cares if these rules were known by the student body? These were the rules that we set up going into this election. We talked about it in exec before. If we wanted to change it, we should have done it before the election. But now that those were the rules going into it, it would be unethical and be deceptive to the student body to change the rules because they didn't know about it. That's shady AF, people.
Shady AF.
The third point is this. If we aren't the best people to be in that room, if we aren't the most knowledgeable, the most informed on everything going on, we shouldn't give it up. No, we should challenge ourselves. We should say, let's make ourselves the best we can be so we can fit in those rooms and hang with the best of them and give the student body the best that we can do. That's what we're supposed to do. And if Riddell, who freaking, took over the YT process, who wants to diminish student voice in the Board of Trustees, if he wants to do that, right? If he wants to remove the student body, my suggestion for him, if he's watching this at some point, is invest in the student government. Join with us. Help us be prepared for those meetings. Help us be the best we can be, because we're doing all we can. I mean, with all the vote effort we've had this year, with all of the discussions about representation for the student body, join with us and help us be the best representatives we can be for the student body. That's our mission.
I'm never one for increasing executive power here in DSG. I think that's quite obvious. I've fairly openly called certain members of exec corrupt, called them undemocratic, unelected. But I think if there's one thing that I can support for executive board is that they have the power to implement their vision. DSG is elected because the student body is supposed to make a choice about who they think, what direction they want to take the student government, and thus this whole student body in. What direction they want to take the university in. The only way for the student body to really effectively have any influence over that is to have them talk directly to administrators. I've been trying to email Registrar Blark the entire year about the registration process. Pretty small process, pretty small project. He doesn't have to respond if he doesn't want to, and the same goes for VPs. The fact that they're tied to that doesn't really change it. If they're not integrally involved in the process of policy making, they don't really wield any power over policy making here. And I think it's unjust to the students to say, we're going to make these positions unelected now. That the people that get these are unelected. And I think if we want to discuss whether people are the smartest for the job, that's more an indictment of democracy than it is an indictment of what's going on. Because if we want the smartest people for the job on the Board of Trustees, we should also want the smartest people on the job for DSG. I don't understand that point, really. I think what's most important is that we're representing the direction that the student body wants in policymaking and advocacy with the university. We don't want to split up the responsibility of, advocating on a high level, advocating on a low level, of what counts as low level for DSG, what counts as unelected Board of Trustees level issues. I think it's the executive board and their responsibility, if they, if there's anything that they should be doing is to create that vision, to join together the student government and the interests represented by Senate with the higher level, more broad strokey version, strategy, vision. That is their job. If there's no other job for them, that is it. Join them. And take that away, I think it makes DSG a bit.
So my just concern is that like, is somebody who felt like you did it, and then the board, right? And then it was like, JK, no, I don't need to be here. Like, whose opinion of what the role of the board of trustees, like, do you trust? Like, the people who've sat on it, right? Like, and are depriving themselves of their own position? Or like, because I think the point is that the advocacy of the DSG exec to like Vanetta is very different from the advocacy of DSG exec on the board of trustees. And I think that like, we just can't conflate those two things with rhetoric, because they're just so different. And I just don't understand the grounds on which you can make that point. Can you explain them?
So I'll talk about that maybe, because I also sit on the board of trustees, and I think that I just being in that room and learning about the direction of the university informs unintentionally maybe the direction that we take. And so it is about being in those positions. It's about being part of the very institution itself, not just here to fill seats like we're consumers of an education, but that we are part of it as a student body. That's important. So maybe instead we need to work on making sure that we are prepared for each of those meetings. And I definitely invite Secretary Riddell to help prepare us if he wants to go that route instead of removing us.
Wait, can I just make a clarification? This did not come from Executive Secretary Riddell.
Okay,
Like, this came
sorry.
from me, and when I proposed it to him, he said, okay, but this was not a top-down thing. And please don't put that on him, because that's not from him.
Okay.
It's like a question. Sorry.
Even still, I hope that you'd help us.
Yeah, I don't want to dominate this, right? But like again, you just said it's good because like we go to the board and we learn, and like because we're at the board and we learn stuff, we go back and change our direction, right? And I'm suggesting that the point of having someone on the board is to give them opinions to students and like represent a voice or like tell them what students think, but it's not to push an agenda. And you just said like the whole point of us, it's good for us to be on the board because we learn. And so again, like conflating the role of pushing advocacy from like, it's a little bit helpful sometimes for us to know what's going on, are just two enormously different spheres. So I just, can you,
I
can't
want
get that.
to throw one thing here, which is I think it is one interpretation of your duty to say that you're just there to give information to them. I think there are a couple of those. Yes, as the board of trustees. I think there's also, like, for one, I don't know necessarily that we don't want people who have knowledge of what student government is doing, the direction they want to take it in, giving information to the board of trustees. If we have a different person, I think they could be giving totally opposite directions between the institution of Duke and DSG. So, for example, with protest movements early in the year, what DSG, through our research, through our policy, advocacy, and work on committees with DRA on the minimum wage for contract workers, if the most knowledgeable person for the job who applied got it, and they said, no, we actually don't want contracting workers getting the same wage. Like, I think there would be a fundamental problem in the system of having two different levels of student advocacy information for the board of trustees. Second, I think there's also a very important aspect of DSG should be doing its best to advocate a path for the student body that is in line and coordinated with what the board of trustees has been talking about. And I think that's what VP Dinner was just discussing. That it's not necessarily a one-way street. And I think that if we do think it's a one-way street, that's a fundamental reflection on the way DSG has been doing its job wrong.
I just want to make sure I understand. What made you sign up on the board?
Undergraduate.
At any point during your time on the board of trustees, did you make any proposals to work with you specifically? Like,
I'm not allowed to discuss it, but I think that my presence there was.
No, yeah, that was not my question. That was wrong answer.
I don't think that I'm allowed to discuss it.
Like, you're not telling me any details of the proposal or like what the verdict was. Did you make a formal policy recommendation to the board of trustees that was considered or put to a vote at all? I just want to know because like I feel like this is very critical to the heart of what Tanner's saying, what Tara's saying, what you're saying. Is the point of us being on the board of trustees to deliver a definitive advocacy that we were elected to as representatives of students, or is it instead for us to provide opinions and also hear the opinions of the board as an educational role as part of the board of trustees? There's a reason why the young trustee position is there as a full year for them to learn how the board operates and then offer a second year to advocate. When Jamal was here to try to speak to the Senate, he said, no, I'm not going to take a stance on these issues because my role is not to be a policy person or to have an agenda, but rather to be a part and represent the students. Which is the reason why I can't understand what were your experiences like.
There were times when you have to reflect student opinions and perspectives, and that's what you're there for. Yes.
Okay, so time for questioning is elapsed.
Motion to increase by 1 minute.
Second.
Yeah, I was
1 minute. Alright, can everyone that's like moving, just, we're almost there.
Has
not
questions on the
quite
last?
there, we're almost
Did we vote on the motion to extend?
Yeah, it's been extended.
Can we just?
I didn't hear the nay count.
Oh my god, guys.
Guys, we're like 5 minutes from there, so let's just keep your head in the game. Do you want to call on people?
So Jared, you had a clear conversation, so do you think it's beneficial for DSG to have this open communication with the board of trustees?
I don't know if open communication.
Or just like,
It is
You
beneficial
need it.
for us to be there.
Yeah.
Yes. It is beneficial, I think, for them to be there. And if they don't feel like it's beneficial enough, then that's something that we should work on together.
What do you think gives the voice of a VP, for example, and automatically like put this position that
That we are supposed to be representatives of the student body, that's our intention. So our goal is to understand student experiences, right? Like that is part of our mission, so we can
So, I mean, like, I think this partially goes to the question I was asking before, which is if you have a qualm with the way VPs will represent the student body, that's more an indictment of the elective system. But
No, I'm not saying.
the reason I think, as somebody that, as you all know, very much dislikes executive power, thinks that the VPs are the best suited for the job because they're elected by the students. I think it's fundamentally important to have a vision for the student body at the university, have that voice from undergraduates.
Hey guys, please stop talking.
Okay, time for questioning has elapsed. Begins.
Yeah, let's just move to a straw poll.
Okay, if you
It's
wanna,
a 2/3 vote.
Tara, if you wanna come down and conduct the straw poll, can you bring your card?
Yeah.
This
Tara,
is
Tara.
against our mission.
So, just raise your hand, yes, if you think that we should separate those 9 spots from automatic, those 4 spots from automatic appointment. If it's a 2/3 hand raise yes, we'll send out an application tomorrow. That will not be binding, so if Senate changes their minds, then we will just tell those people that applied, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but some of those positions will still apply. Okay, sorry, so yes, raise your hand now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, just lying.
I got 17, 18, 19, I think. Did
we
somebody
need
put something?
2/3, that's not even, that's.
Wait, why were people even moving? George, stop walking around. Can we do it again? And I didn't count cycle, sorry. Do it again. Now. Great. Okay, so I got 19, and if you say no, raise your hand. 8, 19 to 8, that's 2/3.
That's over 2/3.
That's not quorum.
That's not.
That's
A
not
straw poll.
constituted.
It's a ballpark,
like,
it's like a straw poll.
No,
Guys, no one needs to be talking. No one.
Like, time for a second, not.
Okay, so again, it's not binding, they have the information they need, right? We have one more thing to do, it's a first reading. John will literally say one word.
JP, like, we'll take 5 seconds.
Wait, well, we can, we don't have quorum.
In that case, this is.
Yeah, we do have.
So this is, wait, is this kind of the first reading?
John,
Yeah.
do it.
Brian, this didn't have
Oh,
We
yeah.
do have four.
No.
What is 21 days?
We can abstain.
21 days is still not more.
Okay, people just abstain.
This affiliate bylaw is a create shock, first reading. We'll talk about it next week.
What I asked you guys to do is to think about what does DSG do over the next week. That's just a final thing. Just think about what the fuck are we doing?
Motion to adjourn.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
My motion to adjourn.
Central.
Along